Erica nodded and spoke frankly. When we're not at home, someone will come to clean up. And there's also a chef cooking for us. Other than that, we don't hire any servants. This was hardly the most sensitive kind of information a person could share. Nevertheless, Sheffield had a tiny suspicion that it was significant. A short time later, Erica took Gwen to the projection hall to watch a movie, and Matthew put a plate of sliced fruits and several bags of snacks in front of them. Seeing this, Sheffield thought that he was beginning to understand something about his hosts. While Erica and Gwen sat in the front row to watch the movie, Matthew and Sheffield stayed in the back and whispered about work. In time, it became apparent that Erica was used to ordering her husband around. "Matthew, we're out of napkins," she called at some point. Without wasting a second, the man got up and went to get her some more tissues. A little later, Erica said, "Oh, Matthew, can you come help me figure out this remote control?" Sure enough, Matthew stood up again when he was called, and again as the time passed. Staying quite comfortable and munching on melon seeds, Sheffield paid close attention to Matthew's behavior. The man was very much under Erica's command and silently served her every whim. He showed no signs of impatience. On the contrary, he seemed to enjoy being given things to do. Though no one else saw it, Sheffield's eyes widened as an epiphany struck him. "I finally understand why Matthew hasn't hired any servants," he thought to himself. "It's because he is a weirdo. He actually likes Rika and wants to be nice to her. But for some reason or another, he doesn't want to openly express his true feelings for her. So instead, he's willing to just do these little things for her, without her knowing why." Sheffield couldn't help but click his tongue. He should have known all along. After all, back when Carlos had asked Matthew to marry Erica, Matthew had agreed. And he certainly was not someone who could be forced into anything. The saying Erica is Matthew's goddess was finally confirmed. Sheffield was satisfied that he had not come in vain tonight. He uncovered a shocking secret about Matthew, one that he didn't think many people knew. In spite of the movie, Sheffield and Gwen didn't stay at the house too long. For one thing, the girl had to get up early and go to school the next day. Besides that, Sheffield wanted to let the young couple enjoy their romantic night. When the two had left, Erica yawned and found that she was no longer interested in the movie. She ended up lying down on the bed and playing with her phone. No, I don't. I didn't come to Y City until I married Matthew. I didn't know anything about Camille before that." Tessie had mentioned Camille a long time ago, but she'd never said much about her. Camille apparently had never treated her well. "She'd been an actress for 2 years," explained Watkins. "Then she invested in a magazine company and became the boss and chief editor of their fashion section. She often appears on the covers of various magazines. Haven't you seen her?" Erica thought it over and shook her head. "No, I haven't." Watkins found that amusing for some reason. He stood up straight and patted her on the shoulder. "Let's go. We'll talk about it later. And in the meantime, we should make sure to not push Mr. Wong too hard." "Okay." Erica nodded and they got into the car. On the way, Watkins suddenly suggested, "How about we go to a cafe? I know of a good one that I like to go to. Let's have a cup of coffee there and discuss what to do next." Erica didn't refuse. There were plenty of things to discuss and it had to be done sooner or later. It took a short time to reach the cafe. After parking the car, Watkins took Erica inside. Unknown to them, a certain black Emperor car was driving past the same cafe at that exact moment. The man in the back seat abruptly barked at the driver. "Stop the car. Pull over." Alarmed, Owen brought the car to a halt on the curb with a slight screech of the tires. He looked around and saw Erica and Watkins walking into the cafe together. Harmon, who was in the passenger seat, looked at his nephew in confusion. "Matthew, what's wrong?" Matthew's eyes were fixed on the door that Erica and Watkins had just disappeared through. "Nothing," he said calmly. "It's just a little hot in here." When he heard what Matthew said, Harmon was confused. He looked at the sky. It was an overcast autumn day, and the wind was chilly. How could it be hot? Owen thought for a bit and asked, "Mr. Huo, would you like to go for a walk?" "I just got off work. I'm beat, Matthew replied indifferently. It meant that he didn't want to take a walk now. Owen rolled his eyes secretly and thought to himself, Mr. Huo, that's your wife. You can go inside and check on her if you want. Why do you have to pretend? Look, Mr. Huo. There's a cafe nearby. And they're running a special. Buy 1 cup of coffee and get a second one free. How about you and Mr. Liu get something to drink there? Owen suggested, knowing what was on his boss' mind. Harmon sneered when he heard that. You gotta be kidding me. You think Matthew cares about a free cup of coffee? Try harder, man. Out of the blue, Matthew answered. Good idea. Harmon was shocked and couldn't believe his ears. His smile froze on his face. Since when did Matthew care so much about the price of a cup of coffee? Had marriage changed him so much? Harmon and Matthew entered the cafe together. And Harmon quickly figured out why Matthew was so interested in this cafe. It had everything to do with certain patrons, sitting at the table in front of the French window. I knew it. Why would he care about a free cup of coffee? He doesn't. It looks like his wife is here, drinking coffee with another guy. He smiled and followed Matthew to a table next to Erica's. With her back to them, Erica didn't see Matthew enter the cafe. Watkins didn't seem to notice Matthew either. He was asking Erica what she wanted to drink. Harmon had just concluded his business with Matthew and decided to take a break. And what better way to spend his free time than having a cup of coffee with the jealous man? All he had to do now was sit back and watch the show. Erica was here to hammer things out with Watkins, so she didn't really care what she had to drink. She finally decided on a latte, just so they could get to the things she really wanted to talk about. After the waitress left, she cut right to the chase. What did Mr. Wang do when he was young? I don't know much about that. I didn't have anyone look into him. If I'd thought about it more, I would have. If we knew more, we'd. Yes, I did nothing wrong. Why did he ask me to give him a child as compensation? If he believes me, then I don't have to get pregnant so soon. Watkins smiled helplessly and smoothed his short hair. After a tense moment, he replied, Mr. Huo, I'm happy that you trust Erica. He looked at Erica and said, You should finish your coffee. Don't let it go to waste. The waitress had already brought the 2 cups of coffee they ordered, but they hadn't had a sip yet. The bill's on me. Mr. Chai, you can leave now, Matthew said in a cold voice. If it were possible, things got even more intense. Erica tugged at the man's sleeve and said in a small voice, Matthew, don't be like that. We're just having coffee. He was so jealous and possessive that sometimes she felt she couldn't breathe. When he saw Erica with Hyatt, he had no problem. But every time he saw her with Watkins, he would get jealous. She didn't know why Matthew hated Watkins so much. Matthew didn't give in. He tightened his arm around Erica's waist. You want coffee? I can do that. Hell, I'll buy the cafe for you. But you can't have coffee with another guy. Especially Watkins. He didn't say that part out loud. Coffee is not the point. The point is that Watkins and I are just friends. Don't friends usually go out for coffee? Erica asked in frustration. Doesn't he have any female friends? Wouldn't he go out to dinner with them? She wouldn't believe it if he said he had no female friends. After all, every rich man was surrounded by women of all shapes and sizes. How dare she speak for another man? Fury was written all over Matthew's face, but he controlled his voice. Don't forget that you are a married woman. You can't simply go around making friends with another man and going out to drink coffee alone with him. It's not normal or proper. As Erica listened, she realized for the first time in her life that even an aloof CEO like Matthew could make trouble out of nothing. Noticing the awkward atmosphere between them, Harmon hurried over, hoping to mediate the dispute. Hello, Erica. I'm Harmon Liu, he said with frantic, false cheer. I'm your mother-in-law's cousin, which makes me your husband's uncle. So you can call me uncle as well. Huh? So he's actually Matthew's uncle, thought Erica. I thought he was hitting on me before. How awkward. With a strained smile, she remarked, Uncle, you look so young. How old are you? You must be around the same age as Matthew. In fact, what she said was true. Harmon looked like he was in his early 20s, but he was already Matthew's uncle. To her slight relief, Harmon seemed genuinely amused by her question. "Oh, that's so sweet of you to say," he chuckled. "Actually, I'm already in my early 30s. "Oh, I see," Erica said, nodding. Harmon turned around and signaled to the waiter. "Bring our coffee here." "Yes, sir." Harmon took a seat next to Watkins and asked, "Well, I know you didn't mean to meet us here, but can we join you for coffee? You wouldn't mind, would you?" Watkins did mind, but obviously he couldn't say that. Shaking his head, he indicated the table with a gentlemanly flourish of his hand. "Of course not. Mr. Huo, Erica, by all means take a seat." Matthew was in a similar predicament. He didn't want to stay either, but it simply wouldn't be proper to rebuff such company. He sat opposite to Watkins and practically dragged Erica into the chair beside him. The waiter brought coffee, but ironically, no one was in the mood for the stuff at that moment. While Watkins and Harmon tried desperately and futilely to sustain a conversation, Erica noticed that Matthew was staring at her. "What is it?" she asked in a low voice. "The coffee's here," he explained icily. "Isn't that what you came for? Just have your coffee and we'll be on our way." He would take her home and lock her up. That would teach her not to go hanging out with Watkins behind his back. Why is Matthew acting so strange today? Erica asked herself. With a shrug, she was about to lift the mug to her lips when Matthew's hand clamped around hers. "What are you doing?" he hissed, his face livid. "Have you forgotten you're not supposed to be drinking? Up with him." "Okay, I'll do that. Will you still be angry then?" she asked. It was not until then that Matthew finally looked her in the eye. "We'll see about that." "Ugh, how mean," she cursed inwardly. When they finally arrived at the villa, Matthew stayed in the car, so Erica got out first. "Tomorrow, I'll be going on a business trip to the neighboring city," he said at length, right as she was about to close the door. "So what? Is he asking me if I want to go with him?" thought Erica. "I'm free tomorrow," she said quickly. Truth be told, she would be happy to go with him any day of the week. Matthew coughed and gave her a cold look. "I was asking you to pack my luggage." "What? Aren't you going to take me with you?" Somewhat pitifully, Erica held the car door open and started playing with the window button. She thought she should break it if her husband refused to take her with him. Matthew sighed and looked away. "I always keep my word." Indeed, he had promised to take her on his trips if she wanted to come. "So does he mean that I can go with him?" thought Erica. The bright smile returned to her face. "Oh, don't beat around the bush. If you want me to go with you, just say it." To her dismay, Matthew looked at her with disgust. "Close the door," he ordered. He was still angry at her, so he wasn't going to say what he wanted plainly. He wanted her to guess. Erica snorted and slammed the door. After the car started and began to leave, she made a face at it. However, Matthew happened to see what she was doing from the rearview mirror. His face contorted with even more contempt than before. "She's the one who went to have coffee with another man," he fumed silently. "How could she have the nerve to get angry with me?" As she stood in the walk-in closet and pondered over what to pack, Erica suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to ask Matthew how long the trip would take. She hurriedly took out her phone and sent him a message. "How many days will we be there?" Only when she knew the answer could she begin to pack their luggage. 3. Erica snorted when she read his reply. It seemed that every word was worth a great deal of money to Matthew. His answer was always simple and straightforward, not one unnecessary word. It was easy for Erica to ask for leave from school. All she needed to do was send a message to the guidance counselor. Soon after, she began to separate their belongings. At first, she had planned to pack their clothes and other items in 2 separate small suitcases. But it seemed troublesome. In the end, she found a 28-inch suitcase in the closet and bundled their luggage together. Erica didn't know when Matthew returned home that night, as she had already fallen asleep. When she woke the next morning, she saw the man sitting on the bed next to her. He seemed to be sending text messages. She turned, placed her arm on his belly and said happily, "Good morning, Matthew. She had often heard people say that waking next to a loved one and seeing them first thing in the morning was precious. Now she knew it to be true. However, Matthew's expression conveyed that he hadn't forgiven her yet. His tone was indifferent as he replied, "Now that you're awake, get up." "Okay." Matthew's heartless response wiped the smile from Erica's face. She wanted to have some intimate moments with him, no matter how brief. After all, he was busy every day, and she rarely had the chance to see him by her side when she opened her eyes in the morning. After breakfast, Matthew went to the bedroom to finish dressing. Erica entered just as he was rolling up his sleeves. Without glancing at her, he questioned, "What's in that suitcase on the floor inside the closet?" "Don't tell me that you are going to carry a 28-inch suitcase for a 3-day trip," he thought. "Oh, I only packed part of our luggage last night. Some of my belongings haven't been put in yet. Thank you for reminding me. I'll be ready soon." Women were troublesome. She had to leave place in the suitcase for the skincare products she had used this morning. Is she really going to take a 28-inch suitcase? Matthew looked at her suspiciously. "Can you carry such a big suitcase?" Erica shook her head and answered honestly, "No." Erica grinned. She continued their conversation as she walked alongside. "Are you here for work or fun?" Before any of the others could reply, Orange said, "We came here for work. What about you, miss?" Orange was the youngest from among the four, and his personality matched Erica's as they were both cheerful and enthusiastic. "I'm here for fun." "Oh, would you mind if I took a picture of you and keep it as a souvenir?" She shook the camera on her chest and smiled sweetly. Taking the camera with her as she stepped out for a walk was a fantastic idea. Of course. Being photographed was routine for the idols. Without hesitating, they stood side by side in the corridor and posed for her to take photos. But Erica had forgotten to switch on her camera. She smiled at them awkwardly. "I forgot that I hadn't turned it on yet. It's going to be ready soon." Her expression amused Red. "Are you a professional camera person?" "Not really. I'm studying photography in college. Since I haven't graduated yet, I'm not a professional." The camera beeped to indicate that it was ready. Erica adjusted the camera to the automatic mode, aimed at them and pressed the shutter. After taking the photo, Erica stepped to the side and said, "I'm done." "Thank you." Orange joked. "You're welcome. Please don't tell our fans that we're in this hotel. Otherwise, they'll flock here, and the hotel will be too crowded." "Ah." Erica burst into laughter as well. "Okay, I know. I promise to cover the background if I post the picture online." "Okay, bye, beauty." The young men bid her farewell. After they entered the elevator, Erica opened her camera and glanced at the photo she had taken. "Well, not bad," Erica thought, beaming. She immediately sent the photo to her mobile phone and spent a moment tinkering with it, using the photo editing app. Then she posted it to Weibo with the caption, "Wow, wow. I ran into the idol group FC. Come and see how handsome they are." A great many netizens expressed their admiration in the comment section, and not a few asked where the members of FC group were at the moment. She didn't answer them though. While Matthew was still in his meeting, he saw Erica's post pop up in his notifications. His eyes darkened as he inspected the picture and the caption. Here he was doing important work, and what was his wife doing? Meeting with other men and taking pictures of them? And now it wasn't just one man but 4 at the same time. Erica was quite good at attracting men. Crisis loomed in Matthew's mind like a thunderhead. More than ever before, it now seemed important that he should keep an eye on his wife in the future. Otherwise, she might well dump him for another man one day, and he'd miss her very much. It wasn't impossible. Erica was capable of such a thing despite appearances. Later that evening, Matthew made a point to personally pick up Erica, who was playing and taking photos nearby, and take her to a dinner party in a restaurant. Matthew and Erica were the last to show up. The private room was packed, and everyone stood up to greet them when they came in. A small army of people, all rich, good-looking and important, descended upon Matthew to shake hands and say hello to him. While Erica was hanging back a short distance, A man's voice rang in her ear. "Hello, miss. Nice to meet you again." Erica turned and found herself face to face with the members of FC Group. The one who had said hello was Orange. "Oh, hello," cried Erica, her eyes wide. "What a coincidence again. Are you here for dinner too?" As soon as the words were out, she regretted them. It was such a stupid question. Everyone came to a restaurant to have a meal. Orange laughed and said, "Why, yes. In fact, we are." Red patted Orange on the shoulder and came up beside him. His voice was a bit mysterious. "I heard that Mr. Huo would bring his wife here tonight. So you are Mrs. Huo then?" Erica nodded shyly. Yes." Matthew was in the middle of greeting yet another important person when he happened to look Erica's way, and saw her chatting happily with 4 rather handsome men. For a split second, he froze as he realized that the 4 men were none other than the ones he had seen in the picture before. Pulling a long face, he leaned toward his wife. "Rika," he said in a low voice, "come and say hello to everyone." "Okay," said Erica cheerfully. Oblivious to her husband's change of mood, she headed over. As soon as she reached him, Matthew put his arm around her waist and started intro. Going to explode." The words hit home. Matthew did feel that he would explode sooner or later. "Look at me," his wife went on. "When I'm angry, all you need to do is just coax me a little, and then I'm not angry anymore. You're being more petty than me right now." Matthew was speechless. People who didn't know Erica well would think she was really that generous. "Not through with him yet," she pouted. "Oh, come on. We came out here to have fun. If you keep doing this, then I'll get angry too. Didn't she just insinuate that she's more generous than me? Now she's about to get mad." Matthew thought helplessly. He walked on then, unable to keep still. Erica was close beside him, but he continued to ignore her words until at last she seemed to run out of them. The sea breeze was cool and in its own way soothing. It was a quiet autumn night, with little to hear except for the waves, which formed their own kind of melody. They walked a long way without seeing another soul. It wasn't a romantic scene though, not with Matthew's hands shoved into his pockets and the woman hanging her head despondently. When they'd gone about half a kilometer from the car, Matthew's head finally began to clear, and he found himself thinking of whether he should forgive Erica or not. He wasn't thinking for long though when a scream from directly behind made him jump. He whirled around, thinking perhaps that someone had attacked his wife. To his bewilderment, he found himself alone. There was no attacker, and Erica had disappeared too. As he scanned the beach, he caught sight of her shoes not far away. They were drifting about slightly, caught on the outermost edge of the waves. Matthew's face went white and he shouted at the sea, "Rika!" Amidst the crashing waves he caught sight of a woman's head breaking briefly above the waters. An unmistakable voice called to him, "Matthew, help!" Matthew stared across the water. He saw the woman fighting against the sea currents. Damn it! He didn't even know how long she'd been there. Without thinking, he shrugged out of his suit jacket and threw it aside. Then he kicked off his shoes and rushed into the ocean. "Rika, don't be afraid. I'll save you." When he swam to where he last saw her, she had already disappeared again in the dark of night. The normally calm Matthew began to lose it. "Rika!" he shouted frantically. He could see Erica's head above the waves again. "Matthew! Over here! Blub!" Fortunately, he was close enough to hear her. He quickly swam over to where she was, and held her tightly in his arms. "Don't be afraid, Rika. I'm here. You're safe now." The man was so gentle and caring that Erica almost felt guilty. Well, he's certainly being sweet. He was as gentle as he was when he rushed to the campus to save her the other day. The fact that he was like that made her love him even more. "You okay?" Matthew asked breathlessly. Erica nodded. "Stay right there," he said, and with that, he dove under the water, coming up behind her. He hooked his arm around her waist, and swam with his legs and other arm, making sure to keep her head above water. Together with his wife, he made for shore. When they were back on the beach, he took her in his arms and kissed her forehead. Everything good? Are you cold? He realized something, and it overrode any concern he might have had for her. Erica could swim. She loved to do laps in the pool at the villa. She was actually quite good at swimming. That only meant one thing. She tricked him again. Knowing the jig was up, Erica quickly put her arms around his neck and said fawningly, "Don't be angry, okay?" What else was she supposed to do? He was ignoring her, so she had to see if she still had a place in his heart. And as it turned out, she did have a place in his heart. His little freak out there in the water was proof of that. She felt happy about that. Matthew said nothing. He grabbed his suit jacket and wrapped it around her tightly. Erica raised her head and looked at the man expectantly. "Matthew, you like me, don't you? Otherwise, why did he get so anxious when he thought she was drowning?" Her sudden question made the man pause. He not only liked her, but he loved her more than life itself. However, he couldn't just tell her that. What if she told him she didn't like him at all? ICA struggled to move, but could only manage an inch or so. Matthew took her hand and felt sorry for her. He wished he were the one who caught a cold and had a fever. "Where does it hurt?" "My skin hurts, my head hurts, my whole body hurts." She didn't lie this time. She felt pain all over. It was normal to feel this way in the grip of fever. The man sighed helplessly in his heart and suppressed his emotions. He pretended to reprimand her harshly. "Maybe you'll be smarter next time." Erica curled her lips. "I can't believe you. I'm sick, but you still harp on me." She knew it. He didn't love her. Matthew didn't have the heart to nag the woman anymore. She was always lively, but she was now lying weakly in bed. He let go of her hand and poured some water into the glass. "Sit up and drink something." "I can't get up. I feel so heavy." Matthew wasn't going to let her sit up by herself. He sat on the bedside first and then helped her up, letting her lean in his arms. Then he took the glass of water to her lips and said, "Come on, open your mouth." Erica opened her mouth and took a sip of water. It helped clear the bitter taste from her mouth. "Got any juice? I'm also kinda hungry. I need sweet stuff." "What?" She was sick, but she still asked for things like that. He asked indifferently, "Really? How about a bowl of hot and sour rice noodles, Liuzhou river snails rice noodles, or steamed vermicelli rolls?" His words lit up her eyes. Sounds great. She was pretty hungry, and her mouth was watering already. Matthew was really pissed off this time. With a gloomy face, he said, "In your dreams." Erica pouted, but grudgingly drank half a glass of water. After putting away the water, she still didn't sleep. She kept baiting Matthew, who was wiping her body with a clean towel, into a conversation. "Matthew, I'm so moved. I didn't expect that you would personally take care of me." Without raising his head, the man answered with feigned annoyance, "I have no other choice." The decision hadn't been a difficult one to make. Right from the beginning, all he had wanted to do was take care of her. Erica snorted when she heard his reply. Would it be so impossible for him to say something nice for once? "Hey, you know what? The members of the Four Colors are all scumbags." Her declaration filled Matthew with satisfaction. "How do you know?" he asked, curious to hear her explanation. If that was the case, then he didn't need to do anything. "Because all men I can't get will be considered as scums." Erica laughed out loud and ignored the sour expression on his face. Matthew's eyes narrowed, and he lowered his voice as he spoke. "Do you want to hear something horrible about them?" "What?" "Really?" Erica was reminded of her previous idol, Aaron Gao. Not long ago, he had been ridiculed as a has-been star. He stopped appearing in front of cameras ever since. She rarely saw him anymore. Of course, everyone in the entertainment circle has kept something secret from the public, he said nonchalantly. He didn't want his wife to think about male stars all the time. So he decided to find female stars or actresses to cooperate with the ZL group in the future. Erica shook her head decisively. "I don't want to know. Don't tell me anything." If things went on like this, she would have no idols left except for Matthew. The man gazed at her in silence. "Matthew, you know what? I've envied two types of women in my life. The first is the kind of woman who is very confident and does well in her career. A successful woman who always follows her mood and chooses whether to talk to you or not. And the second is the kind of woman who appears fragile and acts spoiled. People would do anything to protect a woman like that. As for me, I happen to be stuck between these two kinds of women. I'm neither successful nor fragile. Matthew, what kind of woman do you like? He raised her chin with one hand and wiped her neck with the other. His intense gaze studied her for a reaction as he said firmly, neither. No matter what kind of woman Erica was, he would like her. He wanted her to know this, but he struggled with finding the right words. He liked her. Only her. Hump. So why with the medicine that she didn't think too much. She just closed her eyes and continued to sleep. It was almost noon when Erica woke again. This time she was in high spirits. Except for a nasal twang when she spoke, all other symptoms had improved. Later in the afternoon, before leaving for work, Matthew asked her to stroll around the streets near the hotel and not stray too far. He didn't want her to exhaust herself as she was still weak. She was obedient this time and just took photos on the old streets nearby. The streets of this city had a history that dated back thousands of years. The most famous spot was the ancient gate of the city in the southern part. When she stepped through the ancient gate, Erica found that the alley was filled with shops that sold a variety of goods or souvenirs. The alley floor had been paved with some kind of ancient black bricks. Walking in the alley, Erica felt as though she had been transported to ancient times. For Erica, who liked to take photos of scenery, this was the best place for shooting. She held the camera and took photos happily. After a while, she felt a bit tired and thirsty. So she found a small shop to buy a bowl of red bean soup with taro balls and a cup of bubble tea. It was leisurely to walk along the street while eating these desserts. She took a picture of the food in front of her and sent it to Matthew. Matthew, the red bean soup with taro balls is delicious. Do you want me to bring you one? Who allowed you to eat a smoothie? Huh? Smoothie? Erica looked at the food carefully. As she had eaten some of the red beans and taro balls, the thick layer of shaved ice beneath them had been exposed. Matthew's eyes were so sharp. Erica chuckled when she realized that Matthew was concerned about her. Her fingers flew across her screen as she typed. They made it differently. I didn't know that there is a layer of shaved ice on the bottom. Don't worry. I won't eat it. Matthew replied a second later. If you have nothing else to do, go back early and rest. Wow. People say that those who reply to your message so quickly care for you. The happiness glimmering in Erica's eyes couldn't be concealed. She decided that Matthew would be the light of her life from now on. Shortly after their return from South City, Erica recovered from her cold. Matthew, who had been angry before they had left for South City, finally ended the tension by declaring, I don't want to argue with a weak and sick woman. Erica's heart soared when Matthew finally stopped being angry with her. She ignored the words weak and sick. As long as Matthew is happy, it doesn't matter if I'm wronged, she thought. After her return to Y City, Erica didn't dare to go to Mr. Wong with Watkins. After all, that would agitate her husband. She had to curb her desire to discover the truth before Watkins asked her out. Does Phoebe think that I will let her go so easily? Then she is wrong. As per Erica's observation, every time Phoebe left school and got into the Sue family's car, she would sit on the right side of the back seat. One day, as the Sue family's driver smoked beside the car, a male college student ran to him. After a brief moment of hesitance, he shyly asked, Sir, can you do me a favor, please? The driver shot him a puzzled glance and questioned, What's wrong, young lad? The student pointed at a car not far away and said, I can't start my car. Would you take a look? Oh, I see. No problem. The driver and the student then made their way toward the car. A split second later, a figure quickly ran to the Sue family's car. She stopped and glanced around to ensure that no one noticed her. Then she gently opened the back door, squatted and placed something inside. Finally, she closed the door and hid behind a big tree. The student's car roared to life. With feigned confusion, he stared at the car and said, That's odd. I couldn't start it a few minutes ago, sir. Whatever, Phoebe said impatiently as she wiped the blood on her palm with a tissue. 2 days later, much to her surprise, the wound had swollen up. The puncture site on her leg had swollen just like her palm. She winced as she gingerly touched the wound. It was not only swollen but painful as well. Phoebe, who had forgotten about this accident, summoned the driver and asked, "Did you find out what pricked me?" The driver shivered with fear and immediately apologized. "I'm sorry, Misu. After I brought you home that day, I was instructed to take your father to the company. I forgot about it. I'll go and find out now." Phoebe was outraged by the driver's forgetfulness. "He is so useless," she cursed inwardly. Her eyes widened in anger. "Go and check now. My hand and leg are swollen. Tell me what they are as soon as you find out." "Yes, Miss Sue. I'll do it right away." Phoebe stood still and gasped for breath as the driver bowed and scampered off. She glanced at her swollen palm, and fresh anger surged through her. She knew the identity of the culprit. Regardless of whether that person did it on purpose or not, Phoebe swore that she would make her pay for what she'd done. A few days later, Phoebe marched into the CEO's office of ZL Group. As soon as she stopped in front of Matthew's desk, she slammed a test report on the desk. "Matthew, Erica has gone too far. This time I won't tolerate her tricks. I've already contacted a lawyer, and we are preparing to sue her." Matthew took his time to study the examination result. "Stung by the spina gladici and needs a local operation? Is this Erica's doing? Did she try another trick on Phoebe?" "Evidence," he said through gritted teeth. Phoebe had known that Matthew would ask for proof, and she was ready. At once, she pulled out her phone and sent him the video she had prepared in advance. The recording was a clip from surveillance footage from a Chinese medicine shop. It showed 2 people speaking to the shopkeeper. The video had sound, and one of the 2 newcomers, a young woman, could clearly be heard saying, "Sir, do you sell spina gladici here?" The shopkeeper nodded and asked, "Yes, indeed. How much do you want?" The woman thought for a moment and then said, 5 grams would be enough." As he weighed the spina gladici, the shopkeeper shot her a puzzled look. Eventually he asked, "Young lady, may I ask why do you want to purchase this herb?" "It's poisonous." The woman's expression remained unchanged as she replied, "Oh, I know that. It's for the treatment of retained fetal membranes in my cow. I'm going to burn the spina gladici to ash, mix it with warm wine, and feed it to the cow." This was indeed one of the known uses of the herb. However, one particular detail in the explanation caught the shopkeeper's interest. "Your cow?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. "You don't look like a cowherd. How do you know that the spina gladici can be used for this purpose?" "My cousin majored in traditional Chinese medicine," explained the woman. "He told me all about it." "I see." The shopkeeper carefully wrapped the 5 grams in paper and told her the price. A brief moment later he added, "Remember, be very careful with this stuff." "Of course. Thank you, sir." The video ended after the woman paid and left the shop along with the person who had entered with her. The woman in the video was none other than Erica. The man who accompanied her was Hyatt. He was always willing to help Erica with whatever she did. As for the so-called cousin she mentioned, of all the people they knew, Sheffield was the only one well-versed in traditional Chinese medicine. Matthew knew that Sheffield wanted Godwin to learn from him, but the boy was still young and had only grasped the uses of some simple herbs. He certainly couldn't know much about the effects of various kinds of medicine. So, he eliminated Godwin as the so-called cousin quoted by Erica. That left him with no doubt that Sheffield had informed Erica about the herb and its uses. After buying the spina gladici, Erica had used the poisonous herbs to prick Phoebe. Unaware of how serious it was, she had forgotten about her injury. She winced as her nails dug into her injured palm. Her face paled and she was forced to release her fist. Matthew grabbed the examination report on the table and tore the paper from the middle. "If you want to sue her, be quick. Eventually, you will be of no use to me. When that day arrives, you will lose your chance to sue her." There would be no chance. Phoebe's eyes searched Matthew's face as she asked in a trembling voice, "What do you want to do to me?" "What do I want?" After throwing the pieces of paper into the trash can, he ruthlessly pronounced, "From the day you killed my friend's unborn child, you were already on your way to the slum. If you behave well before I send you there, maybe I will let Tessie be your company. If you continue to be stubborn and hurt Erica again, I will ensure that it isn't Tessie but a beast, or something more terrible than a beast who will accompany you." Phoebe's legs weakened and her body shook. She grabbed the desk to steady herself but found that she was unable to stand firm. She finally realized how much a man like Matthew could spoil a woman as long as he loved her. He spoiled Erica without a care in the world. Phoebe's envy toward Erica grew by leaps and bounds. There was no doubt left in her mind that Erica was the woman in Matthew's heart. But Erica was stupid. Even though she was the woman Matthew loved, she was ignorant of it and continued her efforts to find out who he loved. Matthew ignored Phoebe's pallid complexion and continued, "Aren't you going to sue her? Please go ahead. I'll play the game with you to the end." It was yet to be seen who would end up in jail. After saying that, he called Owen through the internal line. He ordered, "See the guest out." 10 days passed as Erica waited for news from Phoebe. But as yet, her love rival didn't show up to get back at her. One night, Matthew came back from the company to find Erica waiting downstairs. As soon as she saw him, she came, offering him a glass of water and a flattering smile. Matthew. Looking from the water to his wife's shining countenance, Matthew idly wondered if the drink had been poisoned. In the end, he decided that it didn't matter. He took the glass calmly and said, "Just say it." "I want to ask you something," Erica began. "Have you met with Phoebe recently?" She didn't think the other woman would let things go easily. "So this is what's bothering her," Matthew realized as he took a sip of water. "You know," he said, "the next time you do something bad, you should learn from Phoebe. Do it in a place without surveillance, and if there are any evidence or clues left behind, you have to go back and get rid of them." "What?" Erica wondered if this meant that Phoebe really had gone to see him. "What did she tell you?" Matthew finished off the water, then handed the empty glass to her. "You should stay away from your cousin from now on," he remarked cryptically. "He's a bad example." So, he really figured it out, thought Erica. Glass in hand, she followed him into the next room and asked with a smile, "What else did she say? Are you going to avenge her?" "What else did she say?" Matthew echoed. "Put the glass down and I'll tell you." Erica set the glass on the table and took hold of his arm. "Okay, tell me now." By way of reply, Matthew pressed her against the handrail of the stairs, held her head in one hand, and lowered his head to kiss her. Lost in the moment though she was, it didn't escape her that this was not exactly an answer to her question. A few minutes later, Matthew whispered in her ear, "Now you have to accept my punishment for you. Don't do that here." Although the heating was on, this was dangerously close to a staircase. It would not be the most secure place for what he obviously had in mind. Her husband chuckled in her ear and said in a low voice, "Don't you want to experience something new?" After all, they had tried having sex in many different places, but this was a new one. Erica leaned her soft body. Rest for a few days to think about his relationship with Chantel. Thinking of her, he cast a look at the door and realized that she was already gone. Gifford had been too wrapped up in his thoughts to notice. Did she realize that she had done something wrong? Is that why she is avoiding me? Later at the hospital, Chantel was sitting on a bench uneasily. Her appointment had gone without incident so far. She was waiting for the examination result now. Waiting was excruciating. The 10 minutes she spent on that bench felt like 10 hours. Finally, the doctor called her name. "Chantel Yi." "I'm here," the girl called back. She hurried to the window, where she was handed a report. She scanned the page, trying to find the results first. But before she could understand what she was reading, the attendant of the color ultrasound room told her, "Sign here and take the form to the doctor." "Okay, thank you," Chantel murmured. After signing her name, She headed back to the outpatient department of gynecology. The doctor there glanced over the results, then raised his head. "You're 5 weeks pregnant," he explained dispassionately. "Do you want to keep it?" "I'm really pregnant," thought Chantal. The thought seized on her mind so thoroughly that for a moment she forgot where she was, until the doctor spoke again. "Do you want the baby?" "Yes, yes," she cried, coming back to herself. It would not be easy for her to have Gifford's baby, but how could she give it up? Joy that she could not contain lit up her face. "Okay. Take care and don't tire yourself." The doctor spoke with Chantal at length about all the things that she needed to pay attention to, and she listened attentively and tried to remember them all. He had even suggested that she be put on record in their hospital so that prenatal checkups would be convenient for her. However, she was nervous and so she refused. After leaving the hospital, Chantal wrapped her scarf tightly around her neck and took out her phone to message Erica. "Rika, the doctor said I'm 5 weeks pregnant." Chantal nervously checked her phone several times, but she received no reply from Erica. She guessed that she hadn't seen the message. So she placed her phone back into her pocket and took a bus to school. As soon as she found a seat on the bus and sat down, her cell phone rang. She took it out and glanced at the caller ID. She was so scared that she almost dropped the phone. It was Gifford. Wide-eyed Chantal glanced around as though expecting him to be nearby. When she didn't see him, she closed her eyes, breathed a sigh of relief and answered the call. "Hello, Gifford. What's up? Where are you?" he asked. I'm at school." Since she ought to be at school at this hour, that was the first answer that slipped out of Chantal's mouth. "Why didn't I find you?" "What? Where are you?" "Crap. Did he come to school to look for me?" "But why?" she wondered. Gifford leaned against the car as he answered. "I just stepped out of the school building. Now I'm at the school gate. I've searched everywhere for you. You aren't at school. So tell me, where are you?" Guilt surged through Chantal as she tried to think of an excuse. Finally, with a tremor in her voice, she answered, "Well, I came out to buy something. Now I'm on the bus back to school." "Gifford, do you have something urgent to say?" Her voice was trembling and she was stuttering. He knew that she was lying, but he didn't know what she was hiding from him. He didn't even question her. Flatly, he replied, "Mom asked me to bring you some food." He hadn't wanted to come, but Blair had scolded him. She had even gone so far as to imply that he didn't care about Chantal. Finally, he had given up arguing and made the trip to her school. "Well, can't you leave it at the guard room? It may take me more than 10 minutes to return to school." Since he was always very busy, she was sure that he didn't have time to wait for her. This way she could avoid seeing him altogether. "I see." Gifford abruptly ended the call. There was a traffic jam on the route the bus took. Half an hour later, she arrived at the bus stop near the school. E believed that Chantal was more obedient than Erica. However, a smile tugged at the corners of Matthew's mouth as he turned to Gifford and said, "You're going to join them soon." After all, he had to be responsible for Chantal sooner or later. Blair was even more confused now. Wesley, who stood beside them, fixed his pensive gaze on the two men. Even though they were speaking vaguely, he had a feeling something big was going to happen. As soon as the door to Chantal's room closed, Erica grabbed the hem of Chantal's shirt. "Hurry up. Let me see my nephew." Chantal blushed and shyly pressed down on her shirt. "You can't see it now." "Yeah, the baby is like bean size." Erica gingerly placed her palm on Chantal's belly. Her voice was full of awe as she said, "Wow, to think that my nephew is inside. Aren't we awesome?" She and Chantal had made this pregnancy happen many years before it would have. Erica felt proud, as though she and Chantal had made this child. Chantal smiled. She whispered as she asked, "Erica, do you think I should tell your parents?" She had struggled with this question for as long as she had known about her pregnancy. She was sure, however, that she would not tell Gifford as she feared that he would ask her to abort the baby. Erica held her hand and sat on the edge of the bed. After some contemplation, she said, I believe you can tell my parents, as I know how happy the news will make them. No matter what my brother wants to do with the baby, he wouldn't dare to go against my parents." She was confident of the advice she was giving Chantel, as when in Y City, it was only because of Carlos and Debbie's support that she could challenge Matthew. So she knew how submissive men could be in front of their parents. Chantel knew that Erica was being completely reasonable, but she was still worried. "Do you think that your parents will hate me when they find out that I'm carrying Gifford's child?" she asked. This was not the first time she had thought about this. If Wesley and Blair thought that she was a gold digger who was using Gifford's child to marry into the Lee family, she would be heartbroken and embarrassed to face them again. "Of course not," Erica exclaimed incredulously. "You know how much my parents still love and care for Ethan, even though he is not my child. How could they hate the woman who is carrying their grandchild? And you know about my mother. Gifford is almost 33. Right now, she would accept anyone as his wife, as long as it's a woman." Blair was very worried about Gifford's marriage. If Chantel told her that she was carrying his child, Blair would be thrilled to death. That was how much she wanted to be a grandmother. Every time she called Gifford, she would add, "If you are planning to come back alone next time, don't even bother coming. I won't let you into the house. Just find a woman, will you? I don't care if she's old or young, or if she's from a poor family. And it would be wonderful if you got her pregnant too. I just don't care as long as you bring someone." Chuckling at the thought, Chantel finally made a decision. "Okay. I'll tell them once I'm unable to hide the baby bump." "Did Gifford say anything after you both had sex?" Erica asked her again. "What do you mean? Did he say that he would marry you or something like that? After all, they had sex. Gifford wasn't the type of person who would take it lightly." Chantel shook her head in disappointment, but then comforted Erica. "It doesn't matter. My goal was to get pregnant with his child, and I've achieved it. If he doesn't want to marry me, I won't force him." She didn't want Gifford to hate her. At that moment, there was a sharp knock on the door to Chantel's room. The two girls looked at each other vigilantly. Finally, Erica asked, "Who is it?" "It's me. I'm coming in." It was Gifford. As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened. He saw the girls sitting on the edge of the bed. Low voice, "Your father is here." "Gifford, what are you doing?" Wesley asked, furrowing his brows. Gifford put down his hand and glared at the complacent girl. "Nothing, Dad. My hand was just a little itchy. Rika has become more arrogant than before since she was married. Matthew is obviously spoiling her so much," he thought. Wesley was no fool. He knew that Gifford was going to slap Erica. He said coldly, "How about 500 push-ups? That should get rid of your itch." Gifford rolled his eyes. "This man is so cruel to me. I'm the victim here." But he chose to keep his mouth shut. When they went downstairs, Yvette walked in. Erica beamed and rushed towards her sister for a hug. They hadn't seen each other in a long time. "Yvette, I've missed you so much," Erica said. Stroking her head, Yvette said in a gentle voice, "Why didn't you come back to see me if you missed me so much? When you came back last time, you ran away from home. You're still naughty, Rika." Knowing that she was referring to when it was Matthew's birthday, Erica giggled and held her arm tightly. "I'm back now, aren't I? All right. I really can't be mad at you." In Yvette's eyes, Erica was the cutest little girl in the world. The Lee family was very lively that day. Before dinner, Yvette even called her fiancé Remus over. The women sat and chatted, and the men drank together. It was a fun night, and the atmosphere was filled with happiness and warmth. Since everyone was on leave for the Lunar New Year, Matthew and Erica decided to stay at the Lee family residence for a few more days. Over the next few days, the Lee residence was filled with laughter. One day, Erica seized an opportunity and snuck into her brother's room. Gifford was working out with 2 dumbbells. When he saw her enter, he resisted the urge to kick her out. "Oh, it's you, Miss Troublemaker. What do you want from me?" he asked. His instincts led him to believe that she must be plotting something against him. However, fearful of how Wesley would react should he misbehave, Gifford curbed the urge to throw her out. Erica ignored his sarcasm, closed the door and jumped onto his bed. Oblivious to his growing annoyance, she lay down and crossed her legs. "Gifford, can we talk?" He cast a sidelong glance at his sister, who seemed to behave as though this was her room. The more comfortable and carefree she appeared, the angrier he became. He firmly refused. No. Only Erica dared to be so presumptuous in his room. Perhaps her confidence came from her knowing that he would not beat her. "Don't be so heartless, Gifford. I did what's best for you. Think about it. You can't possibly continue to be a jerk now, can you?" Erica shifted her body, placed one arm under her head, and looked sideways at the man who was still immersed in his exercise. Gifford stiffened when he realized what she was going to say. He put down the dumbbells and sneered. "If you hadn't tricked me, I wouldn't need to be a jerk. Since you dared to scheme against me, I will behave however I please." What gnawed at him was that he had returned 3 days ago, but he still hadn't decided how he would deal with the matter between him and Chantel. He knew that there were only 2 options. The first was to be cruel and send her away as if nothing had happened between them. The other was to marry her and take responsibility. However, there was a considerable age gap between them. He was 12 years older than Chantel. The age difference, among other things, led him to believe they were unsuitable for each other. "Well, does it matter that we tricked you? Think about it. I'm your sister. I always have your best interest in mind. What we did isn't as awful as you believe. And Chantel is so young. How could she scheme against you? Wouldn't you agree?" Gifford mulled over Erica's argument for a while, but and patted him as if she were comforting a child. "Honey, don't cry. I'll be good to you in the future. As long as you are obedient, I'll buy you whatever you want." Matthew, who buried his face in her arms, was rendered speechless. "What? Does she think I'm a 3-year-old child? It doesn't matter. Her affection is a welcome change." On the afternoon of the second day, Matthew was engaged in his work in the study. As Gifford was not at home, Yvette took the opportunity to accompany Erica and Chantel on their shopping trip. Before they returned home, the 3 headed to the supermarket. In the supermarket, the 3 women separated to buy what they wanted. While Chantel and Yvette went to pick up drinks, Erica made her way toward the snack aisle. As she pushed the shopping cart around a corner, Erica's curiosity was piqued by a man and a woman who stood before a shelf, whispering about something. "Honey, we don't need them, okay?" the man said. "We must use them. I'll get pregnant without them," the woman protested anxiously. "No, you won't. I won't ejaculate inside you. Besides, it doesn't feel good to use them," the man rationalized. "Then we'll buy thin ones." The man sighed helplessly. "Okay." After grabbing a box of condoms from the shelf, the man began walking toward the payment counter. He turned and saw a girl standing in front of the aisle. She seemed to be lost in her thoughts. The couple didn't dwell on what the girl was doing. They shot her a curious look and left. Erica studied the condoms in front of her. They were full of different scents and sizes. "I'll get pregnant without them." What the woman said echoed in Erica's mind. She'd never given condoms a second thought. But this woman's words shocked her into reality. She stood there, thinking of all the times she and Matthew were intimate together. He would drive her wild with his flirting, and then wait a few seconds before actually entering her. Even if they started on the balcony or in the living room, they would end up in the bedroom eventually. And all this made her think about things differently. Then suddenly she had an idea. She quickly found Yvette and Chantel, who were going through their shopping list. "Hey, are you done? Let's head back home. We just got here." "What's the rush?" Yvette asked. She noticed something seemed to be bugging her sister. "Well, I remembered something I need to do. I have to get home now. Why don't you finish shopping and I'll grab a cab?" She was going to have an answer to the question that burned in her mind. "Now we're good. I have everything on my list. How about you, Chantel?" Yvette asked. Chantel shook her head. "I think I'm done." "Then let's pay for our stuff and get out of here." Yvette pushed the shopping cart up to the counter to pay the bill. At the Lee family house. When the three girls got home, the sun was lower in the sky and the streetlights were on. Blair was in the kitchen preparing dinner. A maid was in there helping her. Neither Wesley nor Gifford were there. Matthew was hard at work in the study. As soon as Erica got home, she immediately rushed upstairs. She had to check something out. If she remembered correctly, Matthew had opened the drawer in the nightstand last night. Confused, Blair went to the stairs and looked up, as if she'd get the answer to her question that way. "What's going on?" Blair asked Yvette and Chantel, who just entered the house. "Why did Rika run upstairs like that?" Yvette spread out her hands and said, "Beats me. She was acting strange at the supermarket too. It's okay. I'll ask her later. I've got groceries to put away." "Okay." Blair didn't devote too much attention to it and went back to finishing up the meal. Chantel went to the bathroom to wash her hands and walked back into the kitchen. "Hey, let me help with that." Blair pushed her out of the kitchen. "No way. Three's a crowd. We're doing fine in here. Why don't you and Yvette run off and find something else to do? Cook." When he heard what she said, he pushed his lust down inside him and buried it. After he'd regained a modicum of control, he put the quilt over her and said, "Don't get cold." However, Erica whipped the quilt away, put on her pajamas and sat on the edge of the bed, crying sadly. Despair writhed inside of her. She was sad as her 12,000,000,005 sons were saying bye-bye to her. Soon, the other members of the Lee family had heard her sobs. Wesley knocked at the door first. "Matthew? Rika? You in there?" Erica immediately ran to open the door in bare feet this time. Wesley and Blair stood in the hallway outside the door. Erica hugged her father and complained, "Dad, this is hopeless. Why can't I just die now? Why are you crying?" Confused, Wesley held his daughter in his arms and patted her back to comfort her. After tidying his pajamas, Matthew followed her outside and stopped beside her. Sobbing, Erica answered, "Dad, Matthew bullied me." It's true. She was afraid that Wesley wouldn't believe her, so she emphasized that Matthew really did it this time. What did he do? At this moment, the Lee family members left their bedrooms and surrounded the young couple. They looked at Erica with concern. It was not until now that Erica realized that she couldn't tell them what was really going on, because then she'd have to reveal that Matthew used condoms when they had sex. This was too embarrassing, so she decided to beat around the bush. She could only say, "I've lost 12 billion. And it's all because of Matthew Huo." The different members of the Lee family were all dumbfounded. Once he figured out Erica was crying over $12 billion, Wesley thought that she was just making trouble out of nothing. Where would a girl like Erica get 12 billion? Wesley opened his mouth to sort her out, but Matthew hurried to interrupt him. "Dad, Mom, it's really my fault this time." Blair felt sorry for Erica. After all, the girl was beside herself with grief, but she also felt sorry for Matthew. The man was always taking the blame for things. "Don't blame yourself, Matthew. I think she's blowing things out of proportion." Matthew nodded but proceeded to apologize gracefully and sincerely.
"Rika, I'm sorry."
"It's all my fault," he said. Wesley patted Erica's back and tried to calm her down. There. Matthew's apologized to you. You don't need to cry anymore. If you keep crying, that's on you."
Erika anxiously explained. "Dad, no."
"It's really on him." "Yeah, Rika's right. It's all my bad." Matthew came over and pulled her into his arms. He apologized again. "I'm sorry. Please don't cry." Yvette already had a hunch something was wrong. Erica was acting weird in the supermarket earlier, and it got worse when they came back home. She asked in confusion, "What happened? You've been all weirded out since we got back from the supermarket. So Rika, what's going on?" Matthew answered for her. "Don't blame Rika, Yvette. And it's kind of awkward. Just know that I'm the one to pin it on." Seeing him defending his wife all this time, Yvette nodded and just decided to drop it. Gifford picked his ear casually and told Erica, "Look at Matthew. He's completely cool with this. Stop crying." It's the middle of the night for Chris sake? You're crying like a pig in the slaughterhouse. I'm pretty sure our neighbors know by now. When she heard this, Erica glared at her brother, eyes red from crying. She wanted to skin him alive. Who are you calling a pig? Dad, look, even my brother is mean to me. And the waterworks started once more. They had almost snapped her out of it. Now, thanks to Gifford, Erica was crying all over again. Wesley was so angry he kicked his son's leg and asked sternly, "A pig? Seriously? She's your sister." Gifford wanted to avoid the kick, but he knew that would just cause more trouble. He stood there and took it like a man. He felt so frustrated. He was a colonel and, I swear I'll never use condoms again, okay? She didn't say anything. She was trying to have a kid with him because she promised him one, but now it looked like she was just desperate. How was she going to get herself out of this? Matthew kissed her earlobe, and the woman in his arms shivered, which made the man laugh quietly. Hearing his laughter, Erica felt both ashamed and angry. She buried her face in the pillow, hammered the pillow and shouted, "Matthew Huo!" Settling his weight on her, he whispered, "I can show you I'm trying. How about that black card when I get back? And the credit card with the unlimited balance? How does that sound?" She feigned nonchalance and said, "Don't try to bribe me with money. I'm not that kind of girl." But in fact, that was what she wanted. "Then what can I bribe you with?" "Yes, I know. My wife is not that kind of girl. It's just that I have too much money and no place to keep it. So why don't I give it to you?" Unable to resist the temptation of money, Erica tilted her head and said, "That's what you said. This isn't some kind of trick."
No trick.
"This is just me being a loving husband." Matthew propped himself up with his right elbow, put his hand on her waist and started to caress her. "Okay. It's a deal. It's a deal." He lowered his head and kissed her hair. "Since you can't wait to have a baby with me, I guess I need to work harder at it." His words made Erica tremble with fear. "Come to think of it, having a child is not real high on my list. I don't want it anymore." Erica felt angry and betrayed when she learned that Matthew had been hiding the fact that he had been using condoms. Obviously, he had taken advantage of her because she was ignorant about condoms. She decided to watch some adult movies to advance her knowledge after she returned to Y City. That way, she wouldn't be deceived by the cunning Matthew again. "It's late," Matthew whispered as he turned her over and kissed her without hesitation. The next morning, when Matthew went downstairs, Erica and Wesley were having a heated discussion. There was a trace of anger in her tone as she said, "We are not destined to be together. Don't force us." She rubbed her aching waist secretly. If she hadn't been at home today, she would have missed her lunch because of the previous passionate night. Wesley was baffled by his daughter's stance. He just couldn't understand why she would behave this way. What was the girl thinking? From what he had seen, Matthew was an ideal son-in-law, and he wouldn't be able to find a better one even if he searched the world. However, when Erica persisted, he argued, "I have to tell you that an arranged marriage can sometimes work. You are so lucky to be with Matthew. Why do you always have to complain? Dad, how can you know that this is right for me? I'm your father. What I say is right. Well, since you insist, how about this? Don't return to Y City. Instead, get a divorce. Then he can marry Tessie's sister. By the way, what's her name?" Wesley said as he crossed his arms across his chest. Erica's expression soured at the reminder. Reluctantly, she replied, "Phoebe." "Yes. If you're so unhappy, then divorce Matthew and let Phoebe be Mrs. Huo. This way, I won't have to hear you whine about him anymore." Erica snorted. "I won't give him to her. She hasn't apologized for slandering me. She will never be Mrs. Huo. Not in this life or the next." The more Erica thought about the scheming woman and how much she coveted the position of Mrs. Huo, the more unappealing the idea of divorcing Matthew became. "If I continue to be angry with him, Phoebe might get her chance," she thought sullenly. Blair, who had taken Chantel to the supermarket to buy some food, returned at this point. As soon as they entered the living room, she saw Matthew standing at the stairs. She immediately walked up to him and asked with concern, "Matthew, have you finished your work? Are you tired?" "Thank you for asking, Mom. I'm not tired." When she heard Blair call Matthew's name, Erica's eyes almost popped out. Blair happened to see how angry Erica was with Matthew and scolded her daughter. Erica stopped defending herself. She knew that no matter what she did, everyone in this family believed that she was at fault. On the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, Gifford returned to work. On the 8th day, Matthew and Erica left the Lee family's house and headed for Y City. Yvette's wedding was set for the 2nd day of the 2nd lunar month, as by then, everyone would visit a country to attend the ceremony. Erica ran to her bedroom the minute they stepped into their villa in Y City. She found all the condoms that Matthew had bought and threw them in the trash can in front of him. After that, she placed her hands on her hips and raised her chin proudly. "If you are not convinced, just hold it. Or I'll tell your parents that you're preventing them from having a grandchild." Suppressing the smile in his eyes, Matthew took out 2 cards and waved them in front of her. He had promised her that he would give them to her in a country. The arrogance on the woman's face disappeared in an instant. She ran to him happily and said in a sweet voice, "Dear Matthew." Matthew didn't mind that the money had changed her attitude toward him. He hooked her collar with his left index finger and placed the cards into her clothes with his right hand. "I'll keep my promise. I won't use condoms anymore from now on." What was the worst that could happen? If she got pregnant, he would have to wait for about a year. Then, he would be able to have sex with her again. Erica removed the 2 cards from her clothes and looked at them. One of them was the card he had showed her in the office the other day. Erica's eyes lit up at once when she saw the card. She kissed the flat piece of plastic again and again, resisting the impulse to scream. "Now that's more like it." "Thanks, Matthew," she said. "Wow, I'm a rich woman now. I pretty much have 12 billion. This was something she never dreamed of." Matthew sat on the sofa, his slender legs elegantly overlapped, and continued to charm her. "And there's more where that came from. I have much more than 12 billion. If you behave, you'll have it too. It better be all mine. I'm your wife." She ran over and sat on his lap, draping her arms around his shoulders. "From now on, your money and your house are mine. You can't spend money on any other woman. And no other woman gets to live here either," she declared. Simply put, she was jealous. She feared that the women who attached themselves to Matthew weren't just after his money, but Matthew himself. Matthew smoothed her long hair and made an affectionate noise. "Mm-hmm." He would agree to whatever she asked. Erica kissed his thin lips happily, held his neck with her arms, and buried her face in his neck to savor this quiet moment. She was as happy as a clam. Her heart was full to bursting, and she recited an enthusiastic prayer of praise and gratitude to herself. "Ah, the earth. Ah, the motherland. Ah, mother. I, Erica Lee, am rich now. I can spend money on many young, handsome guys. I feel like an empress. Even better, I'm Wu Zhao, the only ruling empress in China's history. Matthew is my royal consort, emperor in name only. The 4 men from the FC group are my imperial noble courtiers. The male model is my noble courtier. All of them exist for my pleasure." The man whose neck she was nuzzling was considering having a baby with his wife. He had no idea what was running through Erica's mind at the moment, but he was indirectly responsible for her fantasies. Erica now agreed with the saying, "A man is loyal to his wife because there are not enough temptations. If there are beautiful women around him, it will stir him from his resolve. A woman is loyal to her husband because she is not rich enough. If she has enough money, she won't mind buying whatever she wants, including handsome men." At the City Convention Center, today there was fair-sized art show. The exhibition was held by the City Art Gallery and the City Artists Association. The sponsor was the owner of a studio and a painter herself, Phoebe Sue. When Nathan was still alive, he and Matthew invested in the "Time to deal with you today. Get out." "No way. I have a bone to pick with you. Call Matthew right now and tell him what kind of person you are. Tell him that you fell down on purpose to force yourself to miscarry and blame me for it." Tell him I had nothing to do with that. Then apologize to me. And I want a sincere one, not a begrudging one. Make it good. Then I'll leave. Erica thought she was fairly laid back. Although Phoebe framed her like that, she was willing to let her off the hook as long as she apologized to her and told Matthew what she had done. Phoebe took a deep breath and said, I'm really busy today. Can we do this another time? Shut up. That's the only reason I'm here. Erica had been hoping Phoebe would come to her after she had provoked her 2 times. But she never took the bait. Erica had to take the face-to-face route. Look, this is getting ridiculous. The snicker on Erica's face made Phoebe feel very uneasy. She knew clearly that she couldn't admit what kind of a woman she was in front of Matthew and apologize to Erica in public. Is that fear I see on your face? Erica's bright eyes swept around the exhibition hall and finally fell on a sketch. Humph! That's my husband. She drew him and displays it in public. Who does that? Erica was instantly infuriated. She handed the milk tea to Hyatt and quickly took the sketch off the easel where it sat.
Erika Lee.
What are you doing? Phoebe was in panic mode. She had sketched Matthew without his knowledge, and never filled it in completely. If anyone asked about it, she would explain that she and Matthew were friends and she subconsciously sketched him from memory. What am I doing? Erica flashed a wicked grin. She was annoyed by Phoebe's sketch. Matthew wouldn't even let me take a picture of him. How could he let Phoebe sketch him? I'll take the sketch to him and settle accounts with him. As for how to do this, she had 2 options: she could buy it or snatch it. And which one she chose depended on Phoebe. But there was a note next to the sketch. Not for sale. Damn it. Looks like I only have one choice. Phoebe is smart, using a sketch of my husband to attract people to her exhibition, she thought to herself. Erica handed the sketch to Hyatt, took her milk tea back and sipped it as if nothing had happened. Do you know how much money my husband is worth? How dare you make a sketch of him? But now that we're here, maybe you can pay royalties for using his likeness. 5 million should be enough. She couldn't just use her husband's money. She had to make some extra money for their family. She extended her hand, palm up, waiting for Phoebe to write that check. 5 million. Phoebe's eyes went wide in surprise. She was upset now and couldn't help but raise her voice. Wow, you're a greedy bitch, aren't you? Her voice carried and echoed through the exhibition hall. People were naturally curious to find out what happened, but the security guards blocked the way, and the onlookers could not get close to them. What's wrong? Think his likeness rights aren't worth 5 mil? Why don't you try to invite my husband over to attend your art show? He wouldn't do it even for a few billion. Normally, Erica would have asked for at most 500 grand. But ever since she married Matthew, it had affected the way she thought about money. After all, he was so rich and always gave her as much as she wanted. She already snapped a pic of Matthew, and she remembered his reaction. He asked for 100 million, so asking for 5 million was generous. What an entitled bitch. She's in the wrong and she loses her temper? Humph. She should thank me. I gave her the rights for a good price, she thought. Trying her best to quell her anger, Phoebe lowered her voice and said, Matthew didn't say anything when I sketched him. So what right do you have to treat me like this? NG something. She was holding a piece of paper in her hand. I think my husband's hotter than that. I don't think she really did him justice. She just couldn't capture his handsome soul. What are you doing? Matthew asked casually, hanging his coat on the hanger. Erica sat at the mirror and looked back at the man without saying anything. His curiosity aroused, he loosened his tie and strode around behind his wife. That was when he saw what was on the piece of paper she held. It was a sketch, and it was a sketch of him, no less. Where did you get that? He asked. He didn't remember anyone sketching him. Oh, I snatched it, she answered. Matthew was an observant man. He immediately knew that his wife was angry, so he continued to ask calmly, Where did you snatch it from? Phoebe's art exhibition, Erica answered bluntly. At the same time, she complained in her mind, Don't pretend you don't know. Is there someone else who has sketched you before? After thinking a while, Matthew asked attentively, "Did you and Phoebe get in a fight? She dared to sketch me without my permission. She must be tired of living." "What? Why would you think that?" Erica suddenly smiled brightly. "I'm an adorable girl that everyone likes. Why would I ever get in a fight?" The man raised his eyebrows. "Well, she's right. She is adorable. So did she push Phoebe around?" "Probably. After all, she took the sketch. I don't think Phoebe can do anything to intimidate her." When Matthew was about to change his clothes in the walk-in closet, he could hear his wife muttering, "Why the hell would I even bring this sketch back?" He didn't know what to say. Is she irritated because the sketch was from Phoebe, or is it because of the person she had sketched? However, there was absolutely no difference as to whether it was about the sketcher or the sketch itself. Either way, she was disgusted and annoyed by the picture. Thinking of this, he turned around and held Erica in his arms. Judging from her furrowed eyebrows and pursed lips, she seemed to be thinking deeply about something. "How annoyed are you?" he whispered. "Very annoyed," she snapped. Caressing her face, Matthew warned, "Watch your words. Watch my words." Erica shook off his hold, and her face turned bright red from the warning. She had been holding back her anger this entire time, and her husband had the audacity to tell her off. "Watch my words. Back then you wouldn't even allow me to take a picture of you. And yet Phoebe made a sketch of you. You're being unfair," she yelled. "I didn't allow her to sketch me," he tried to explain, but it seemed that the misunderstanding created a wider gap between them. "Don't you lie to me. Who would dare sketch you without your permission?" Hell, she didn't dare take a photo of him without his permission. The more she thought about it, the more irritated she felt. "I know that I probably couldn't measure up to Phoebe, but this is just too much." Matthew stretched out his arms to wrap around her waist. He pulled her into his arms. "Don't move. If you do, you'll face the consequences." Damn him. He even dared to threaten me? What an ass. "I really didn't know when she sketched me," he protested. Debbie was right. Erica was like a can of Coke. If shaken, she would explode in whirling rage. The sincerity in his eyes made her pause. She stopped struggling under his hold. "Really?" she asked doubtfully. "Really?" He nodded. "That's more like it," she thought triumphantly. Erica didn't bother to tell him her plans to. Or a lifetime. From now on, this promise holds legal effect. Signed by Erica Lee. Erica wrote it down just as he had said and read it carefully to see if she had spelled anything wrong. Seeing as there wasn't any, she pushed the piece of paper towards him. "It's your turn." He took the paper from her hands and shrugged. "I always keep my words," he stated. "Since I've already said it, I'll do it." Unlike her, he wasn't going back on his word anytime soon. "Isn't that unfair?" she demanded. Erica held his hand and forced him to write his own letter of commitment. If he does something wrong one day, at least he'll know the consequences. Seeing that he was being held against his will, Matthew had no other choice but to write down the promises that he had just told her. At last, the two of them signed their names in both letters. Feeling that something was missing, she grabbed her lipstick from her bag and rubbed it all over his thumb. Raising her chin, she said, "Press your fingerprint." He was rendered speechless. This was the first time he had ever seen such a thing happening. In fact, he had never met anyone who had doubted his words. Erica handed her signed letter of commitment to him. "Let's exchange. You'll keep mine and I'll keep yours." It was an awesome feeling. Matthew Huo, one of the richest men in the world, was already wrapped around her fingertips. Matthew's grin deepened upon seeing the triumphant smile on his wife's face. He would do everything just to make her stay by his side forever, even giving her all his properties. After putting the letter of commitment and cards given by Matthew in the drawer, Erica locked it and kept the key. "As long as this letter is with me, I will always be Mrs. Huo. From now on, I can start dealing with Phoebe more unscrupulously," she thought inwardly. Matthew also locked his copy of the letter in a safe. He thought that when they got old in the future, they would read it again together. Blair had believed that Yvette's marriage was the most significant thing in the Lee family. But she was wrong. She would be surprised that she was going to have a grandchild in a few months. That day, she was in a shopping mall to buy a new razor for Wesley. She was on her way to the cashier when she received a call from Chantel.
Chantel.
What's up? Auntie Blair. A woman's weak voice was heard from the other end of the line. Chantel? What's wrong? She could sense from Chantel's trembling voice that something was wrong. It was as if she was scared of something. In the hospital, Chantel was grasping the bed sheet helplessly. She knew that sooner or later, she wouldn't be able to hide her pregnancy from Blair and Wesley anymore. So she needed to tell them now. Auntie, I'm in the hospital. What? Why are you there? What happened to you? Which hospital? Blair was so worried that she bombarded Chantel with a series of questions. The new semester had just started 2 days ago. Why was she in the hospital? She and Wesley immediately went to the hospital that Chantel told her. They went straight to the obstetrics and gynecology department and entered one of the wards there. In one of the 3 beds at the corner of the room, a thin figure curled up. Blair's heart ached upon recognizing that it was Chantel. We have been taking care of her at home for quite a while now. Why does she still look so thin? She thought. Chantel, she called. Upon hearing her voice, Chantel turned to face the door. As soon as she saw them, she immediately sat up and greeted them in a low voice. Uncle Wesley. Auntie Blair. Staring at he. Maybe this time she will speak up. If someone really abused her, assure her that we will let that man pay. Although Chantel wasn't their biological daughter, they treated her as a legitimate member of the Lee family. There was no way that they would take her for granted. That's right. Go ahead and finish the admission procedures, so we can move her to a better ward. I don't like the strong smell in her current ward. She won't be comfortable there. All right. I'll go ahead. The couple parted ways to do what they needed to do. Inside the ward, Chantel held Blair's hand and said apologetically, Auntie, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to lie to you. I'm ready to tell you everything now. Earlier, she was too nervous to say anything. But after having some time alone, she was able to calm down and prepare herself. Blair nodded and stroked her messy hair. Don't worry about it yet. Your uncle is currently processing your admission. Have a rest for now. The gentleness in her voice made Chantel's eyes red and misty. She held her hand tighter and confessed, Auntie, I'm pregnant. After saying it, she felt like a burden was finally removed from her heart. We already know. We went to your doctor just now and she told us. Chantel, what really happened? Chantel took a deep breath first before she said, Auntie, if I tell you everything, I hope that you and Uncle Wesley won't get mad at me now. After my baby is born, I will accept it even if you beat and curse as much as you want. What are you talking about? Why would I beat and curse you? Chantel, tell me. Is someone bullying you? Concern laced Blair's tone as she searched the young girl's face for any hint that would help her understand. However, Chantel closed her eyes and shook her head. Tears that had earlier threatened to fall, now flowed freely down her cheeks. No, she whispered between sobs. She glanced sideways and saw the patient in the next bed, staring at them intently. Aware that there was no privacy in this small ward, the young girl hesitated. At once, Blair understood why Chantel had not continued. She patted the girl's hand and reassured her. We'll talk about it later. Take it easy. Okay, the young girl managed to say between hiccups and sobs. Wesley returned in less than 10 minutes, accompanied by 2 nurses. They walked up to Chantel and helped her stand. A nurse cooed, Come with us, Missy. Step carefully. Chantel stared at the nurses in bewilderment. Where are you taking me? Wesley, who stood at a distance, remained silent. But Blair explained, Your uncle has arranged for a better ward for you. Can you walk? Changed my ward. The Lee couple's kindness moved Chantel deeply. They had already done so much for her. And now this. How would she ever repay their generosity and kindness?
I'm okay.
I can walk. The intravenous injection the nurse had administered a few moments ago had taken effect by now. Chantal felt some relief. In the VIP ward, as soon as the nurses left, Chantal, who had already sat on the bed, stood and walked straight to the Lee couple. To their astonishment and utter confusion, she fell to her knees before them. Wide-eyed, Blair glanced at Wesley, who frowned and asked, "What are you doing? Get up." "Chantal, the stress of not knowing is too much. Please just tell us what happened." Blair wanted to help the girls stand, but she vigorously shook her head and refused. Mustering all her courage, Chantal finally raised her head and met Blair's gaze. "Uncle Wesley, Aunt Blair, it was all my idea. Gifford is not at fault. He doesn't even know that I'm pregnant. Please don't blame him. This is all my fault." "Gifford!" Blair exclaimed. She was so stunned that she was rendered speechless. "Gifford? My son and Chantal? Perhaps I misunderstood. Could it be?" Realizing that the situation was complicated, Wesley frowned and asked, "Gifford got you pregnant and he doesn't know?" Tears streamed down Chantal's face. She hung her head and explained, "No, he doesn't know B." Locking the door from inside, Erica ran to him, wrapped her arms around his neck, stood on tiptoe and kissed him. Matthew held the phone with one hand, circled her waist with the other, and lowered his head to give her a deep kiss. After a while, when the person on the other end stopped speaking, Matthew broke the kiss and replied, "Leave it to Paige. If you have any questions, contact her." Erica didn't stop there. She hurriedly untied his tie. Matthew immediately grabbed her small hand, put the phone on speaker mode, and threw it on the nearby desk. The man on the other end of the line continued to report to the CEO, oblivious of what was happening in his boss's office. "I haven't replied to their requests yet. According to my observation during this period, the stock price is indeed rising." Every so often, Matthew would reply with a single word to show that he was listening. Meanwhile, he and Erica were busy undressing each other. A few minutes later, the disheveled man held the passionate woman in his arms and picked up the phone on the desk. "That's it. I'll visit them tomorrow morning." "Yes, Mr. Huo." After ending the call, Matthew threw the phone on the desk. He wrapped an arm around Erica's waist, pulled her close to him, entangled his fingers in her hair, and continued to deep kiss her. Step by step, he walked her toward the big French windows. Finally, he spun her around, placed her arms against the windows, and pulled her hips toward him. He couldn't control the passion she had aroused in him a minute longer. After a long time, Erica was carried into the lounge. Oh, she felt like she was dying. If she didn't get pregnant, she would really die. At Sun Coffee Shop, a young man in a red coat waved at the man and the woman who just came into the shop. "Erica," he called out. "I'm here." At the sight of Watkins, Erica immediately pulled Hyatt's sleeve and walked towards him. "Watkins," she greeted. "Have you waited for a long time?" He shook his head.
No.
"Mr. Fay just arrived. Let's go inside, shall we?" "Sure." Watkins took them to an inconspicuous corner on the second floor of the cafe. A man in a black suit and leather shoes was already waiting for their arrival. Upon seeing them, the man in the suit stood up and greeted them with a bow of his head. "Mrs. Huo, it's nice to meet you all." Kelvin Fay didn't need an introduction to know that Erica was Matthew's wife. After all, he had already scanned through the case documents. After the greetings, Watkins asked Erica to sit in the chair near the window. He sat next to her while Kelvin and Hyatt sat opposite them. Once they ordered their drinks, everyone went straight to the point. After all, it would make no sense if they beat around the bush. "May I ask you a question, Mrs. Huo?" he asked. "The lawyers of ZL Group are the best in the industry, yet you chose to contact me. Why?" Although he had an excellent reputation within the legal community, he wasn't on par with the lawyers in ZL Group. When Matthew told her that he wasn't the one who had asked Phoebe to draw a portrait of him, Erica began to regret her decision. If she had known earlier, she would have calmed down and called him to explain first. Maybe then he could have lent her a lawyer from his legal team. However, out of impulse, she contacted Watkins and asked him to help her find a good lawyer. Now that they had already contacted Kelvin, she had no other choice but to go through with it. She smiled sheepishly. You know how my husband is busy with his work every day. I don't want to bother him with such a small matter, she stated. I would rather solve this myself. Everyone could imagine how busy the CEO of ZL Group was. 10 million in Matthew's eyes was like $100 to a commoner. It was normal for Erica not to bother the CEO with such a small amount of money involved. Kelvin nodded. It would be my honor to be your lawyer. In all hones, Rafi competition of Y City has just launched. There is no theme or limit to the content of these photos, but the competition advocates for new visual and innovative methods to present the beauty around us. The first prize winner will win $100,000 and an honor certificate. The runner-up will receive $50,000 and an honor certificate. The second runner-up, $100,000. Immediately, the students were in an uproar. From what they knew, the last competition only offered $50,000 as their cash prize to the first place. Now that the prize had doubled, it attracted many ears. The professor continued. The deadline is at the end of April. The specific details of the competition can be seen on the official website of the Photography Association of Y City. I hope that all of our students could sign up for it. Winning an honor certificate could be an asset in your resume. Hyatt nudged Erica. Are you going to sign up? Of course, she answered without hesitation. Didn't you hear him talk about the honor certificate? Plus, imagine the camera lens I could buy with that much money. I'll definitely participate. I'll sign up too. He grinned. Erica snorted. Of course you would. Why else would you be in the Department of Photography? What kind of lens do you need? I can lend it to you. Matthew had specifically built a collection room for her in the villa. It held at least 100 cameras and different lenses that she could use. Hyatt thought about it and said, No thanks. I'll take the pictures with my camera for now. If it doesn't work, I'll borrow your lens. Erica's camera lenses were very expensive. If he broke any one of them, it would cost him a fortune to compensate, which he couldn't afford. Okay then. After class, Erica messaged Matthew on WeChat. Matthew, can I borrow something from you? She received his reply in no time, but the message confused her. I'll give you a chance to ask that again. She frowned at her phone. What? Why does he want me to repeat it? Did he delete the message by accident or something? Erica wondered. Fine, whatever. She copy-pasted the same text and sent it to him again. Matthew sighed when he read it. Women could be extremely smart when they wanted to be, and at other times they were just blatantly stupid. You don't need to borrow anything from me. Don't say that again. Oh, that's what he meant.
Shataksta.
Matthew, may I use something of yours? Matthew replied. Try again. Are you serious? What the heck? Erica was losing her patience. She didn't use borrow this time. What was wrong now? You just don't want me to use your stuff, right? She texted. Matthew exhaled. Come to the company right now. I'll personally teach you how to talk to me from now on. Seeing his message, Erica pouted. Why go to all the trouble? But she was missing him anyway, so she packed up and headed to ZL Group. After texting Erica, Matthew threw a glance at the man who was casually sitting on his office sofa. He growled, Leave now. My wife is coming to see me. Sheffield sat up straight and frowned at his brother-in-law. What? Why should I leave? Is it that embarrassing for you to be seen with me? He asked with a smirk. Yes, it is. I see. You just want to get rid of me so that you can be alone with your wife. Matthew was well aware that Sheffield already knew his true feelings for Erica. There was no reason to hide his intentions anymore. Yeah, that's right. So get out of here now. Okay. Sheffield got up and said, You are such a weirdo. He straightened his clothes and continued, You strongly disagreed when Dad suggested that you marry Erica. That was good acting, I must say. Have you forgotten how it feels to kneel on the keyboard lately? Matthew asked, raising his eyebrow. ELD and Matthew fighting. She threw down her camera and rushed over. Sheffield, stop. Regardless of the fierce punching and kicking going on between them, she rushed over and stood in front of Matthew. Sheffield, don't bully my husband. Erica gasped when she saw that Sheffield's fist was about to hit her face. She closed her eyes in horror. Ah! Don't hit me either. Sheffield's fist stopped a few centimeters away from the tip of her nose, while Matthew stood leisurely behind her, enjoying the feeling of being protected by his wife. Erica slowly opened one of her eyes and saw the fist in front of her. She thought that Sheffield was about to hit her, so she yelled, "Sheffield, show some mercy. That could hurt." She was fully aware that she could never beat Sheffield. Otherwise, she would have taken a different course of action. The woman started yelling at the top of her voice. Sheffield and Matthew were rendered speechless. Matthew grabbed her and held her in his arms. "Honey, it's all right." Sheffield withdrew his fist and straightened his clothes. "We fought for a while, but I didn't get any advantage over him. What a waste of time." They were evenly matched. Erica raised her head from inside Matthew's arms and glared at Sheffield with dissatisfaction. "Sheffield, I know you are good at kung fu, but you really shouldn't bully your brother-in-law." Sheffield was slightly stunned and tried to explain. "No, Rika. I didn't bully him." An evil smile appeared on Matthew's face. He touched his chest, looking very hurt. "Rika, it's okay. Let him go." Erica looked at her husband, her face pale. "Matthew, why are you holding your chest? Are you hurt?" she asked nervously. Sheffield's eyes widened in disbelief. His fists never made contact with Matthew's chest or anywhere near it. "Rika, don't trust him," he yelled desperately. "Matthew, you are such a scheming man," thought Sheffield. Erica was pissed. Matthew's face was twisted in pain. He looked very uncomfortable, and yet Sheffield was still trying to sow discord between them. She held Matthew's arm and glared at Sheffield. "Sheffield, don't deny it. You are making me really angry," she threatened. Matthew's eyes were filled with mischief. Erica noticed nothing, but Sheffield saw it clearly. He was once again being accused of something he hadn't done, yet he had no way to prove his innocence. Okay. Take him for a CT scan, Rika, just in case my punch has damaged his rib or something," he mocked. Erica gasped and held on to Matthew tightly. "So you admit it? How dare you hit my husband? Sheffield, if I see you bully Matthew again, I will definitely tell Dad about this." She knew that Sheffield was terrified of Carlos, and used his name to threaten the poor man. This time Matthew really did feel a pang in his chest. He tried his best to control his laughter, or his wife would find out that he was lying. Sheffield sighed and hit his forehead. "Rika, do you really think that I am the kind of person who would bully others casually?" he asked Erica in an attempt to restore his good impression. Erica was a little stunned. Before she could change her mind or think any further, Matthew distracted her. He said softly, "Rika, I'm not feeling good. Help me to my office." His words successfully distracted her attention from Sheffield. She held his arm and said, "Come on. Be careful. Slowly." "Okay, honey." Sheffield watched as the scheming man led the innocent woman back to the office, arm in arm. Matthew was so good at deceiving Erica. The employees had witnessed everything that had transpired among the three of them. When Sheffield passed by the secretary department, Owen tried his best to hold back his laughter and told the defeated man, "Mr. Tang, goodbye." Sheffield glanced at him gloomily. He couldn't L on the documents, and then she would secretly get his fingerprints too while he was asleep. She was going to sue Phoebe for him. "Come here." She jumped over to him obediently and kissed him on the cheek. "Honey." After hearing her call him like that, he thought that giving the seal to her was worth it even if she was planning to sell him. Matthew handed over his seal to her willingly. He held her in his arms and lowered his head to plant a deep kiss on her lips. Having achieved her goal, Erica left the company soon after. Now there was only one last step left. That night, in order to make Matthew fall asleep early, Erica actively pestered him so that he would not go to work in the study. Thinking that she was hoping to get laid, he did what he thought she wanted. Erica sighed as Matthew started taking off his clothes.
No.
This is not what I have in mind. But for her own sake, she played along with him. After they had sex, Erica fell asleep. She woke up in the middle of the night with a start. She grabbed the phone beside the bed and looked at the time, 3:45 a.m. She quietly looked at the man sleeping next to her. His breathing was even. He was fast asleep. She carefully removed his arm from her waist and tiptoed out of bed. She quickly grabbed a few A4 papers and a lipstick from her bag under the light of her mobile phone and crept to the bedside. She opened the lipstick cap and rubbed it over the man's thumb. At that moment, he suddenly turned over. Frightened, Erica quickly squatted down and turned off the cell phone screen light while she hid in the dark. A couple of minutes later, when she was sure that Matthew was no longer moving, she carefully went down on her knees, crawling to his bedside again, and pressed his lipstick-stained thumb on a sheet of paper. Phew! She successfully got his first fingerprint. Approaching his face, she took a good look at him and noticed that his eyes were still shut and his breath was even. Fortunately, it didn't seem he was going to wake up anytime soon. Then she got back to work on getting his fingertip on the second sheet of paper, the third, and finally the sixth. In the end, she got his fingerprint of every sheet. By the time she put her lipstick away, Matthew's voice reached her ears. Are you done? Yes, I am, Erica answered absently at first, but then she widened her eyes in fear and fell on her ass. The man lying in the bed opened his eyes slowly and met her gaze. Oh my God! I'm screwed! She cried inwardly. Regardless of her things spread on the floor, Erica rushed to her husband and asked smilingly, Why are you awake? Wasn't he fast asleep? Boo! Who? When he was about to sit up in the bed, Erica quickly reached out and pushed him back on the mattress. Well, it's still early. You can sleep a little longer. Matthew stretched out his hand and turned on the bedside lamp. Looking at the guilty woman in front of him, he said, I'm afraid that if I slept a little longer, you would sell me out. What? How is that possible? Why the hell would I want to do that to you? Erica asked with a bright smile on her face. Honey, you don't have to worry. I'm your dear wife. I would never hurt you. He nodded, trying to sit up again. But Erica stopped him immediately. Wait a minute. Conceding, Matthew lay back calmly. What were you doing in the middle of the night? Why didn't you go to bed? And what's this? He showed her his thumb covered with lipstick. Well, I saw the lipstick on your thumb and was trying to wipe it for you, she explained. Huh. Matthew suddenly grinned as he thanked her gently. Thank you, honey. Thank you for all your hard work. It must have been quite a challenge indeed for her to get up in the middle of the night to clean up the lipstick she had applied herself on his thumb. You're welcome. Go to sleep now. Tired of all that nonsense, Matthew finally sat up and saw some of her tools spread on the floor. A cell phone, a few A4 sheets. In fact, he had always known that this day would come. Did she tell you? Yes. I won't go. Gifford couldn't let Chantel and Erica succeed with their scheming. But Wesley didn't take well his son's refusal. Enraged, he roared. What did you say? You brought her back. You must take responsibility for her. Moreover, with Chantel's pregnancy, the wedding had become an even more pressing matter at the moment. If Gifford kept resisting doing as he said, Wesley would have to take him to the Civil Affairs Bureau by force. So what if I brought her back? Who said that I have to marry her? Gifford retorted. If he had known such logic existed among these people, he would never have brought her back in the first place. This time, not even Blair was at her son's side. It's not because you've brought her back that you should marry her. You have to take responsibility for sleeping with her. Gifford sneered. Mom, Dad, we're in the 21st century. This isn't the ancient times anymore. Chantel and Rika should have thought that I wouldn't take responsibility for their wicked plan before they did anything. Chantel and Erica didn't care about the consequences when they did this. But now that I don't want to marry Chantel, they involved the elders in it so they could force me. How shameless these two are. In fact, Gifford didn't mind being responsible for Chantel, but he was angry at the two girls for tricking him. This episode would certainly be remembered as the biggest mistake of his life. Rika? What does she have to do with it? Wesley asked. He was both confused and in shock. Gifford immediately shut his mouth. Damn it! Did I just spill the beans? Gifford couldn't help wondering. Did Chantel take all the responsibilities in front of my parents alone? So he asked, what did Chantel tell you? Blair was about to answer, but Wesley stopped her. He was the one who spoke. She didn't say much about it. She said it was her fault and she just forced you to do it. According to her, you were also a victim. Gifford's face darkened, but it was indeed the truth. Then he said, if it weren't for that bottle of toxic spray, she couldn't have taken advantage of me. Wesley was surprised to hear him mention the toxic spray. He thought of something, so he tried to probe. Was it Erica who gave the spray to Chantel? Anyway, Erica and Chantel were unable to deal with Gifford in normal circumstances. Even a dozen women like Chantel and Erica would never be able to control a man like Gifford. Gifford answered sourly. His reputation was ruined by that toxic spray, so he tried his best to find its source. Unfortunately, he failed. Well, let's not talk about those complicated things. The reason why we asked you to come back this time is for you to marry Chantel. Take her to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get your marriage licenses. We have already prepared your residence booklet, said Blair while taking out the residence booklet. Gifford was forced to take it and asked, Mom, how can I get our marriage licenses that easily? It's not that simple. I haven't even applied to my superior yet. She patted his shoulder and smiled kindly. Don't worry. Your father has already done it for you. He was in awe. Disbelief was transparent on his face. Where is the application form then? He asked. Your father has already asked someone to send it to the Civil Affairs Bureau. All you have to do now is go there with Chantel for a personal appearance. Actually, Wesley was dubious about Gifford's possible decision, so he prepared everything for him in advance. Looking at the residence booklet in his hand, Gifford was at a loss. He didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. It was obvious that his parents were determined to force him if necessary. Do I have a choice? He asked. No, you don't. So go now. Chantel is already waiting for you. Blair was the most excited at the moment. Finally, her son was getting married, and her future daughter-in-law was now pregnant. A grandchild was coming very soon. Two happy events happened at the same time. On the other hand, Gifford was speechless as he was in deep thoughts. Is this for real? Am I really going to spend money like water? What if you run out of money one day? And remember, Matthew is working hard to earn the money he is giving you. He doesn't just pick money on the street, so don't ask for money from him all the time. Mom, I didn't ask for money. He just gave it to me willingly, she replied innocently. Then all of a sudden she complained, Mom, my stomach is aching. Her face turned as white as a sheet. At first, Blair thought that she was just kidding. But when she saw her pale face, she got frightened and quickly stood up from the sofa to support her. She asked anxiously, What's wrong with you? You were fine just now. I don't know either, Erica replied weakly. With a painful look on her face, she pressed her belly hard and asked, Do you think it has something to do with my monthly period? But it was strange. For so many years, she had never felt this painful before every time her monthly period came. With a confused look, Blair asked, Does this usually happen when your monthly period is coming? Let's try to sit down again. I can't sit, Mom. It really hurts a lot. Erica leaned against Blair's chest feebly. Blair's instinct was telling her that something was wrong with Erica. Obviously, it wasn't just a simple dysmenorrhea. She immediately called Wesley, who was resting upstairs. Wesley, come here quick. Something's wrong with Rika. Wesley hung up the phone and rushed downstairs when he heard her voice. As soon as he saw Erica's pale face, he asked worriedly, Rika, what's wrong? But Erica was already too weak to speak. Let's take her to the hospital now, Blair anxiously said, tears threatening to roll out of her eyes. Without saying a word, Wesley picked Erica up and rushed out of the house. It was in the evening that Matthew received Blair's call. He was about to go to a dinner party, and the car had already stopped at the entrance of the restaurant. Seeing that it was his mother-in-law, he answered, "Hello, Mom. What's up?" What she said from the other end of the line made him straighten his back all of a sudden. Anxiety danced in his eyes. "How is Rika now?" After a while he answered, "I got it. I'll be there soon." "It doesn't matter. Let her stay in the hospital. Please take good care of her." Matthew, who was just about to step out of the car, closed the door and ordered, "Contact a private plane. We're setting off for a country right now." Owen could tell from his boss's tone that he was anxious. Guessing the seriousness of this matter, he didn't ask anything more. Instead, he immediately arranged a private plane for the both of them. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening when Matthew arrived at the hospital. In the ward, Wesley, Blair, and Chantel all stood around her bed. Erica was having an infusion. Her eyes were closed and her face was as white as a sheet. His wife, who used to be so lively and energetic, was now lying there lifelessly like a porcelain doll. Sadness brewed in his heart. Calming himself down, he greeted the others first. "Dad, Mom, Chantel." Wesley blinked in surprise. "Why are you here so soon? Didn't Blair tell you to come here tomorrow?" However, the older man was relieved that he arrived so soon. It showed that Erica was his top priority. "It doesn't matter," Matthew dismissed it. Besides, after knowing that his wife was here, how could he just stand by and do nothing? He walked straight to her bedside and held her hand. The moment her cold fingertips brushed against his warm skin, his heart ached. A part of him wished that he was here earlier to guard her. Blair quickly explained the situation. "We didn't know that she is pregnant. Before she felt unwell, she had been drinking ice juice and running up and down the S. He was willing to trade the entire world for her love. In fact, a part of him was worried that she would dump him if she was angry with him, so he had to coax her enough for her to stay with him her whole life." "Really?" She giggled. "You know what I want." Erica liked money, and she never hid that fact from her husband. With a smile, Matthew took out a gold key from his pocket and waved it in front of her. "This is the key to my safe in ZL Group's bank. There are many important things in it, much more valuable than the 12 billion that I've given you." He had never really cared much about his money. In fact, he only earned this much for his wife to squander. But before he was sure whether his wife loved him or not, he might as well give some of his properties out in batches. Her eyes lit up as her fingers grazed across the golden key. This was definitely much more valuable than the 12 billion. "Is it pure gold?" she whispered, furrowing her eyebrows. She gazed at the key like a pirate gazing at a treasure chest. Matthew was amused. In fact, the money in her bank account was enough to buy countless of gold keys. "Yes, it's pure gold and solid. Do you want it?" he asked. "Of course." Erica nodded without hesitation. Matthew choked back a laugh. It was the first time he had seen such an innocent yet shameless woman in his lifetime. Matthew liked the way that Erica had never hidden any of her desires. "The key is yours once the baby is born," he stated. "Really?" Erica gaped at him and surprise flashed in her eyes. "Aren't you worried about me? Aren't you afraid that I'll run off with all your money?" "I'm afraid," he answered without hesitation. "But I'll always have a record of wherever you withdraw money from any of your cards. I can find you with a flick of my wrist." And with the letter of commitment she had signed, she'd be stuck with him for the rest of her life. "Well, he's right. No wonder why he trusts me so much," she thought. Patting his chest, she promised, "Don't worry. You know that I'm not that kind of person. Now that I know you trust me, I'll be sure to be accountable for every cent in your account." Erica enjoyed having so much money under her palm. Resisting the urge to laugh, Matthew placed his large hand onto her belly. "You should be more careful in the future, okay? Don't worry. I'll take good care of our baby from now on." Erica would be extremely careful in the future. After all, she was going to be a mother. It wouldn't be wise to do something so rash. The atmosphere in the ward was peaceful and happy that both of them wanted to make it last forever. After the infusion, Erica could be discharged from the hospital once her condition stabilized. From the hospital to the second floor of the Lee family house, Matthew made sure to hold his wife in his arms the entire time. He wouldn't let her go no matter what, and he agreed to all her requests. Seeing her daughter being spoiled, Blair was quick to remind her son-in-law, "If you keep doting on her like this, she'll be difficult to control in the future." She knew her daughter enough to assume such a thing. However, Matthew shook his head and answered, "It doesn't matter, Mom. All I want is for Rika to grow even stronger. That way, she wouldn't be bullied by others. No one would dare bully her even before you started to spoil her like this," the older woman thought. Shaking her head helplessly, she followed them. Erica must have saved the world in her past life given how amazing her life was now. Before she even met Matthew, her father, brother, and sister made sure to spoil the living life out of her. Now that she was married, that luck nev. The internet. Now, he could work anywhere in the world as long as he had his gadgets close by. That night, Carlos and Debbie stayed in the Lee family's house. In the evening, Matthew went to the study to continue reading all the documents he had brought with him. Blair was in charge of changing the bed sheets. Erica, in the meantime, was lounging on the sofa and playing with her phone. "Look at Carlos and Debbie," Blair admonished. "They're so good to you. You shouldn't give them any trouble after you get back." The Huo family treated Erica as if she were their own daughter. Blair was more than relieved of this. A part of her had been worried that Erica would be careless and irresponsible when it came to taking care of her husband. "I know, Mom," Erica replied. "Matthew is always busy with his work, so you better be more considerate. Since you don't know how to cook, the least you can do is massage his shoulders. If you don't have anything to do, then you could prepare a bath for him or even iron his clothes." Okay. That was simple enough. When it's time for dinner, you can ask him if he has a dinner he needs to attend to. If he does, let him go. If he doesn't, then ask him what he wants to eat. Then you can ask the cook to make it. Okay. That was not a problem either. You shouldn't bully Matthew. Look at how considerate he is to you. He apologizes to you every time you two have a fight. Let me tell you, if you keep being stubborn, he'll hate you sooner or later. Maybe then he'll find another woman to be his wife. Mom, you're dead wrong. Erica looked up to face her mother. Blair was changing the bed sheets, never missing a beat. Her daughter corrected her earnestly. "Mom, I apologized to Matthew every time it was my fault. What more do you want?" But Blair didn't see it that way. "I really don't believe you." Erica felt helpless. "I'm telling the truth, Mom. Just like last time when we were on a business trip to South City, I followed him all the way and apologized endlessly. He finally forgave me because I was sick." Blair denied her explanation right off. "Matthew's not an unreasonable man. I'm sure your apology was less than sincere." "What? Mom, how could you say a thing like that?" Erica rolled her eyes when her mom was looking elsewhere. Carlos and Debbie stayed in the Lee family's house for a couple nights. On the last day of their visit, Erica came back to the hospital for a checkup. After making sure that the baby in her belly was safe and sound, the four of them took a private plane back to Y City. In Y City, Debbie had floated the idea of letting Erica live in the Huo family's manor, but Matthew nixed that idea. He took Erica back to their own villa. He'd hired several maids to take care of her. He didn't want anyone to disturb him or his wife. Even his parents couldn't promise that. The maids could sleep on the first floor. A skeleton night crew was put in place as well. If anything happened, they could be upstairs at a moment's notice. 2 days after returning from her parents' place, Erica resumed her studies. Matthew's original plan was to hire tutors for her to learn at home, but she turned him down. What fun would that be, staying home every day? That would be too boring, so she decided to attend classes like a normal student. The pregnancy didn't change Erica's basic nature, though maybe she was a little less stubborn than she usually was. Yes, just a little. She still did many of the same things she always did. She continued to stop by that little snack shop and bought spicy and sour rice noodles. Matthew would never approve, so she wouldn't tell him. She also still got into it with this or that classmate, so she'd spend time humiliating them. When Matthew finally trusted her enough, she grabbed Hyatt and visited a fellow student. In the school library, the three sat at a round table, all face to face. The girl opposite Erica and Hyatt was understandably nervous. What did Mrs. Huo want with her? This girl was Essie. Oh, she did it behind my back. Speaking of Phoebe's sketch, Matthew suddenly remembered one thing. The sketch was gone, and Erica hadn't mentioned anything about it recently. Was it because that Phoebe was afraid of telling on Erica? Or was it because that Erica was biding her time until she could truly unleash hell on Phoebe? Fine. I won't force you. After all, you're a pretty busy guy, she said. It was rare for Erica to stop pestering him. So what was really going on? Thanks, honey. Erica pretended to be thinking out loud. There is another option, she murmured. They're having a showcase of male models at the convention center in a couple days. I thought I might head down there and snap a few pics. They shouldn't mind. They're paid to be comfortable naked. Erika Lee. The man's cold voice came from the other end of the line. The girl pretended to be surprised. Oh, you haven't hung up yet? You've been so quiet. Why would I hang up? He thought angrily. Fine. Meet me in my office. No. Like you said, you're busy. I'll just go with the models at the showcase. My office. Now. The man gritted his teeth and wanted to strangle his wife. Erica decided to lay it on thick, just to make absolutely sure he wouldn't back out at the last minute. I really think that's a bad idea. You never let me snap a pic of you, so I won't waste your time. Okay. I'll do it. The man had to compromise again and again. Okay. I'll be there soon. Love you. Erica was so happy. Her plan worked. Now to gather the equipment she needed. My loving husband, your dearest wife is on her way, she thought happily. In Matthew's office, Erica was leisurely playing with her camera, while Matthew was talking with someone on the phone. It had already been more than 10 minutes, but she didn't mind. As long as she could take beautiful pictures of him, she was willing to wait patiently. Another 10 minutes had passed. Finally, Matthew hung up. She immediately rushed towards him with the camera in her hand. Honey. Her movement alerted him, so he said in a low voice, slow down. It was only then that she remembered the baby in her belly. She stopped walking for a second, then continued with tiny steps. Slowly, she made it in front of him. She tiptoed and wrapped her arms around his neck. With a sweet smile, she asked, Can we start now? Sure. His hand moved to her belly and caressed it gently. This had been his habit since he found out that she was pregnant. Upon hearing his approval, she let go of him in an instant and raised the camera. She ordered him boldly, I always like your French window. Go to the French window now, and I'll take the first set of your photos there. His eyebrow raised upon hearing the words first set. It seemed that this would be a long photo session with her. He didn't expect that she would really use this opportunity. When he was ready, Erica raised her camera and aimed it at him. However, she suddenly changed her mind. Honey, I like you better in a white shirt. Take off your suit, please. Matthew sighed inwardly. He swore that no one in this world had a command power over him like Erica. Although his face darkened a little, he still did what she asked him to do silently. Wearing just a white shirt and a dark blue tie, he casually stood in front of the French window, making the view more beautiful. Erica pressed the shutter button several times before she checked the photos. With eyes on the screen of the camera, she commented, It looks a little formal. Honey, how about loosening your tie a little? You look more handsome when you are casual and relaxed. More handsome? She's definitely good at flattering people, he thought. But he remained quiet and just followed her instructions obediently. Erica made sure that she hadn't missed his every move. From untying his tie with his fair and slender fingers, unbuttoning his shirt, straightening light that peeped through the window. Looking at the photo, one could feel the happiness and sweetness in the air. Felt so refreshing. After sending her entries to the organizers, she also sent the photos to Matthew. forcing him to use them as his phone and computer wallpaper. She also wanted him to post them on Weibo, but he refused. He said that he didn't have a Weibo account. But she remembered that when she borrowed his phone last time to answer Debbie's phone call, she saw a Weibo app installed on his phone. Did he uninstall it? Never mind. She didn't think too much about it. Meanwhile, Hyatt also submitted a photo for the competition. It was a picture of several children playing Chinese garter game on the street. He named his entry Childhood. Now all they needed to do was wait for the result. On the second month of Erica's pregnancy, Matthew canceled all his appointments and accompanied her to the hospital for checkup and ultrasound. Erica was lying on the bed while the doctor was standing next to her. Matthew was watching on the other side of the bed. He was staring at her slightly bulgy belly. A few minutes later, the doctor said excitedly, "Mr. Huo, Mrs. Huo is probably pregnant with twins." What? Erica was the first to react. Matthew was also surprised. She was already checked in a country before, but the doctor there didn't say it was a set of twins. Suppressing his excitement, he ordered in a deep voice, "Check it again carefully." "Yes, Mr. Huo," the doctor answered. Erica gripped Matthew's hand tightly and said, "I think it's possible that there is a set of twins in my belly. Didn't Mom say that my baby bump is showing a little too early?" Debbie, a mother of 3 children, knew enough to glance at Erica's abdomen and tell that it was protruding sooner than expected. The young woman was thin, and she was just 2 months pregnant, but her belly had already begun to bulge. So, the doctor's observation was probably right. Could be twins. The doctor stared at the screen carefully, and after several anxious moments confirmed. "I'm sure there's more than one baby in Mrs. Huo's belly. As the embryos are still too small, it is normal to have missed seeing twins in the previous examination, Mr. Huo. Even now, it is hard to see the other one clearly. When the babies get bigger, we'll be able to see them better." Matthew tightened his grip on Erica's hand and nodded. "Okay, I see." Erica was surprised, and excitement overwhelmed her. Unable to remain calm like Matthew, she kicked her legs happily and said, "Oh my God! Twins! There are twins in my belly." Matthew immediately bent over and pressed her legs. "Don't move. She was responsible for 3 lives now." "Oh, okay." Realizing that she had overreacted, Erica quickly calmed herself. After the examination, as soon as Matthew settled her in the car, she couldn't help but throw herself into his arms again and proudly exclaim, "Matthew, aren't I great? I'm pregnant with 2 babies." With a faint smile, he touched her head and lovingly said, "Yes, my Rika is awesome." He hadn't expected this to happen. Hurry up and tell everyone the good news. She couldn't wait to tell everyone in their family. A broad smile lit up Matthew's face as he pulled out his phone and sent a message to everyone in the WeChat group for the Huo family. Twins. Erica, however, frowned when she saw the message in the WeChat group. The man was consistent if nothing else. All this while, she had known and experienced that he rarely used words he considered unnecessary. Although everyone would understand what Matthew meant, she insisted that he send a more enthusiastic message. Written poorly. You have to use a complete sentence. Redo it. Matthew was rendered speechless by her childish behavior and harsh tone. Nonetheless, he withdrew the message and rewrote it. Rika is pregnant with twins. No, that's not right either. Don't say Rika. Say my wife Erica. Please delete it and I'll sending messages in the group chat. Wow, my wife is beautiful, just like the day I married her. Suddenly, Carlos was driven by the urge to show Debbie how much he still desired her. What did I say that was so wrong? Wesley deliberately sounded confused. But a mischievous smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Carlos had other plans. He didn't want to spend more time on Wesley. I guess Rika should call Blair to tell her the good news. I'm going to end the call now. We should catch up over drinks when I come to Y City later. Remember to bring your liquor. The older you get, the more stingy you become. With a chuckle, the 2 old men ended the call and sought their wives. Carlos glimpsed at Debbie's phone screen. She was chatting with Erica in private. Come to the manor for dinner tonight. I'll ask a chef to cook for you. Okay, thank you, Mom. Erica gleefully accepted. Debbie put her phone away and turned to her husband. Find 2 chefs to cook dinner. Rika is pregnant with 2 babies. She will definitely eat a lot. Obediently, Carlos took out his phone and arranged for 2 chefs. When he was done, he remembered why he had come to her. He held Debbie in his arms and said, Honey, I want you to know how strong I still am. Hey, don't pinch me. Debbie blushed and pushed him toward the living room. She glared at him and with feigned anger she said, Our grandchildren will come out soon. What if they see you? Aren't you ashamed of your behavior? That doesn't matter. No matter how many grandchildren we have, you will always be my little cutie. In his eyes, Debbie would always be his girl. Cutie. Debbie couldn't knock off the feeling of goosebumps all over her body. Yet, the smile playing on her lips had already said it all. Knock it off, she snapped. Ask someone to bring some fresh fish here. I'll make some soup for Rika. Yes, honey. Carlos had always been obedient to his wife. In the evening, Owen drove Erica to the manor first. He didn't leave until he made sure that the CEO's wife was safe inside the house. In the living room, Debbie was already waiting for her. She had prepared a plate of fresh fruits, beautifully shaped desserts, and peeled nuts for her. Seeing her come in, the older woman stopped whatever she was doing and walked towards her. Rika, you're here. Come and eat some fruits first. A sweet smile threaded across Erica's lips. Dad, Mom. Sit down first. Carlos nodded in greeting. As if she was taking care of a little baby, Debbie pulled out a chair for her and helped her sit down. Finally, she placed her hand on the young woman's already bulging belly. I've always been wondering why you're showing so early, she stated. It turns out that you're carrying twins. I didn't expect that I'd be carrying 2 babies either. I wonder if they're 2 boys or girls, Erica said thoughtfully. It was still too early to figure out their gender, so everyone was free to guess. Debbie sat down next to her and handed her a slice of melon. Do you want them to be boys or girls? Well, she started with a pout. Boys. Maybe then I wouldn't feel so guilty if I disciplined them. If they were girls, she probably wouldn't have the heart to hit them. Knowing Matthew, he'd also be more inclined to spoil them to death. Debbie also smiled. If you want boys, then they will be boys. She waved her hand. Given your genes, they'll also be handsome when they grow up. Thank you, Mom. Thinking of Matthew, Carlos sat opposite them. He crossed his arms and leaned back. I think girls will be nice, he commented. Maybe they'll be like Rika, all lively and adorable. Please, we all know you just want granddaughters. Debbie snorted. Erica giggled. She had already guessed that her father-in-law would want a granddaughter rather than a grandson. Just take Gwen, Godwin, and Godfrey as examples, he defended. Look how obedient Gwen is compared to the 2 boys. She's Lester. He seemed, Carlos thought with a shake of his head. What? Erica exclaimed. A man expressing his love for a woman. She was completely dumbfounded. That was when she thought of another problem. Does that mean that can't do anything loves me? She explained to the 2 elders. Dad, Mom, please don't misunderstand. I don't even talk to him that much. If you didn't tell me just now, I wouldn't even know what his username means. Amused by her defensiveness, Carlos reached out his hand to stop her. Don't worry, dear. We trust you. His eyes glinted. Besides, I know who the man is. Debbie furrowed her eyebrows. You do? Who is he? Why is he so mysterious? I have the same questions. Who is he? Please tell us, Dad. The 2 women both stared at Carlos with their eyes wide with expectations. However, Carlos simply stood up from his seat and said, Rika, there are so many wonderful things in life just waiting for you to discover them. For example, there's a person in this world who loves you very much. Alas, the brat actually hit his feelings well. He laughed to himself. Back then, when he angrily asked Matthew to keep his distance from Phoebe, the young man didn't bother to explain himself. If it weren't for Carlos opening Matthew's safe to get an important file, he wouldn't have seen Erica's picture. It was then that he came to know that his son had fallen in love with the young girl a long time before. They all said that Carlos didn't treat his son well, but in fact he had just given his son the best thing in the world. Erica was dumbfounded. She tried to ask Carlos, but he didn't answer her question directly. Instead, his words added to her confusion. Someone who loves me so much? Who can't do anything be? She thought inwardly. Debbie was also confused. She had never thought that someone would dare to admire her daughter-in-law. Otherwise, that man was courting death. When Carlos was about to go upstairs, Erica quickly followed him. "Dad, please tell me who he is," she pleaded. Carlos smiled but didn't say anything. It was Matthew's way of loving Erica, and he didn't want to get involved. Matthew must be the one to confess his love for Erica by himself. "Dad, what's his?" "Rika." Before she could finish her question, Matthew called her name. He was walking towards her. Erica desperately wanted an answer from Carlos, so she didn't mind him. She stood at the staircase and looked up. "Dad, what's his last name?" "What are you asking Dad?" he asked in confusion as he came to her. Carlos stopped his steps and turned to look at Matthew. He secretly winked at him and said, "She is asking me who can't do anything." Matthew's heart skipped a beat. A hint of nervousness flashed through his eyes. But when Erica turned to look at him, his facial expression went back to normal. She asked, "Matthew, do you have any idea who can't do anything?" Instead of answering her question, he held her waist and led her to the dining table. "Never mind him. What's more important now is our twin babies in your belly. You have to be more careful. Don't run around." "I know that. I'm not running around. I just want to ask Dad something." "Honey, stop asking him because he won't tell you. If you really want to know, I'll investigate it for you." Fortunately, Erica believed in his words. "Okay, help me check Can't Do Anything's real identity. He is one of my followers in Weibo." "I will." Matthew silently heaved a sigh of relief. Now that he promised her, he knew that she would stop asking around. As for the result of his investigation, it would totally depend on when he would be ready to confess to her. After dinner, the couple stayed at the manor for a while. Erica was in Debbie's room, helping her sort out her cosmetics. Actually, Debbie didn't let her do anything because she was pregnant. She just sat next to her and watched her do the job herself. Erica insisted on helping, but her mother-in-law refused firmly. A few moments later, Debbie went out of her bedroom to get something. On her way back, Matthew opened the door of the study while holding a phone in his hand. Seeing his mother, he casually said, "Mom, I'm in A.W. what Erica did." "Yes, Mr. Huo." As soon as he hung up, Owen moved quickly. As a result, he had accomplished the mission in the afternoon. He handed all the documents he gathered to Matthew. Inside his office, Matthew was staring at the pile of documents in front of him with a frown while listening to Owen's report. Mrs. Huo's lawyer is Kelvin Fei. He is the legal advisor of the Champion Group. Based on what I've found, he put aside all his work to focus only on Mrs. Huo's case. The fury in Matthew's eyes deepened. The moment Owen mentioned the Champion Group, he immediately threw the documents on his desk angrily. Owen abruptly stopped talking. He took a deep breath to alleviate the nervousness in his heart before he continued. "I've also consulted with the lawyer of our company. He said that if a wife files a lawsuit on behalf of her husband, the husband's signature is still necessary. Mr. Huo, don't you know about the case?" In his mind, he couldn't help wondering, did Mrs. Huo ask someone to forge Mr. Huo's signature? Everything was now clear to Matthew why Erica asked for his seal and pressed his finger on the papers. But that was not the reason why he was angry. He was mad that she asked Watkins to find her a lawyer. As her husband, she didn't even consider asking for his help. He suddenly looked up to Owen and ordered, "Ask someone to hold off this case." This case wouldn't continue until Erica came to him for help. "Yes, Mr. Huo." Although Owen was still confused, he didn't dare to ask anymore. He would just do what he was told to. That night, when Matthew returned to the villa, Erica was already asleep. He sat on the edge of the bed and stared at her beautiful face. He pinched her cheek and called out her name. Erica. Maybe it was because of the fact that Matthew had pinched her cheek too hard that Erica turned to the other side. She murmured. However, she made no move to open her eyes, so she didn't get to see the angry expression painted all over his face. Fearing that he would hurt her, he loosened his hand and moved it under the thin quilt, running his fingers all over her body. In the middle of the night at another villa in the Pearl Villa district, a man was sleeping soundly with his wife snuggled into his arms. However, the faint smile that had slithered its way into his lips had been interrupted by a phone call. The loud ringing echoed across the room. Evelyn let out a muffled groan as she kicked the man beside her, pushing him to answer the call. Instead of taking his phone, Sheffield only held her even tighter. Helplessly, Evelyn pushed him away, sat up, and turned on the bedside lamp. When she took his phone, she saw the caller ID. It was Matthew. Why the hell is he calling in the middle of the night? Matthew. She yawned. Evelyn, where's your husband? He's sleeping right next to me. She glanced wearily at the man next to her. Give me a second. Sheffield, it's Matthew. Sheffield had already woken up a moment ago, but he didn't want to answer the phone. Now that his wife had placed the phone next to his ear, he had no choice but to take it. I hope you have something urgent to tell me, otherwise. How did you do it during the first 3 months of your wife's pregnancy? He interrupted. What? Sheffield furrowed his eyebrows. Impatient, Matthew repeated the question. Sheffield finally opened his eyes to glance at his wife. Upon seeing her pursed lips and narrowed eyes, he finally realized what his brother-in-law was trying to imply. He groaned. Is that why you're calling me in the middle of the night? He demanded incredulously. Yes, Matthew answered bluntly. With a smirk playing on his lips, Sheffield held Evelyn tightly in his arms. Too bad for you. It's my secret. It was a rare opportunity for him to be so smug in front of Matthew, so he was going to milk it as much as possible. You really won't tell me? Although the younger man's words were casual, Sheffield could hear the warning behind his tone. Frustrated, he decided to say it. Debbie smiled lovingly at her daughter-in-law. Yes, the class begins in an hour. In order not to abandon her studies, Erica had to force herself out of her comfortable bed to attend her classes. After thinking for a while, the older woman nodded. Eat your breakfast first. Since I'm free later, I can accompany you to school with the driver. Right now, her main task was to take care of her pregnant daughter-in-law. Okay. By the school gate, as Debbie helped Erica out of the car, many students couldn't help but shoot her envious looks. She was not only born from a rich family, but she also married Matthew. Moreover, she also had a mother-in-law who adored her very much. Naturally, many women here could only wish for such luck. Not long after Debbie had left, Erica received a call from Kelvin, her lawyer. Mr. Fay, she greeted, thinking that there had been some progress on the case. Can the trial begin? No, not yet. Mrs. Huo, there's been some problems with the case. Kelvin was baffled. She furrowed her eyebrows. What? What's wrong? Someone's holding off the case. As of now, there's been no progress. If there weren't any leads, then the case couldn't be brought to court. What? Who did it? I don't know. They had already set the time for the trial, but now I was informed that the case was postponed, he said. Don't worry, Mrs. Huo. I will call Mr. Chai and ask him for help. Let me do it. Erica was also anxious. Okay then. After hanging up the phone, Erica called Watkins. In a bedroom of a sophisticated neighborhood, a man and a woman were having wild sex. They were suddenly interrupted by the man's cell phone, which had been thrown aside before they started. With her hair messy, the woman reached out to grab the phone. Once she looked at the caller ID, a trace of anger immediately flashed through her eyes. Biting her lower lip, she handed the phone to the man on top of her. Answer your phone. Noticing Erica's name on the screen, He slowed down his moves and took a deep breath before he slid the answer button. The phone was about to hang up when his voice finally came on the line. Hello, Erica. Are you busy now? It took you a while to pick up the call. After a short silence, Watkins answered, No, I'm not busy. I just didn't hear it ringing, that's all. What's up? Erica, who had always been careless, didn't notice anything unusual in his voice, so she went straight to the point. Here is the thing. Mr. Fay just called and said that Phoebe's case isn't going well. Do you have any idea why? I'll make a few calls and ask what's going on. I'll call you back later. Okay, thank you. Erica felt very lucky that she had Watkins as her friend in Y City. Now with his help, she could sue Phoebe without Matthew's knowledge. After he hung up, Watkins threw the phone aside and urged, Let's hurry up. Hearing this, the woman pursed her red lips and asked with a hint of irony, What's wrong? Nothing. I'm just bored. They went back to having sex until Watkins finished up a few minutes later. In the evening, Erica got a message from Watkins saying, Now I know why. Erica, someone is indeed holding off the case. Who? Well, it's your husband. Erica was shocked. So Matthew knows. When did he find out? How come I didn't know that he knows? Why is he trying to hold off this case? She asked. Watkins sent her a worried emoji and replied, You should ask Mr. Huo yourself. Maybe it's because Phoebe used to be the wife of a good friend of his. Anyway, I think you two should talk clearly about this matter. Erica's heart sank. She hadn't asked for Matthew's help because she was afraid that he would show compassion towards Phoebe. However, despite all the trouble that she went to keep her plans from him, he still managed to find everything out and interfere with the case anyway. It's common knowledge that because of all the increasing hormones in their bodies she realized that it was not a matter of getting a more powerful lawyer. The problem was Matthew. Her case would never move forward if he kept holding off the case. Did you quarrel with Matthew again? He could feel Erica's temper through the phone. Well, he doesn't want me to sue Phoebe, but I decided to go through with it anyway. What on earth did Phoebe do to you? Gifford was confused. Didn't Erica have a good relationship with Tessie before? Why was she turning against all the Sue sisters now? Erica didn't want to gossip, but she needed to get all that anger out of her chest before she exploded. She was pregnant, but then she slandered me saying that I pushed her and caused a miscarriage. How can I let her get away with this? Oh, I see. Did Matthew believe her? I don't know. She was still confused by Matthew's attitude. He never said whether he believed Phoebe or not. But if he did, then why was he so kind to Erica? And if he didn't, why did he never tell Erica so? I'd rather not interfere in this matter. This is between you and your husband. Besides, it would be for the best if you persuade Matthew on this subject. Gifford was sincere with her. Gifford, why can't you understand that he is on Phoebe's side? Believe me, I didn't want to ask you this either. But to whom will I run to if you refuse to help me? Erica's voice was full of grievance. Hearing that, Gifford felt a bit distressed and finally surrendered. I'll call Matthew and ask him about this, okay? There must be a misunderstanding between them. Therefore, he had to understand what was going on before he took any action. No. You're on my side. If you call Matthew, you're just admitting he's better than you. So will you help me or not? Erica demanded. Of course I will. I'm busy these days and won't go to Y City soon though. I'll make a few calls. If it doesn't work, maybe you can talk to Dad, Gifford answered. But helping Erica was a little tougher than it seemed on the surface. He was glad to help, but he needed help himself to pull it off. He had no connections in the court system. He knew people who did, so he had to call them and see if they could pitch in. Why does Rika always come to me for help? Dad's better set up for that than I am. Maybe she figures Dad would turn her down anyway. He thought. I won't call Dad. He always sides with Matthew. He won't help me. Suddenly, Matthew opened the door. He was silent as usual, so Erica had no clue he was there. His face darkened as he heard what she said. Thanks, Gifford, you're awesome. Yeah, I know. I'll see what I can do. Gifford couldn't stand Erica's tone. as if he was the one who bullied her. The next moment, before Erica could say anything else, her phone was wrenched from her hand. Mind your own business, Gifford. Just pretend Rika never called you. I'll fix this, Matthew said into her phone. Matthew, you're there too? Rika said you are holding off her case against Phoebe Sue. What happened? So I wonder if the rumors are true. Does Matthew still carry a torch for Phoebe? He wondered. Nah, couldn't be. Matthew held the phone high, foiling Erica's attempts to retrieve it. He put a hand out to keep her away, put the phone back to his ear and said, Nothing serious. She's just being a bad girl again. Oh. Gifford believed it without a doubt. He knew better than anyone else what kind of trouble Erica could cause. Remember, Rika's pregnant. You need to be a little more patient. She'll be fine after you calm her down some. Don't worry. I will. Have a good night. He hung up the phone. Erica shouted, Gifford. But it was too late. She could clearly see the screen of her cell phone. It showed the call was disconnected. Why did Matthew have to come in just when I managed to get Gifford to say yes? All that trouble for nothing, she cried inwardly. Placing her phone on the bedside table, Matthew asked gently, Are you hungry? I've lost my appetite. She turned her head away in a fit of pique. So what do you want to eat? He asked as if he didn't hear her reply. It was out of seafood. We're not. There was frozen seafood in their fridge, but she was pregnant, so she needed fresh food. Erica was confused. Since we have seafood in the fridge, why did he buy more? He is too extravagant. Forget it. I'm still mad at him, so I won't ask. The smell of food soon filled the kitchen. Erica swallowed and waited for Matthew to serve the food. The noodles were the same old noodles they always ate. But the seafood was quite different. Erica ate a mouthful of the noodles. Wow, this is amazing. I love having a husband who can cook. I have to drive Phoebe away from him, she swore in her head. Matthew took out 2 egg tarts from the oven and put them on a plate. Tell me if you get full. Well, okay. Erica agreed and took another mouthful of the noodles. The noodles were so scrumptious that she didn't want to talk. Seeing that she was eating well, Matthew went upstairs to take a shower. When he came back down, his wife was pacing back and forth on the carpet, holding her expanding belly in her arms, and every once in a while saying something to the maid cleaning the kitchen. Finished? He asked. Erica wanted to tell him that she was stuffed full, but she was still angry with him. So she continued to look down at the traces of her feet stepping on the carpet one after another, which quickly disappeared. So you're all done? This time she didn't raise her head, nor did she look at him. Matthew looked at her belly thoughtfully. So she was hungrier. He prepared a large plate of fruits, a large bowl of noodles and 2 egg tarts for her. She had wolfed them all down. What would you like for lunch tomorrow? Matthew asked. Erica was pregnant now and couldn't just eat whatever she wanted. She glanced at him and answered cavalierly, I'll eat whatever they put in front of me. The chefs Matthew hired were great at their jobs. They stuck to the diet and the dishes were all delicious. Sweet potato, chicken, walnuts, salmon, garlic, and lamb. Those dishes were good for her and the babies. What was more, she liked what they fixed her a lot. The man raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect her to be so pliant. Then get upstairs. Then he took her hand and led her to the elevator. However, Erica struggled out of his grip. I'll take the stairs. She was so full that she felt she should get more exercise. Matthew paused and took her hand again. But this time they walked up the stairs together. In their bedroom, Erica took out her phone and sat on the edge of the bed to browse Weibo. Matthew stood in front of her and said, Reflect on what you have done wrong regarding Phoebe's case. He wanted her to understand that whenever she needed help in the future, the first one she went to was her husband, not another guy. Erica rolled her eyes at him and said firmly, I did nothing wrong. And she really believed that, too. He stood there, stewing, not being able to do anything about it. Then his eyes glinted, as if he had just thought of something. He no longer argued with her, but led her to the bathroom instead. Hey, what are you doing? she asked. You need to brush your teeth. This time Erica wasn't going to fight him on this. She did have to brush her teeth. Matthew prepared a glass of water, squeezed toothpaste and handed the toothbrush to her. She took the toothbrush and carefully brushed her teeth in front of the mirror, making sure she got every last nook and cranny. A few minutes later, Matthew guided her back to the bedroom. After she sat down on the bed, he put his arms on her side and said with a wicked grin, "Let's see if we can work off some of those pounds." "What?" Erica couldn't believe her ears. Matthew smiled and said, "I forgot to tell you I work out before going to bed too." Didn't she already tell him she had a habit of doing exercise before going to sleep on their wedding night? It just so happened that he also had the same habit. Erica was confused. "But I'm pregnant and I can't exercise now." "It's okay. We'll just have to be careful. A year without sex. What a terrible idea." He had to do something. Without saying, "Whatever. But from now on you have to listen to me. You must do whatever I ask you to do." Her mother said that Camille was the last hope of the Sue family. She couldn't screw this up. "Not this time." Phoebe asked with uncertainty, "Are you seriously going to use me as a pawn?" "Of course. You've messed things up royally." Camille didn't hide her thoughts at all. If she used Phoebe well, she could get whatever she wanted. Seeing the unwillingness in her eyes, Camille sneered. "You can't say no to this. You've made too many mistakes already. You failed to snare Matthew. Now that Erica's carrying his kid, he doesn't give a damn about the Sue family. So yes, I'm using you. If you don't like it, then get out. We've got the 10 million, but you have to earn it. Do this, and the lawsuit's as good as paid for. Defy us and just see what happens." It was $10 million. Even if Phoebe sold her body, she couldn't get it in so short a time. Phoebe knew very well that Erica would sue her. As long as Matthew didn't intervene on her behalf, she would definitely owe $10 million. She didn't think that Matthew would help her again, so she had to find a way out of this. And that way out was her family. "Fine, I will do whatever you tell me to do." Hearing that, Fania stood up slowly from the sofa and tidied her clothes. "Don't get upset, Camille. Head upstairs and get some rest." Sometimes a woman's beauty was also a useful weapon. Camille was the most beautiful and graceful among the three sisters. She was always proud of her beauty. "Okay, Mom." Hearing this, Camille didn't spare her sister another look. She ignored Phoebe and ascended the stairs. Fania just ignored Phoebe, picked up her bag and walked out of the Sue family residence. Left alone in the living room, Phoebe slumped against the cushions. At this moment, she knew how desperate Tessie felt when she found out that she would be thrown into the slum. She had offended Matthew, and the Sue family didn't want to help her appease him. So now, to avoid losing $10 million and being thrown into the slum, she must listen to Camille and follow her advice. The next morning, Erica got up very early because she had an event to attend. At the breakfast table, she just stared at the food in front of her blankly. She had no appetite at all. Looking at the food reminded her of what Matthew did to her last night. She felt like whatever she ate right now was similar to that thing in her mouth the other night. She stole a glance at the man opposite her, who was eating breakfast heartily. Humph! Such a jerk. Feeling a dull pain, she subconsciously rubbed her face. "Why are you not eating?" Matthew's voice startled her, and she quickly put down her hand. Her face flushed inexplicably upon meeting his eyes. I'm not hungry," she stuttered. "Don't you like the food?" he asked. He wondered why, because the other day she ate the same breakfast with a big appetite. "No, the food is fine." She felt embarrassed. Matthew acted as if nothing had happened while she kept on thinking about last night. To shake those thoughts off her mind, she picked up a bun with the chopsticks and put it into her mouth. Matthew felt amused upon looking at her puffed cheeks. Most women would never fill their mouths with a whole bun as it would ruin their poise. But Erica just stuffed the bun into her mouth naturally. She was indeed different, which made her more adorable. Since she was really hungry in actuality, she enjoyed all the food on the table as soon as she managed to put aside the memory of last night. She even ate more than she expected. 2 days later, Erica called Kelvin about the lawsuit. Mr. Fei, how's the case going? Is it still held off? Yes. I just asked them today. The hearing has been postponed. Their first hearing was supposed to be next Monday, but since the case was held off, it was moved to a different day. Of the car, she looked at him defiantly. It seemed that she wasn't afraid of him anymore as she asked in a complacent tone. Honey, have you already changed your mind? With a faint smile, he answered. We have not determined the winner yet. He was not looking down on Carlos, but he didn't see him as a serious threat either. After all, his father was already old and no longer capable of dealing with him. He believed that he wouldn't be able to help Erica. I don't know who will be the winner either, but I know that you will die in my hands. Erica stretched out her slender arm in the air complacently as if grabbing Matthew's neck and strangling it gradually. The smile on his face froze. He felt a sudden compulsion to kill her, because she already knew too much about him. But of course he could never have the heart to do it. All he could do was spoil her. As soon as they entered the manor, they saw Carlos and Debbie watching TV in the living room. Obviously, they were already waiting for them. Erica shook off Matthew's hand and rushed to the living room to greet the two elders. Mom. Dad. Hello, Rika. Debbie came over and held Erica's hand. Erica nodded at her with a sweet smile, then turned to look at Carlos. In an instant, she looked aggrieved and sobbed, Dad! Matthew's eyes widened upon seeing his pregnant wife crying. At this point, he knew that he lost. She's really good at acting. Anyone who doesn't know the real situation may think that I am a bully husband. Carlos jumped to his feet in anxiety. His heart broke when he saw how upset Erica was. Concern reflected in his tone as he asked, Rika, what's wrong? Please don't cry. Tell me everything. Did Matthew bully you? Without giving anyone a chance to speak, he turned, glared at his son and roared. Don't you know that Rika is pregnant with 2 babies now? Why are you upsetting her? This kind of stress is bad for her and the babies. Are you out of your mind? Matthew cast a cold glance at him and thought, she's wronged me, not the other way around. The only reason you support her is that she's better at complaining. Sure enough, as the saying goes, babies who cry to manipulate their parents get whatever they want. Since Carlos' back was turned to her, Erica smiled smugly before making a face at Matthew, whose eyes almost popped out. When Carlos turned to face Erica and express his concern for her, she resumed her aggrieved expression. Matthew's frustration grew when he witnessed how his wife had tricked him. As he couldn't say anything in front of his parents, he gave her a thumbs up. Debbie, who didn't see what Erica had done either, slapped her son's hand away and reproached, What are you doing? Rika, tell me, what did Matthew do to you? I'll punish him. How dare Matthew bully my daughter-in-law? She thought angrily. Yes, tell us. Carlos patted her shoulder. Erica glanced at Matthew as though she were scared. Seeing her like this, Carlos wished he could beat Matthew. Rika, don't be afraid of him. We're here. You're safe. Matthew rolled his eyes. He couldn't believe how easily she had duped his parents. I should take her to bed and teach her a lesson. Erica held Debbie's arm and began to tell her in-laws what had happened. Of all the things they had thought she would say about Matthew, they were not expecting what she shared. With a deep sigh, she said, Dad, Mom, Matthew is protecting his mistress. What? Debbie exclaimed. She was so stunned that she almost fell off the sofa. My son has a mistress? Carlos frowned as he processed what Erica had shared. Does Matthew wish for death? His intense gaze fell on his silent son. Rika, go on, he said through gritted teeth. If what she said were true, he would skin Matthew alive. Erica could feel the anger radiating from Carlos. It suddenly dawned on her that perhaps this wasn't her best idea. After all, if Carlos became too angry, it ain't supportive of her. After comforting Erica, the Huo family sat down for dinner. Eventually, Carlos went out despite the late hour. In the tea room of a big house, 2 men were drinking tea. The man in a Chinese tunic suit poured a cup of freshly brewed hot tea for Carlos. Mr. Huo, are you at odds with your son? The middle-aged man was candid and forthright. So was Carlos. He took a sip of his tea and answered, "Yes. My son thinks he has grown up enough to defy me and be disobedient." "Haha, your son is just like you. If I do as you say, he will be offended. And then I'm sure he'll find a way to back at me. Mr. Huo, please try talking to your son. Don't make things difficult for me," the man said with a bitter smile. As he was the most powerful person in the court system of Y City, Matthew had approached him to hold off Phoebe's case. "I'm not talking to him. I'm asking for your help," Carlos exclaimed. He was afraid that if he were forced into the same room as Matthew, he would lose his temper and whip his son. The man put down his teacup and said, "Mr. Huo, you're his father. You know your son better than anyone else. I can't afford to offend either of you. Alas, you've put me in a dilemma." Carlos wasn't offended that the man had refused to aid him. On the contrary, with a faint smile, he assured, "You don't have to be so stressed. The problem arose as my son and daughter-in-law are at odds. You know what kind of person Matthew is. He won't compromise, nor will he be submissive before his wife. I want to teach him a lesson. He needs to learn that a man should do as his wife says." Carlos clarified that Matthew had decided to hold off the case because there was some conflict between him and his wife. The man sitting beside Carlos believed the explanation. After all, Matthew's wife was defending her husband's portraiture right in the case, and Matthew's seal and fingerprint were on the documents. He concluded, just like Carlos, that the disagreement between the couple had affected the case. "Mr. Huo, you know I can't afford to offend either you or your son. May I make a suggestion? How about I call your son and let him know?" Telling Matthew that his father had come to visit him might reduce some of his wrath. Otherwise, he might offend Matthew if it seemed as though he had hurt Carlos and supported him. Alas! The father and son made an interesting pair. "That is your choice. I approached you as I want to conclude the matter. I hope the case can be held as scheduled," Carlos said. As far as he knew, the young couple argued because of Phoebe. If the trial could be held as planned, Phoebe would come to a miserable end, and he wouldn't have to deliberately remove the source of trouble between his son and daughter-in-law. It would be like killing two birds with one stone. As the couple was still in a stalemate, the case was going to be held as scheduled. When Matthew received the phone call, his face darkened with anger. But his wife was pregnant. He had no choice but to let her do what she wanted. The night before the trial, the pregnant woman stood by the bed with an arm around her baby bump and proudly declared, "Oh my God! You can't protect your mistress anymore. Your wife is going to turn the tables." A hint of danger glimmered in the man's eyes as he said, "Are you happy now?" Of course. She was so overjoyed that she didn't notice she was inviting trouble. "Come here," Matthew ordered with a wave of his hand. Erica was so excited that she didn't overthink. She glided up to him and lovingly ran her hand over her smooth belly. "Do you want to greet your sons?" "Okay." This had been Matthew's routine every night since he learned of her pregnancy. Without hesitating, Erica climbed onto the bed and put her belly close to him. What began as Matthew bonding with his unborn children soon turned into something more passionate. Despite her slight unwillingness at the beginning, Erica gave in to his desires. Later, in the middle of the night, she placed her hands on her hips and groaned, "My waist hurts." The man had just stepped out after a shower. After a moment's pause, he thought "D. Erica. She is ZL Group's lawyer. Matthew asked her to help me." Erica wanted to wipe the smug grin off of Phoebe's face, but it was too late. They had already walked to their respective positions in the courtroom. Paige sensed that something was wrong, and so she walked to Erica and whispered, "Mrs. Huo, are you okay? What happened?" Erica shook her head to dispel the negative emotions coursing through her. She smiled at Paige and said, "I'm fine. Humph. She is just a lawyer. Phoebe would lose the case even if Matthew were physically present." "That's good. If anything happens, call me at any time, Mrs. Huo," Paige said before she took her seat a short distance from Erica. Okay. Now that the proceedings had formally begun, it was Erica's turn as the plaintiff to make a statement regarding her claim, before the defendant, Phoebe, could explain herself. According to the H country's law, the plaintiff and defendant could negotiate about suitable compensation on the day of the trial. If the plaintiff and the defendant couldn't reach an agreement, the court would make a final decision. In this case, Phoebe didn't need to defend herself. The portrait of Matthew she had sketched was taken by someone who worked for Erica. Now, it was Matthew who had entrusted his wife to sue Phoebe. This left no chance for her to reverse the situation. So, she and the lawyer started with the compensation negotiation. Erica asked for $10 million, while the defendant had hoped that the court could settle the matter with damages amounting to $1 million. Of course, Erica didn't agree. Matthew's portrait right is worth $1 million only? How dare she undervalue my husband's right? Later, to Phoebe's surprise, Erica announced in public that she had even stolen other people's paintings as well. Before Phoebe could deny the accusation, however, a girl was brought to the court to testify. When questioned, the girl showed enough evidence to prove that Phoebe had indeed stolen her works. As the morning passed, the session was finally coming to an end. Someone might have helped Erica in secret, and the case was rather simple, so the court had no trouble to give its verdict on the spot. For infringing Matthew's portraiture right, Phoebe had to compensate him with $10 million. As for the art theft, she had to compensate the girl and do a public apology. The $10 million compensation shall be paid within a month. If she couldn't do it, she would have to face jail time for the next 5 years. By the time Erica walked out of the court, the reporters who had been surrounding the place were already gone. She didn't understand why but didn't think much about it either. Meanwhile, not far away from the courthouse, a man was waiting in his yellow supercar when he saw a group of people coming out. Quickly, he got out of his vehicle and called, "Erica!" Erica, who was talking to Kelvin, heard someone calling her name. Following the sound of his voice, she soon found Watkins waving at her. With a bright smile, she immediately walked towards him. "Watkins, you're here." "Yes. I came as soon as my class was over. How's it going?" Watkins' smile reached his eyes when he spoke. "Thanks to Mr. Fay, the case went smoothly, and Phoebe has already gotten her sentence." Erica didn't expect that everything would go on so well. Hearing this, Watkins was also surprised. So soon. It seemed that someone was helping Erica behind her back. Needless to ask, he knew exactly who that person was. Yes. It was all easily solved. Erica grinned. Knowing what was going on, Watkins changed the subject. "It's time for lunch. Let's go and celebrate your victory. It's my treat." Before Erica could say anything, Paige stepped in and responded, "I'm sorry, Mr. Chai, but Mr. Huo has told me in advance that Mrs. Huo's health is the most important thing now. So he asked me to take her back as soon as the court session was over. Maybe it will be for the best if you don't celebrate today." If Watkins insisted on taking Erica anyway, Paige was sure that she would lose her job by the next morning. Watkins looked at Paige and smiled. "Well, it's okay. We can take a rain check then, Erica." What a bossy man this Matthew Huo is. He cropped. So she chose not to argue over this any longer. "Okay, but don't get all compassionate after you accept the money." She was afraid that Matthew would feel sorry for Phoebe and transfer the money back to her afterward. Matthew didn't expect Erica would react this way and raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Doesn't she like money? Why is she willing to give it to me now?" In the next few days, Phoebe was exposed on the internet for art theft and infringement of portraiture right. Since she had been quite notorious for a time, the value of her paintings decreased greatly after the scandal. Now she was as worthless as a blank piece of paper. The school also heard about what she had done and persuaded her to quit her studies in the institution. In order to make money, Phoebe sold all her valuable things, including her studio. As a matter of fact, she had already begun to contact the buyers when Erica first filed the lawsuit against her. Yet, even after selling her studio jewelry, bags, and other items of value, she roughly got an amount of $5 million in total. She tried to ask Lyman for help, but the finances of the Su family was in the hands of Fania now. So it was useless for her to look for her father. He wouldn't be able to give her more than several $100,000 at most. Her friends had been the first to turn their backs on her in her time of need, so she couldn't count on them. If the Su family didn't help her, who else would? With her huge debts, everyone realized she wouldn't pay them back anytime soon. Therefore, lending her money now was the same as throwing it to the wind and never see it to return. In the end, no one was willing to lend her the money. At the CBD Exhibition Center of Y City, a group of elites from all walks of life had just walked out of the main entrance after concluding a comprehensive meeting. Matthew was encircled by several people as they kept going over the main points of the meeting. Mr. Huo, what do you think about that matter? Matthew, however, looked around obliviously and replied in an obvious tone of indifference. It depends on the opinion of the public. The best way is to do a survey among the masses. Just at that moment, another group of people approached them from the other side, led by a woman, sophisticatedly dressed in a gray plaid design dress, and her long purple hair bounced over her shoulders neatly. When her eyes met with Matthew, she walked up to him and greeted. Mr. Huo, what a coincidence! The woman was beautiful, graceful, and noble. Matthew simply cast her a glance and responded with a silent nod of the head. However, another person who knew the both of them greeted the woman in a flattering tone. Miss Su, what brings you here? With a pleasing smile, Camille looked past their shoulders, at the building behind them and said, I am here to take part in an activity. It's on the 3rd floor. It was then that they realized there was a fashion show on the 3rd floor of the CBD Exhibition Center today. The smile on the woman's face captivated all the other men present as they struggled to take their eyes off her. Of course, all but one man, Matthew, who was just about to walk past Camille and make his exit. Bang! All of a sudden, an earth-shattering sound snatched everyone's attention. It happened so fast that everyone's brain had shut down and their eyes were wide as if someone or something was coming to deliver a fatal blow. Ah! A gun! Someone's been shot. Unfortunately, the instant someone screamed that there was a gun, everyone panicked and started dispersing in all directions. Someone had opened fire on the people, critically wounding those standing in the crowd. Senses sharpened with adrenaline, only Matthew held his breath and remained calm, straining to hear with every ounce of his concentration. He found the perfect spot to shield himself from the bullets while he squinted his eyes to get a better look at the source of the gunshots. Soon he saw 2 or 3 men with guns pointing at him from a minibus just at the opposite and at a corner. Just in the nick of time, a bevy of bodyguards dressed in black broke through the RY. Mr. Huo will be fine. In order to make up for her mistake, the bold classmate immediately comforted her. Yes, Erica, you must calm down. Think about the baby. Erica's mind went blank. She could no longer hear what her classmates were saying. It was as if the world had frozen as she tapped on her phone with clammy hands, quickly found a number and pressed the call button. Erica called twice, but there was no answer. She was so scared that tears burst forth without word or warning. Her classmates around her panicked. They all came over and tried to comfort her. Erica, calm down. Mr. Huo is going to be fine. You can't allow this to affect your pregnancy. That's right. Mr. Huo is a very capable man, as we all know. Don't cry. He might have lost his phone. That last sentence finally consoled Erica. Perhaps that was true. From what she could see, everything was so chaotic that the thought of Matthew losing his phone in such a situation didn't seem unreasonable to Erica. She wiped her tears and quickly dialed Debbie's number. Luckily, the call was connected soon. Mom, something happened to Matthew. Debbie had just received the news herself and was about to call Erica. I know. Matthew is fine. Don't worry. His phone fell and broke, so he called from one of his bodyguard's phone just now. Carlos has sent someone to pick you up from school. Don't go anywhere else. You should go home first, okay? What Debbie didn't tell her was that when Matthew was taking Camille to the hospital, his car was being followed by 2 other cars on the way, and he was looking for an opportunity to get rid of his unwanted followers. Debbie decided not to tell Erica as it would worry her. Relief coursed through the young girl when she heard the news. She obediently nodded and said, Okay. I'll stay in the classroom. Well, remember what I said. Don't go anywhere by yourself. Debbie was afraid that the people who tried to kill Matthew would target Erica now. I know. She took a deep breath and wiped the tears that had stained her cheeks. It would be a while before the bodyguards arrived, and so she decided to wait in the classroom. Her classmates glanced at each other, unsure of what to say or do. After several tense moments, that bold classmate asked tentatively, "Erica, are you okay?" Erica lifted her gaze and looked around. Her eyes were red from crying. Nevertheless, she tried smiling as she replied, "I'm fine. Thank you." As long as Matthew was all right, she would be fine. This thought was soon replaced by a more worrisome one. She wondered why he hadn't thought to use a bodyguard's phone to call her and let her know that he was safe. Was it because he didn't know that she had seen the news? While she was lost in her thoughts, her classmates, who were now less worried, left the classroom. Soon, several black cars screeched to a halt in front of the teaching building. Even before the engine switched off, a dozen bodyguards dressed in black jumped out of the cars and headed to a classroom. The passers-by were stunned by their sudden arrival and wondered what brought all these people to their school. A few minutes later, the group of bodyguards escorted a petite woman to one of the cars. Only then did everyone realize that they were here to collect Mrs. Huo. With all this protection and vigilance, she was indeed the most important figure at the school now. Even the school leaders did not require this level of security. Erica had thought that Carlos would send a few guards to escort her. Her eyes widened with astonishment when she saw that he had sent over a dozen people. But she was anxious and distressed and couldn't think about anything other than Matthew's well-being. Under the rigorous protection of the bodyguards, she got into the luxury car in the middle of the convoy. The vehicle was, in fact, refitted to be bulletproof. Once they safely arrived at the Huo family's manor, Erica sat forward, placed her hands on the window, and peered out in search of Matthew. She assumed that he'd have returned by then, but he hadn't. Only Carlos and Debbie were waiting for her. As soon as SE people had come for him, as he didn't want her to worry. Then, "What about Camille? Why were you together?" She finally voiced the question that had plagued her ever since she saw the picture. "We met at the gate of the CBD exhibition center," came Matthew's brief reply. He didn't intend to tell Erica that Camille had taken the bullets for him. He was afraid that she would be frightened and would overthink. "I see." But a while later, she couldn't help but ask another question. "Why did you hold her hand?" Matthew's brow furrowed as he thought over the events. He vaguely remembered that he had held her hand. Someone pushed her. Since she was in high heels, she lost her balance and fell toward me. I helped her up. The man answered so frankly that Erica was too embarrassed to question him further. Later that day, Matthew left the manor. He didn't return that night. The next morning, regardless of Debbie's dissuasion, Erica took the lunch prepared by the chefs and headed to ZL Group, accompanied by the bodyguards. She was worried about Matthew as he hadn't come home at night. Now that she was at his office and he wasn't at his desk, her concern grew manifold. When she looked around, she found that Owen and Paige were not in the area for special assistance either. She randomly asked one of the special assistants, "Where is Matthew?" "Mrs. Huo, the CEO, went to the hospital." "Hospital? Was someone hurt? Where are Owen and Paige?" The assistant told her everything he knew. "Owen has been at the police station all this while, and Paige took Mr. Huo to the hospital. It seems that the eldest daughter of the Su family was injured." That was what Paige said before she left the company. "Did you just say the eldest daughter of the Su family?"
Camille Su.
Erica felt a bit confused upon hearing it. When did it happen? Why didn't Matthew tell me? She wondered. "Yes, Mrs. Huo," the assistant replied with a nod. Erica stood still for a moment, deep in thought. Then she asked, "Do you know which hospital they were going to?" The assistant immediately told her the name of the hospital. "Thank you," she said before leaving. Thinking about Matthew going to the hospital to visit Camille made Erica forget about lunch, but she subconsciously brought the lunchbox with her to the hospital. She had only come back to her senses and realized that she had been holding it when she was already at the entrance of the hospital. Since Matthew couldn't have lunch at the hospital, she went back to the car and left the lunchbox there before going inside the hospital together with the bodyguard that Carlos sent for her. Inside the ward on the 9th floor, Matthew was standing beside the bed. When a nurse came in to change Camille's dressing, he turned and was about to leave. But before he could take a step forward, a cold hand grabbed his arm. He frowned and looked at the pale woman in bed. "I'm sorry, Mr. Huo, but please let me hold your hand for a moment. Changing the dressing hurts," she said in a weak voice. "Paige," he called out. He wanted Paige to come over and replace him, but he suddenly remembered that he asked her to get some medicine in the pharmacy. However, he still refused Camille's request and withdrew his hand coldly. "I'm sorry I'm married." He then turned his back on her and looked out of the window. When Paige came back, he would leave immediately. Camille couldn't do anything but gnash her teeth silently while the nurse was changing her dressing. But all of a sudden the nurse screamed, "Ah, Miss Sue, don't grab me. It hurts." Camille immediately released the nurse's arm and apologized weakly. "I'm sorry. Miss Sue, please hold on a little longer. I'll be as gentle as I can. Don't touch your wound because it might get infected. Sir, can you help me control the patient, please? I can't apply the medicine to her wound if she's like this," the nurse told Matthew helplessly. After hesitating for a while, he eventually returned to Camille's bedside. But even so, she didn't give a damn. "So, do you think being hurt because of my husband gives her all the right to hold his hand, not wanting to let go?" she blurted. She was so furious, especially when she remembered that Matthew also didn't even shake off Camille's hand. She would definitely settle accounts with him later as well. "The nurse is applying medicine to my wound and changing the dressing. Do you know how painful it is without anesthesia? Why don't you try it yourself?" Camille said calmly. Erica seemed to be a different person today. Fanya and Camille didn't make her panic at all. Looking at the mark of her fingers on Camille's face, she retorted, "Don't blame my husband for your pain. Besides, no one told you to take those bullets for him. And my husband cares so much for me that he surely won't let that happen to me. If it happened to be me on the scene, I'm sure that he would protect me. I don't need to be like a pest and take the bullets for him as you did." First she called Camille a bitch. Now she likened her to a pest who kept on pestering her husband. These words angered both Fanya and Camille that they couldn't hide the darkness on their faces anymore. Matthew didn't do anything to stop Erica. He just went to the bathroom to wash his hands, then sat on the sofa. He was only waiting for her to finish dealing with the mother and daughter of the Sue family. Erica had always been a glib talker in front of him. Now that she was faced with Fanya and Camille, who had images to protect in public, he strongly believed that she wouldn't lose. Camille had never met any women as hateful as Erica, so she retorted, "This is my first time to meet a person who repays someone's kindness with enmity. I'm surprised to know how ill-bred the daughter of the Lee family is. Who do you think you are to criticize me? You have no right to judge whether I'm ill-bred or not. Besides, my mother has never taught me to flirt with a married man. Don't you have any dignity at all?" Because of anger, Erica couldn't contain herself anymore. After saying those harsh words to Camille, she turned to Fanya and continued, "Mrs. Sue, can't you find any decent men to marry your daughters? First, Phoebe, who is already a married woman, always thinks about seducing my husband. But she has lost the case against me and is going to pay me $10,000 as compensation. This time, Camille is trying to seduce my husband too. As their mother, don't you ever feel embarrassed?" Her words enraged Fanya that she wanted to strangle her. But with Matthew around, all she could do was stare at her coldly. "Mrs. Huo, how could you say that? If Camille didn't risk her life and take the bullets for Mr. Huo, he would be the one lying in bed now." Seeing the indescribable expression on Fanya's face made Erica feel a bit better. She smiled sarcastically and said, "Don't forget that Phoebe tried to frame me with her unborn child before. Who knows if what happened earlier was also planned by Camille? Maybe it was all an act. She made it look like an accident and saved my husband to show how great she was. Perhaps she paid those gangsters to hurt him. That was not impossible." After all, the 3 daughters of the Su family were all shameless bitches. They could even become vicious in order to get what they wanted. Erica Lee, watch your words. Why don't you ask Mr. Huo first? He had already investigated those gangsters. They are enemies of ZL Group and have nothing to do with our family, Camille said while clenching her fists. She had been itching to slap Erica 10 times. Fanya closed her eyes for a while to calm herself down. When she opened her eyes again, she had already returned to her normal mood. Camille, don't explain anymore. Mr. Huo, you may leave with Mrs. Huo now. Just pretend that Camille has never taken the bullets to save you. We won't expect the Huo family to. She was not being too sensitive. It was just that too many women had wanted to take her place as Mrs. Huo. And that included the Su sisters. After she finished wiping Matthew's hands, he raised one of them and touched her head. With tenderness in his eyes, he said, "Well done." She just smiled and said, "Honey, since I have so much money to spend, let Camille stay in the hospital until her wound heals. I will pay for her hospital bills and medical expenses. I know how busy you are in the company to make more money for me, so you don't need to come here anymore. If anything happens to her, let them contact me directly. Okay?" What else could he say? After all, he had no plans of coming over again. "It's all up to you, honey," he replied. "But I think it's not enough. She has taken 2 bullets for you. And as they said, we can't be ungrateful to them. Since I'm in a better mood now, I'm thinking, since she is the chief editor of a fashion magazine, why don't we help her recruit more handsome men so her company can make more money?" She added. Her real intention was not to help Camille. She thought that if she would be surrounded by many handsome men, she would fall for one of them and wouldn't bother Matthew anymore. "Well, I think that's also a good idea," he replied. As long as his wife was happy, he wouldn't mind anything she wanted to do. However, Camille refused immediately. She said in a cold voice, "Thanks for your offer, but that won't be necessary. You don't need to interfere with my company's affairs." Erica held Matthew's arm and rested her head on his shoulder. "It's all right, Miss Su. Don't be shy and accept our kindness. It's settled." When she finished talking, Erica turned to Matthew and said, "Come on, honey. Let's go home." With Matthew still holding her waist, they stood up and walked out of the hospital. Fanya and Camille were left alone in the ward. When she lost sight of the couple, Fanya immediately grabbed a teacup and smashed it on the floor. She had never seen such an arrogant person until she met Erica. What infuriated her the most was that Matthew was still defending Erica despite her arrogance. With her eyes closed, Camille stayed still in the bed as though she didn't hear the sound of the teacup breaking. Her mind was filled with thoughts of how much Matthew was spoiling Erica. "I did hear that he loves Erica so much. I guess it's true," she thought. The room fell into silence. For a while, they both didn't say anything, as if they were lost in thought. When the couple came out of the hospital, Erica shook off Matthew's arm around her waist. She rushed to the car and got in. Matthew mindlessly followed her into the car, but Erica pushed him out and ruthlessly closed the door. He fell silent. Seeing this, Erica rolled down the window and said, "You go your own way and I'll go mine. Goodbye, Mr. Huo." She then looked away and demanded the driver, "Let's go." The driver started the car and left his sight. He watched the car drive away without him. Matthew couldn't believe his eyes. For the first time in his life, he was abandoned this way. That afternoon, Erica went straight to the Huo family's manor after class. When Matthew got back to the villa, he found that no one was home. He reached for his phone and called Erica. She answered the call, but she didn't tell him where she was. He then called her bodyguard and found out that she was at the manor. Matthew didn't even bother to go upstairs. He hurriedly turned around and went to the manor. When he got there, a maid was waiting for him at the door as though she was expecting that he would come over. "Mr. Huo, Mrs. Huo is asleep. She has asked me to prepare another room for you next door, and asked you not to disturb her when you go upstairs." "Seriously? We were just talking on the phone 10 minutes ago. How could she fall asleep so soon?" He turned to the maid and nodded. "I see. Matthew asked the maid to not follow him and went upstairs by himself. Erica had taken over his room. Matthew tried to open the door but it again. Matthew had been coaxing her all the while, but she didn't want to forgive him at all. Later he made up his mind and said, "Well, in that case I'll do it." As soon as he declared it, he lifted her pajamas with his big hand. Erica was caught off guard. She sat up from the bed and kicked him hard. "Go to sleep in the next room."
No.
"I won't go anywhere. If you're staying right here, I'll stay here." Matthew couldn't sleep well without her in his arms. She glared at the shameless man and said, "Matthew Huo, I don't want to see your face right now. Either you go or I'll leave."
No.
No one is leaving. Even though she didn't want to see him, he wanted to see her. "Well then, go sleep on the sofa or on the floor, I don't care. I just don't want to sleep in the same bed with you." "I'll sleep on the sofa." Right when she finished her sentence, he made a choice without the slightest hesitation. Hearing this, Erica lay back on the bed and tucked herself in. "Good night." Matthew kissed her long hair and said, "Honey, I'm just going to take a shower. You can sleep now." She didn't say a word. She didn't care where he was going, as long as he didn't bother her. Half an hour later, Matthew came out of the bathroom. Erica hurriedly turned her phone off and pretended to be sleeping. However, despite her hurry, he still saw the light from her phone just now. He chuckled and pretended he didn't see anything as he sat on the sofa. A few moments later, Erica fell asleep. She couldn't remember when she had fallen asleep. Nevertheless, she vaguely felt that someone was holding her. When she smelled the familiar scent, she immediately leaned in closer. Erica tried to open her eyes to check if Matthew had actually sneaked up on the bed to sleep beside her, but she was too sleepy. When she woke up at dawn, she saw that Matthew wasn't there. She scanned the room and thought that he left her alone to sleep. The moment she got out of bed, Erica saw a piece of paper on the bedside table. She picked it up and realized it was Matthew's handwriting. She felt like she heard his voice when she read the note. "I'll be on a business trip for 3 days. I wanted to take you with me, but you kept ignoring me. I have to go now. I'll be back soon, but remember to miss me while I'm gone." He's on a business trip? How come it's so sudden? Remember to miss him?
No.
I'm not going to miss him, she thought to herself. After breakfast, she got into the car and left the manor. When the car approached the manor entrance, her phone rang. She didn't recognize the number. "Hello. Who's this?" Erica heard a man's voice on the other end of the line. "Hello, is this Ms. Lee? I'm from a florist's. I am close to Pearl Villa District. Can you come out and sign for the flowers?" "Huh? Flowers? Could they be from Matthew?" Probably not. A man like him doesn't know how to be romantic. He's never sent me flowers before. But maybe he did that to apologize to me." Erica felt confused. She asked, "Who sent them?"
Sorry, Ms. Lee.
"I don't know who sent them to you. Would you please sign for them first? I'm in a bit of a hurry to deliver the next order." "I'll wait for you to arrive," the man said anxiously. Erica looked out of the window and said, "I'll be there in about 3 minutes. Wait for a bit, please." The manor was only a few minutes away from the Pearl Villa district. She was already on her way and would arrive in just a bit. "Okay, thank you. Bye." When she arrived at the Pearl Villa district, the first thing she saw was a large bunch of red roses. The moment she got out of the car, the air smelled of roses. The man in a blue uniform brought her the flowers. Erica Lee, right? She was amazed to see this big bunch of flowers. "Yes, that's me," she nodded. The man handed her the roses. "Someone has ordered these 99 red roses for you. Please sign here." Looking at the roses in her arms, he spat. "Did you just come back here to look for trouble?" Matthew stared at her for a while. After a few breaths, he changed his mind. "No." He swiftly lifted her up and carried her in his arms towards the villa. "I came back to sleep with you." He swore that he would exhaust her in bed so she would be too tuckered out to get up, let alone see another man. Erica was shocked. "What? Sleep with me? The nerve of this guy." I'm carrying 2 babies in my belly, and he wants to sleep with me. She thought that Matthew had probably gone crazy, so he came back to torture her this way. Put me down. I'm not going to sleep with you. Her hands were still stained with mud. As she struggled to get out of his clutches, Matthew's expensive suit got smeared with dirt. As soon as they entered the living room, Matthew put her down but didn't let go of her arm. He kicked his shoes off, grabbed her wrists, and pinned her against the wall. He stared at her with piercing eyes for a few seconds. He then lowered his head, took a deep breath, and kissed her hard on her red lips. Erica tried to catch her breath. There was a huge difference in strength between men and women, and Erica was forced to bear his anger. In broad daylight, right in the living room, Matthew had sex with his pregnant wife. Erica had been staying at the Huo family manor for a while, so the maids in their villa were away on a temporary holiday. That day they had their own house to themselves. No one could hear her except Matthew. As Erica was pregnant, Matthew was gentle while having sex with her. After he was done, he carried her to the bedroom in his arms. She had tear stains on her face. With a sob, Erica turned her back to the man. She didn't want to talk to him now, not even a word. Matthew went into the bathroom. When he returned to the bedroom again, he was already dressed. He stood by the bed and looked down at the angry woman. Erica, if you accept another bunch of flowers from him, I'll lock you at home for a day. Him? I thought Matthew sent the flowers. Erica turned and fixed a puzzled gaze on her husband. Her eyes were red from crying. But before she could voice the confusion coursing through her, Matthew turned and left. 2 bodyguards executed his orders by guarding the door from the time of Matthew's departure to his return in the evening, thus preventing her from stepping out of the house. At Orchid Private Club. Boom! Matthew viscously kicked a man. The force was so intense that he lost his balance and hit the sofa behind him. Then the man slumped to the floor. A painful groan escaped his lips as he placed a hand on his aching chest. When he glanced up, Matthew was tidying his sleeves. Blood slid down the corner of the fallen man's mouth. Several bodyguards stood beside him, which made it impossible for him to escape the private booth. In front of the wine rack, not far away, sat 2 men wearing suits. They seemed to ignore what was happening and leisurely chatted and drank wine. After he finished adjusting his sleeves, Matthew lifted the man on the floor. Before he could do anything, Matthew punched him ruthlessly in the face. A crunching sound reverberated in the booth, and blood spurted from the man's broken nose. Matthew threw him aside and criticized. How dare you ignore my warning? Mr. Chai, you are really bold. He couldn't hurt Erica, but he could teach this man, who sent flowers to his wife, a lesson. Unable to stand, Watkins fell on the floor again. He didn't even have the strength to straighten his arm that had fallen awkwardly on the sofa. After a while, he said with difficulty, "Beating me is useless. Erica doesn't love you. She told me that in person. She was forced to sleep with you. She was forced to sleep Ed that Watkins would find a wife like Erica, but he hadn't asked his son to poach her. After all, she was Mrs. Huo. Matthew's aggressive personality was well known by everyone. As his son was still alive, Neville understood that Matthew had been merciful for his sake. Matthew removed his foot away from Watkins' chest, took the wet towel prepared by the bodyguard next to him, and wiped his hands. He sauntered to Neville and said, "Mr. Chai, this is just a lesson for your son. If I see him near my wife in the future, I'm not sure if I'll be forgiving enough to let him live." Neville nodded before he asked his men to help his son up. When Watkins stood firm, he slapped him across the face and scolded, "Unfilial son! Did I teach you to behave like this? You are my son. You can have any woman you want. Why did you have to covet Mrs. Huo? What is wrong with you?" Watkins' face had turned sideways with the intensity of the slap. He slowly turned to glare his father. Finally, his gaze fell on Matthew. He stated calmly, "You'd better keep an eye on her from now on. Don't give me a chance. Otherwise, I will fight for her heart." The expression on Matthew's face darkened. He threw the wet towel aside and cursed himself for being gracious toward Watkins. Fury radiated from him as he strode forward. Damn it! Sheffield cursed inwardly. But it was too late for him to stop his brother-in-law. Matthew kicked Watkins before anyone could react. The two bodyguards who had been supporting him almost fell. Sheffield knew how hard Matthew could hit. If he continued to hit Watkins like this, the man would definitely die. He nodded at Harmon, and the two of them stepped forward to stop Matthew before he could kick Watkins again. Sheffield reminded him in a low voice. Matthew, stop it. This isn't helping anything. If he really beat Watkins to death, things would truly go south. He was rich, but he wasn't above the law. Neville heard what his son was saying, however. He knew his son was in the wrong. Before Matthew could turn his fury on Sheffield, Neville got between the two and faced a fuming Matthew alone. He tried to soothe him in a soft voice. Mr. Huo, please calm down. It's my fault. I didn't teach my son well. Let me sort him out myself, please. Seizing the chance, he turned to his assistant and demanded, Why are you still standing there? Can't you see Mr. Huo's angry? Grab Watkins and get the hell out of here. Yes, Mr. Chai. The assistant nodded at the bodyguards and put one of Watkins' arms around his shoulders to support his weight. Leaving took longer than normal, because the private room was in extreme disarray. Matthew's imposing manner struck fear into the bravest of hearts. Everyone beat a hasty retreat. Neville had always treated the man in front of him as a junior, but at this moment, he was shocked by Matthew's foreboding manner and didn't know what to say. His son had offended Matthew. Neville wouldn't have been so embarrassed if it were anyone else. At last, Harmon came over and told Neville, Mr. Chai, let's discuss this another day. Go home. Relax. Check on your son. Matthew was so angry right now that he was in no mood to talk to anyone. Now that Harmon was smoothing things over, Neville decided to help. Mr. Huo, I'm going home to deal with my son. When the time is right, maybe we'll all calm down some. Then I'll bring him around to apologize. Matthew shook off Sheffield's hand and warned him coldly. If this happens again, I will probably get extremely pissed. If I'm angry enough, I start breaking bones. I hope your insurance is paid up, Mr. Chai. Neville didn't know how to respond. He seriously considered sending his son abroad. Maybe that way things wouldn't get out of hand. At him in confusion and asked, What are you doing? Embarrassed, Hyatt scratched the back of his head and stammered. Be gentle with her, okay? I'm serious. Don't spook her too much. What does he think I'm going to do? Hurt her or something? Erica rolled her eyes, raised her hand and slapped on the back of his head. Dude, she cheated you out of your money. At least let me lean on her a bit. Hyatt was rendered speechless. He had no choice but to follow Erica. The two stopped near the girl. She looked up and was stunned when she saw Erica. Hyatt introduced them in a quiet voice. Erica, this is Pansy. Pansy, this is my good friend Erica. When Hyatt introduced Pansy to Erica, he spoke fluently. As soon as he spoke to Pansy, he stammered and his face turned red. Erica had always been polite before resorting to force. She smiled at the pretty girl and said, Hello. If Pansy hadn't borrowed the money and refused to pay it back, Erica would have tried to hook them up. Almost every student in this school knew Erica. Outside of being Mrs. Huo, she had a reputation for being a hard ass. No one would mess with her. So when she saw Erica, her smile froze on her face. Actually, she had no intention of paying Hyatt back. She wanted to keep the money for herself. She greeted Erica uneasily and couldn't help but stare at her pregnant belly. She was far enough along where even the baggiest clothing couldn't hide it. Mrs. was getting really big, she thought. Erica didn't mind her gaze at all. She put her arm on Hyatt's shoulder and asked, Hyatt said you owed him money and haven't paid him back yet. What's wrong with you? At the mention of the money, the girl's eyes began to fill with tears, and she tried to look away from Erica. There was sympathy in Hyatt's eyes, but not Erica's. Come on, Hyatt. It's not like I don't want to pay you back. But I'm hurting for money now. 2 more days. That's all I need. She had a lovely voice, high-pitched and sweet, easy on the ears. No wonder her major was in radio and TV broadcasting. Seeing that silly Hyatt was about to soften his heart, Erica pulled him behind her and told the girl, "No way. This is ridiculous. You've been playing this game for months. You can't even cough up 2,000? Maybe we should start charging interest." The girl named Pansy knew there was no way out. Erica would never let her off the hook. So she had to promise, "Okay, I don't have a job. I need to call my mom." Erica watched her wander off to make the call. Hyatt tugged at her sleeve nervously. "Erica, she just asked for a little more time. If she really can't get it to me now, it doesn't matter. I can wait. It's not like I need the money." Erica rolled her eyes at him and said, "Don't be a jerk. This is all on her. You'll get your money quickly, trust me." Erica was good at reading people. She was street smart. She recognized the brands Pansy wore, stylish and expensive. The simple outfit she was rocking cost thousands. And the phone in her hand was none other than ZL Group's iconic model. A super private, high-end phone for the super rich. Nearly unbreakable when dropped, featuring high-end encryption, made of black carbon and metal gold. The thing was worth more than 20,000. So Erica wasn't buying it. A girl who could afford such luxurious items should easily be able to pay her friend back. Sure enough, in less than 3 minutes, Pansy came back and asked for Hyatt's account number. "Mom transferred the money to me. I'll wire it to you now." Hearing that, Hyatt was gobsmacked for a moment. He didn't think he'd ever see that money again. Prompted by Erica, he rattled off his account number. Soon he received 2,000. The girl blushed and left. Hyatt watched her leave, a hint of sad. "And those guys off?" "Yes, Mrs. Huo." After getting Erica's orders, the bodyguard left the car and pulled out a nightstick. He only had to whip it around a few times before the group dispersed. They left Caitlin there alone. Caitlin ran back to the car and thanked Erica with a smile, over and over. "Thank you, Erica. Thank you so much. I'll never forget what you did today." When the bodyguard returned to the car, Erica pressed the automatic window with an expressionless face. As it closed, she ordered the driver, "Let's go. We'll drop Hyatt off at school and head home." "Yes, Mrs. Huo." After the luxury car rolled away, Caitlin took some deep breaths to center herself and took a last look at the empty alley. She hailed a taxi and left. To Erica's surprise, when she returned to the villa, Matthew was already home. He was talking on the phone in the bedroom. When he saw her come in, he just glanced at her and continued to talk about work with the person on the other end. Erica didn't feel like talking to him, so she went straight to the closet, grabbed her pajamas and went to the bathroom. When she came out, Matthew was still in the bedroom. But he wasn't on the phone now. Instead, he sat on the sofa waiting for her. Matthew wanted to dry her hair, but she turned him down. She took the hairdryer from him and sat in front of the dresser to dry her hair by herself. Matthew didn't press the issue. He sat on the edge of the bed and simply said, "I'll go with you to your prenatal checkup tomorrow." "No thanks. There's no need for that," Erica refused unhesitatingly. Matthew stood up and walked up to her. He looked into her eyes through the mirror and said, "Don't be so stubborn." She stopped drying her hair and explained patiently, "A pregnant woman is only required to have a checkup once a month. Besides, I'm just doing fine. I don't need to go to the hospital every half a month. It was only 2 weeks ago when she had her last checkup. That was the time when they found out that she was pregnant with twins." "But I'm worried," he insisted. This time she turned off the hairdryer, put it on the table and turned to him before she asked, "Why are you worried now? You didn't even worry that night when you did something to me." He was rude to her at that time, but he didn't worry about hurting the babies inside her belly. His eyes darkened in an instant when he sensed the sarcasm in her voice. He suddenly became dispirited. "Just listen to me this time." "No, I won't listen to you. But if you really insist, then I'll go to the hospital by myself. I don't want to bother you, Mr. Huo." Actually, she was still mad at him for what he did to her 2 nights ago. She didn't deserve that punishment he gave her. Despite her firm objection, He still wrapped his arms around her waist and said, "They are my babies too. It's my responsibility to accompany you during your prenatal checkups. I already told you, no need. If you are really worried, just let Paige go with me." She shook his hands off, stood up, and was about to walk out, but he didn't give her a chance to leave. He gently pressed her back to her seat, turned on the hairdryer, and skillfully began to dry her hair. She was rendered speechless. He seemed to be using both hard and soft tactics. The night was so peaceful. Matthew stopped working and also stopped Erica from playing with her phone. They went to bed earlier than usual and fell asleep in each other's arms. The next morning, although Erica had agreed to have a checkup, she still didn't change her mind about not letting Matthew accompany her. Left with no choice, he called Paige to go with her to the hospital. In a country, Gifford had just arrived at the military base. As soon as he got out of his car, his phone rang again. It was Rhea who had. "I can say that your skills are not that excellent yet. But before entering our company, all talents will need to undergo a few months of closed training. Each of them becomes outstanding when they finish the training. Now, I want to know if you are willing to join our company, so we can arrange everything about your training." It was such a great opportunity, and it was Matthew who recommended her. The offer was so tempting. When she was about to say yes, her hand subconsciously touched her belly. All of a sudden, she was brought back to reality. With a sad face, she answered in a low voice, I can't go for now." The general manager smiled and said, "I know that you are not in good shape right now, but that's all right. Just give me an estimated time of your availability, so we can prepare your contract. You can sign it by then." She was still young and beautiful. When the right time came, she could rise to fame in the entertainment industry with the help of global entertainment. Excitement surged in her heart upon hearing his words. She stammered, "Okay, then, please give me." She calculated the number of months in her mind first before she continued. 7 months. It was already enough for her to fully recover after giving birth. The general manager was satisfied with her answer. "Okay then. After 7 months, come to Global Entertainment and look for me. But during the 7 months, you can call me anytime if something happens." "Thank you so much." "You're welcome," he replied with a smile. After their meeting, the general manager of Global Entertainment left first. Chantel stayed in the coffee shop for quite a while, sitting alone and staring at the window blankly, still trying to digest what had happened just now. All of a sudden, she caught sight of 2 men in military uniforms. Because of Gifford, she had always been sensitive to green military uniforms recently. But this time she was surprised when she recognized one of them. It was really Gifford. She had never seen him again after they had gotten their marriage licenses more than a month ago. The excitement she felt during her meeting with the general manager of Global Entertainment just now doubled upon seeing Gifford. She couldn't help thinking, what is he doing here? Did he know that I'm here so he came to look for me? But it's impossible. I didn't tell anyone about this meeting. The 2 men walked straight to the corner and sat down in a slightly hidden table. The smile on Chantel's face vanished as her heart sank. She was wrong. He didn't come here for her. She was about to go to their table to greet him when a woman in a brown coat came in and walked straight to them. Subconsciously, she sank back to her seat. Although she could see them clearly from where she sat, she couldn't hear what they were talking about, so she just watched them. After talking for quite a while, the woman stood up angrily and pulled Gifford's sleeve. Gifford stood up and patted the woman's shoulder as if comforting her. He then led her out of the cafe. Chantel didn't mind the other man as her gaze followed Gifford and the woman outside. Gifford was talking to the woman in front of his car. She didn't know what he said to take the woman's anger away, but they ended up laughing. Eventually, he invited the woman to get in his car. His car had already left a few moments ago, but Chantel was still staring outside, her mind blank. She had even forgotten her plan to call Erica to thank her the moment she saw Gifford left with another woman. In a hospital of Y City, Paige carefully supported Erica to enter the elevator. They were there for the latter's prenatal checkup. As soon Now, said the nurse again. Paige didn't want Erica's effort to go to waste. Besides, it would be inconvenient for her to come back and see Watkins another time. So she deliberately raised her voice as she said to the nurse, Mrs. Huo heard that Mr. Chai was injured, so she came to see how he is now. As expected, Watkins opened his eyes upon hearing Paige's voice. The moment he saw Erica, a complicated emotion flashed through his eyes. He struggled to call her name. Erica. As she heard him call her name, Erica rushed to his bedside. Looking at his almost unrecognizable face, she asked worriedly, What happened to you? You were just fine 2 days ago. How did you end up like this? His mouth curved into a faint smile. Haven't you heard what happened? That moment Paige's phone rang. It was Matthew. She walked to the window and answered it. Mr. Huo. Erica shook her head to Watkins' question and asked doubtfully, Is there something I need to know? Watkins fell silent for a moment before he spoke again. I was the one who sent you those roses. What? It was you. She was stunned. No wonder Matthew got very angry and blamed her for accepting flowers from another man. She didn't have any idea that Watkins was the one who sent them. Why did you send me those roses? Because I like you. Watkins' straightforwardness stunned her more. She suddenly got confused. Did he like her as a friend or more than that? Mr. Huo found out that I was the one who sent you the roses, so I ended up like this. There was an unreadable emotion in Watkins' eyes as he said those words. But what he said was like a bomb that exploded in Erica's ears. Her body shivered as she asked cautiously, Do you mean it was Matthew who did this to you? Why didn't I know anything? She wondered inwardly. Before Watkins could answer, Paige came and quickly handed her the phone. Mrs. Huo, Mr. Huo wants to talk to you. She took the phone from Paige in a daze and reflexively said, Hello. Since you are done with your checkup, let Paige drive you home now. Don't go somewhere else anymore. There was no emotion in Matthew's voice. Erica first turned to Watkins, who had been beaten black and blue, before she said in a low voice, I heard that Watkins is in this hospital too, so I came to check on him. I didn't expect that he is seriously injured. I did it, he admitted bluntly. She bit her lower lip to suppress the anger that boiled up in her heart and asked, Why did you do it? Just because he sent me those roses. How can Matthew be this ruthless? She thought angrily. Yes. You are so cruel. His eyes turned cold as ice when she called him cruel. He could even be more ruthless. Whoever dares to covet my wife must die, he said through clenched teeth. She trembled at his words. This was her first time to discover his horrible side. Erica, you better stop arguing with me over an irrelevant man. Otherwise, I might do something more savage to him. Matthew spoke in his usual low voice, but it sounded cold and cruel to her ears. As Watkins heard their conversation, he said in a trembling voice, Erica, you may leave now. I want to have a good rest. Erica hung up the phone and gave it back to Paige. The assistant said, Mrs. Huo, Mr. Huo told me to send you back home. Wait a moment, she answered. She then turned and walked towards the bed. Watkins, I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. Watkins shook his head and replied, Don't blame yourself, Erica. You should go back home now. She nodded. Rest well. I'll visit you again some other day. D her heart. She didn't know what to say anymore. Before she got out of the car, her phone rang again. It was Ria calling this time. Somehow, her mood had gotten a bit better. Hello, my dear Ria. Rika, your dear Ria has just broken up with her boyfriend. What? She exclaimed. She got a little confused, so she asked, Didn't you just send me some screenshots of your chat history 2 days ago to show off your love? Ria had even sent her a voicemail full of laughter. He is dating 4 women at the same time, Ria exclaimed. Erica was so shocked to hear such news. Oh my God. Seriously? 4 women? Is your boyfriend a beast? I'm sure he is. And you know what? If I haven't accidentally joined a WeChat group and saw a woman's profile photo that looked exactly like mine, I wouldn't have discovered it. There was a hint of anger in Ria's voice. Well, who would have thought that her boyfriend was such a jerk? She had actually sent a friend request to that woman. At first, she thought that it was just a coincidence that they used the same profile photo, so she wanted to have a casual chat with her. But to her surprise, while they were chatting, the woman sent her a photo of her boyfriend to show off that he was a soldier protecting the country. She stared at the photo for a very long time, and she couldn't be mistaken. The man in the picture, who was smiling cheek to cheek with the woman, was her boyfriend. I thought you two used couple profiles on WeChat? Erica asked. She wanted to match her profile with Ria's, so they could show off their friendship. Unfortunately, when Erica saw Ria's boyfriend's profile, she realized that she and her boyfriend were using couple profiles. Yeah, I found that asshole was using couple profiles with 3 other girls besides me. Ria yelled. What a jerk, Erica commented. A few minutes later, the car stopped before the entrance of ZL Group. Paige ran over to Erica's side and opened the door to help her get out. After a moment's silence, Ria said, I was particularly obsessed with the uniform on him. Your brother introduced a few guys to me when he was free. Why did I fall in love with him? Another guy your brother introduced to me back then has been promoted 2 ranks in a row. Why didn't I choose him in the first place? Was I blind then? Erica didn't know what to say, nor could she decide on whether to laugh or cry at Ria's words. How did you find out about the other 2 girls? Well, I called Gifford for help again even though he was really busy. I tried to contact him several times and finally got through. I asked him to accompany me to meet my boyfriend. Then I confronted that jerk face to face. I saw that there were another 2 girls he kept calling honey on his phone. It must have broken Ria's heart into pieces back then. Fortunately, Gifford had taken her away before she could burst into tears, saving her from the embarrassment of being a mess in front of him. Why don't you let my brother beat up that jerk? The least he could do is send him to the hospital for a few days. Men like these are scum that need to be beaten senseless. Erica's face soured at the mere thought of that wicked man. Ria took a deep breath and said, Forget about it. I don't want to make trouble for your brother. What about you? What are you up to? Taking a look at the CEO's exclusive elevator in front of her, Erica walked in and said, I'm going to Matthew's office to speak with him. What happened? Is something wrong? Ria asked when she noticed the change in Erica's tone at the mention of Matthew. Matthew is so bossy and stubborn. I can't stand it anymore. Erica blurted, completely disregarding Paige, who was also inside the elevator with her because she believed she was speaking the truth. As long as that was the case, Erica didn't see why she would be afraid of Paige snitching on her to Matthew. Ria thought for a moment and said, Well, if I remember correctly, Hew casually threw his phone on the desk and put his hand on her belly. A lot of tenderness appeared in his eyes as he looked at the woman. Honey, as long as you behave well, I promise you will be the happiest woman in the world. Behave well? Am I not obedient enough now? What else does he want me to do? She thought to herself. She pulled his hand away and said, You know what? You've beaten up Watkins so badly that he can't even move in his hospital bed. The poor man begged me not to quarrel with you. He said he would never send me roses again. You should go and apologize to him. You want me to apologize to him? Matthew's eyes were wide with anger. Erica nodded and said, Yes, or we can visit him together and apologize to him. Matthew stood up straight, put his hands into his pockets and quietly suppressed the anger in his heart. After a long time he looked at his wife and said, Okay, I'll apologize to Watkins, but only if you apologize to Camille. After all, you slapped her, didn't you? What's more, it is because of me that she is lying in a hospital bed right now. He wants me to apologize to Camille? Erica was burning with anger. Matthew Huo, how dare you ask me to apologize to a woman who tried to seduce my husband? The atmosphere in the office was tense, almost as if a huge fight was about to break out. Rika, you can't have it both ways. If you can't apologize to Camille, then how can you ask me to apologize to a man who tried to seduce my wife? His rhetorical question rendered Erica speechless. After a while she stared into his eyes and asked, Are you blaming me for slapping Camille? Are you blaming me for ruining your relationship with her? Hearing what Erica said, Matthew got angry. He wondered what kind of person he was in her eyes. He stared at her. Can't you see my love for you? Do you even know how much I love you? Or you just don't want to face that truth? Do you mean that I've ruined your relationship with Watkins? He asked. After all, he had also beaten Watkins up. Erica sighed and explained calmly. Nothing happened between me and Watkins. There wasn't even any physical contact. Shouldn't you be apologizing for beating him up like that? And as for you and Camille, I slapped her because she held your hand and had physical contact with you. Do you get it? The point was that Matthew was too cruel. She wouldn't have come here to argue with him if he hadn't beaten Watkins up to such a state. Matthew had almost crippled him. Erica, we both know what red roses mean. He was expressing his love for you by sending you those flowers. You should know I'm a man and your husband nonetheless. Now that he dared to provoke me like this, he should have prepared himself to bear my anger. He had it coming. His breaths were deep. He regretted giving Watkins just a beating. In his anger, Matthew thought he should have buried him alive, leaving Erica no chance to see him. Erica pounded his shoulder heavily. Seeing that his eyes were so fierce as if he were going to kill her, she continued to vent her anger out on him. Go away. I don't want to see you. Matthew grabbed her wrist and held her tightly in his arms. He asked her coldly, Then who do you want to see if you don't want to see me? Watkins. Erica couldn't move in his arms. She was so angry that she simply raised her head and bit his chin. She didn't let go of him until she was sure that her teeth had left marks. I will make sure that you get my teeth marks on your chin every day so you won't get to see other people. Sure, go ahead. I don't care. I don't mind staying with you all day long and see no one else. Matthew planted his face on her neck and gave Erica a hot kiss. Erica shivered. She tried to refuse and her voice came out trembling. Let go of me. Damn it. I don't want you to kiss me. Her chattering was silenced as Matthew locked his lips with hers. For a while, they had been quarreling from the office to the lounge. This time Matthew made sure he punished Erica in bed. When he was done, he picked his clothes up from the floor and put them on. Even after an eventful fight, he still looked like a noble and domineering CEO. Erica stayed still in the bed naked. She had traces of marks all over her body, like a greatly wronged little wife. After the lounge, Matthew was no longer in the office. She looked for Paige and asked her to send her back to the Huo family manor. After having lunch at home, she took a nap for a while before she went to school. While she was walking down the hallway to go to her next class, a girl stopped her. Erica. She turned around and saw that it was Caitlin. Preoccupied, she glanced at Caitlin and quickly shifted back her gaze to her camera. She was deleting useless photos. What's up? Caitlin came over and took her arm. Hey, I just wanted to thank you for saving me that night. Erica pulled her arm from her grip and replied indifferently, You don't need to. I didn't take it seriously. She was too distracted with what happened between her and Matthew, so she really wasn't in the mood to think about Caitlin. Still, Caitlin didn't give it up and added, I'm sorry for what happened before, but I have my own struggles. Since you saved me, I'll tell you the truth. To be honest, it was Phoebe who asked me to steal your work. Although Erica was lost in thought, what she heard drew her attention. Did she say Phoebe? Erica looked at her with doubt written on her face. You know Phoebe? How do you know her? Why did she ask you to steal my work? Caitlin sighed and told her the truth. Okay, here goes. Phoebe's mom is my aunt. In all honesty, I didn't want to steal your work, but my mother had a favor to ask of them, and so I was told to listen to them and do whatever they asked me to do. Phoebe wanted to embarrass you, so she asked me to steal your work. She even found a hacker to hack into your computer and delete your original photos. I had no choice but to cooperate. I'm really sorry for what I did to you, Erica. Doubt reflected in Erica's expression as she stared at the young woman in front of her. She didn't know whether she should believe Caitlin or not. Caitlin deftly pulled out her phone from her pocket to prove her innocence. I have the chat history with my cousin. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. Then she turned to a chat page. The person who was marked as Phoebe by Caitlin did give her instructions to steal Erica's work. Later, Mr. Huo asked the school to expel both my boyfriend and me. As no school is willing to accept a student who was expelled from Y City Film Academy, my parents spent a lot of money to admit me to a 3-class university. Tears welled in Caitlin's eyes as she spoke. Her expression was so sincere that she almost convinced Erica. But Erica had dealt with the Su family's 3 sisters so often that she had learned her lesson. She was afraid that Caitlin was a lying bitch just like her cousins. So she simply nodded, even though she had doubts regarding Caitlin's candor. Eventually she said, I know, but I have to go to class. Bye. Okay, but Erica, can you forgive me? I know that I was wrong. Caitlin begged pitifully. It doesn't matter whether I forgive you or not. We are not in the same school now, and we won't meet each other in the future, Erica said indifferently. If Caitlin hadn't come to her, they might never have met. Caitlin took a deep breath and sighed. Okay. I understand your feelings. After all, I did hurt you. Anyway, I still have to thank you. If you need any help in the future, just call me. Well, thank you. Erica didn't want to talk to her anymore, so she thanked the young woman for her offer and turned to leave. Several days passed, and there was no sign of Matthew. He stopped coming home, and Erica found that she was sleeping alone every night. One night, as the pregnant woman lay in her bed, she touched her round belly and thought about her husband. The more she contemplated, the sadder she became. After a short while she burst into tears. Matthew is a liar. He tricked me into getting pregnant. Now that I'm carrying his children, he won't even come home. She wanted to run away. She never wanted to return with his children. Erica suddenly sat up in the bed. A marriage devoid of love would not last, and she had to leave herself a way out. After much thought she gave. He didn't ask you for the money? I need to keep my voice down. Erica is outside. She then began to whisper so softly that Erica had to go closer to hear their conversation. No, I won't do it, not even if you give me 5 million. Erica and I are good friends now. I won't do terrible things for you anymore. Is it true that Mr. Huo didn't ask you to pay the 10 million? Oh my God. Why was he so forgiving and generous? Is he still in love with you? Poor Erica. Erica's mind went blank when she heard Caitlin's comments. How could Matthew not ask Phoebe to compensate him? Is that the reason? Why he didn't give me the card? Erica's insecurities flared again. It didn't help that she hadn't seen Matthew in days. She could no longer focus on either the conversation or the photo shoot she had planned. She lowered her head in defeat and set the camera aside. Absent-mindedly, she adjusted the aperture and sensitivity of the camera. When Caitlin stepped out, Erica said, I'm sorry, but I've decided not to take any photos today. Change your clothes, please. Confusion coursed through Caitlin and she asked, Why did you change your mind? She seemed to think of something and approached Erica. By the way, Erica, Phoebe just called me. She asked me to take you to a bar, but I refused. Be careful. It looks like she is planning something. Erica silently stared at the girl for a while. Afraid that she might not believe her, Caitlin hurriedly raised her hand and vowed, I swear that I didn't agree to help Phoebe. If I had, I wouldn't have told you. I know. You can leave now. I have something else to do, and then I'll go home. Erica said a bit harshly. She wasn't in a good mood. Caitlin nodded and answered, Okay. I'll go change my clothes. After Caitlin left the studio, Erica took out the cell phone from her pocket and scrolled through the messages she had exchanged with Matthew. The last one was from over 10 days ago. It was a short text from him. They hadn't sent any more messages since then. All of a sudden, a terrible thought popped into her head. Although Debbie had told her that Matthew was on a business trip in M country, she couldn't help wondering if he had been with Phoebe all these days. However, as soon as the thought came, she shook her head. It was impossible. She must be imagining things. She didn't know whether Phoebe had given the 10 million to Matthew or not, But if she hadn't heard Caitlin answering the phone today, she wouldn't have considered asking Matthew about it. After all, she trusted him and had no reason to doubt that he would accept the money from Phoebe. Yet now she wasn't so sure about it anymore. With so many conflicting thoughts occupying her mind, she pressed the video call button immediately to speak to Matthew. It took a long time for the video call to connect, but when it did, a woman's face came into the screen. Erica's heart sank as the other woman smiled at her. Mrs. Huo, Mr. Huo is in a meeting. He didn't take his phone with him. Is there anything I can do for you? Who are you? Erica asked. Mrs. Huo, I'm Mr. Huo's secretary, Anna. His secretary? Anna. Erica stared at the beautiful female secretary on the screen for a while. Neither of them said anything. However, Anna kept smiling as she waited for her orders. Erica still didn't understand why Matthew would hand over his private phone to his secretary. This wasn't usual of him. Where is this meeting taking place? In the hotel's conference room. I'm at Mr. Huo's room to sort out some files. Is the secretary in Matthew's room now? Erica grew more and more uncomfortable. Give him the phone, I want to speak to him, she demanded. Anna hesitated for a moment. Mrs. Huo, Mr. Huo is in the middle of a meeting. It's a very important one. None of the attendants have their phones with them. If it's not something urgent, I'll ask Mr. Huo to call you back after the meeting is over. She'll ask. For a while he gave in and said, if you have something you want to say, you can say it now. I'm alone in the room. He wanted to hear her say that she missed him, but he never saw her next words coming. Oh, so the secretary has left? The girl unexpectedly raised her voice sarcastically. Feeling what seemed to be the start of a migraine, Matthew closed his eyes and ignored her sarcasm. Yes. Wow, I really envy you, Mr. Huo. Despite being on a business trip, you still have such a beautiful secretary to keep you company. Will she also be sleeping in your room at night? Matthew frowned deeply. What nonsense are you talking now? She really needs to be taught a lesson, he thought. She dares to provoke me because I'm abroad and can't deal with her, huh? I'm not talking nonsense. But let's be honest, your secretary is so beautiful that even I am attracted to her. She didn't fail to notice that Anna was not only wearing black silk stockings but also a pair of red high-heeled shoes, which made her look so sexy. However, Matthew wasn't interested in discussing his secretary. I'll be back soon. Be good at home. Don't you think I'm being good? What kind of woman is good for you then, Matthew Huo? She asked. Every time that Matthew would ask her to be good, she couldn't stop the feeling that he had created this concept of a perfect woman in his head that he wanted her to follow. At that moment, the call went silent again. Matthew's eyes dimmed as he touched the screen of the phone with his fingertips and answered, I just don't want you to see another man. That's all. I see a lot of guys every day. I go to school, you know. Those classes are co-ed. What's going to make you happy? Tying them up and pushing them into a crocodile pit one by one. Erica snapped. Matthew knew she said that to annoy him. The doorbell rang. Matthew put down his phone and opened the door. Mr. Huo, it's time to head to the hotel, said Anna. I see, he answered and left the door open. He went back to his room and picked up his phone to tell the woman on the other end. Have a good rest. Going somewhere? She asked. I have a business lunch. Boring, but it has to be taken care of. He tidied up his clothes and strode out of the room. Why did I hear a woman's voice? Erica asked suspiciously. The man smiled and asked gently, Do you mind? Of course. You're my husband. Why wouldn't I mind? She answered without even thinking about it. Glancing at the female secretary outside the door, Matthew said, Don't worry. It's just business. Your husband is as loyal as ever. Realizing she was jealous, Erica picked up her phone on the bed and said awkwardly, I don't care what you do, really. Bye. Then she hung up the phone. Matthew chuckled to himself as he reviewed the chat logs between him and his wife. Sometimes he could laugh at the absurd. As soon as he got into the car, he turned and told Anna, I need you at the company this afternoon. Get Seth Su on the line. We have things to discuss. Anna was confused. What's wrong, Mr. Huo? Did I do something wrong? She wondered. Nope. Just get it done, he said. He didn't tell her his wife seemed to be jealous of him having a female secretary by his side. He decided not to add fuel to the fire. Even though Anna had 1,000 questions bouncing around in her head, she was still a dutiful employee. She did what he wanted without questioning it out loud. Yes, Mr. Huo. Erica hated herself because she couldn't stop thinking about it. She sent another message to Matthew asking him about Phoebe. Has Phoebe Sue wired you the money? Matthew wasn't thinking about it because he didn't give a damn about 10 million. He made a lot more than that in an hour. He called Owen and asked him to check on it before he replied to Erica. No. There were still 10 days left before the deadline. If the money wasn't there after that, Phoebe would definitely know what he had given her. It was a bracelet made of aquamarines and diamonds. Each aquamarine was about half the size of a fingernail, in the shape of a melon seed. The colorless diamonds were smaller than the aquamarines. There were about a dozen aquamarines and a dozen diamonds in the bracelet, which just sparkled on its own. Erica had never seen something so beautiful. She stopped gasping for air. Is it a gift from Matthew? He brought her a gift every time he came back from a business trip. She didn't care too much. She was usually just glad to have him home. Earrings, perfume, bracelets. When she looked at the bracelet carefully, Matthew took it back from her. Seeing her confused look, he said quietly, "Stretch out your left hand." Reflexively, Erica stretched out her left hand. She wore a famous watch he had personally chosen for her at a watch exhibition on her left wrist. Matthew moved her watch aside and put the bracelet on her wrist. Now she wore a watch and a bracelet on her slender wrist, and it looked like the most natural thing in the world. The man kissed the back of her hand and announced arrogantly, "I brought you a gift. Since you're wearing it, you can't be angry with me." When did she say she even wanted it? The girl blushed and retorted, "Yeah, right? When did I get a choice in this? You put it on me." He was still holding her wrist. He hadn't let go yet. A subtle smile appeared in Matthew's eyes. He nodded and said, "Yes, I insisted on buying it for you. You wouldn't accept it, but I insisted you wear it. You can't stay mad." When she heard what Matthew said, Erica nodded in a hurry. "Yes, but," she tried to protest. She was still mad after all. Matthew held her in his arms and kissed her forehead. "Well, good luck in class. If you don't have any after-school activities, let me know." He meant well, but it was one more way to exert control. She was used to making her way home and hanging out with Hyatt. Okay. Since he insisted on buying her a gift to please her, she reluctantly agreed. She felt pretty good. When she didn't think it through a whole lot, Matthew seemed like a great guy. In class, Erica copied what she saw on the projector screen. She took notes that she could use later to study for the exams. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. It was a WeChat message from Ria. "Hey, I'll tell you a secret. Don't tell anyone else." "What is it?" She replied casually and continued to take notes. 2 minutes later, stunned by the message from Ria, she put her hand over her wide-open mouth. Then she turned to look at Hyatt. Finally coming to her senses, she wrote back, "What? You must be kidding me, right? Or am I seeing things?" Sitting next to her, Hyatt was also busy taking notes. He didn't know Erica had been staring at him at all. Ria replied, "No, you're not crazy. I am. For Hyatt. He's sweet and innocent and probably won't cheat on me. So what do you think?" Looking at the phone, Erica rubbed her eyes and made sure she wasn't hallucinating. Ria sent her another message asking, "Are you okay? You're quiet. I bet you never expected that, huh?" Erica cooperatively typed a series of question marks and sent them to her. She was really confused. She didn't understand why Ria made such a decision. Ria and Hyatt? She's so overbearing and he's so quiet and just not her type. At this moment, Erica was very worried about Hyatt. "I don't believe in love anymore. All of the good ones are taken, it seems. And so when it's time to get married, I wouldn't be able to find a good man anywhere. So I figure, why don't I just get with Hyatt? At least I can get him to do what I. Hopeless. She simply closed her eyes and ignored him. Nah, it couldn't be April Fool's Day. We just had International Workers' Day last month, he thought. Oh, I guess this is real. After the class, the two walked out of class together. Hyatt had a silly smile on his face ever since he saw the text. Erica asked him, Hyatt, why did you agree to be Ria's boyfriend? If he said he liked her, she figured he'd be lying. He never talked about her before. Hyatt smiled shyly and replied, if she really likes me, I should like her, shouldn't I? Otherwise, she'd be pretty sad, he thought. Erica was confused by his logic. Are you serious? What if someone else likes you? Do you just decide to love her too? However, to her surprise, he stopped her and said seriously, no, I won't. I have Ria now. I can't cheat on her.
Fine.
Anyway, Hyatt only likes Ria. And that's what matters, she mused. Hyatt started badgering Erica about this or that. Since he was so far away from Ria, he didn't know what he could do for her. Maybe some gifts? Candy? Flowers? Should I call her every morning to wake her? And ring her up at bedtime to say good night? Should I? Erica had never been in love before she got married to Matthew. And the marriage was an arranged one. She didn't think Matthew loved her at all, so she couldn't give Hyatt any useful advice. She knew nothing about love. Before she went to bed, Erica received a WeChat message from Chantel. Rika, I just wanted to thank you and Mr. Huo. I'll cherish this opportunity. Her eyebrows furrowed. Huh? What do you mean? Reading her reply, Chantel wondered why Erica didn't know what she was talking about. Do you really not know? Mr. Huo introduced me to the general manager of Global Entertainment to poach me. I assured him that after I give birth to the baby, I will sign a contract with them and begin training. Erica was surprised. Seriously? I really didn't know anything about it. Matthew did that. Yep. The general manager said that it was Mr. Huo who told him about me. I really appreciate it. That's why I wanted to thank you both. Although they were only chatting through the app, Chantel's excitement was obvious. Erica got out of bed and ran to the study. She stuck her head out from the door and asked her busy husband, who was typing on his computer, did you arrange for Chantel to work at Global Entertainment? Matthew nodded. He was startled from her sudden appearance at the door. Since he came across the general manager at a meeting last time, Matthew mentioned Chantel to him while they were talking. After all, she had become his sister-in-law the moment she got married to Gifford. Chantel's previous performances seemed to have pleased the general manager, so he met with her to talk about signing a contract with them at Global Entertainment. Erica understood what had happened and seemed delighted. Chantel asked me to thank you for her. It's my pleasure, Matthew replied like a gentleman. Chantel was now part of the family, so this kind of arrangement was just a piece of cake for him. His pregnant wife slept a lot recently. Although Matthew had finished his work early, he found that Erica had already fallen asleep when he returned to the bedroom. Nonetheless, he was satisfied with the fact that he could sleep with his wife in his arms. Matthew didn't take her with him when he had a business trip a few days ago, so he could not fall asleep at night. He always felt that something was missing by his side. Every night he was away, he would wonder if this heartless woman had ever missed him in the middle of the night. When she tried to fix the blanket over her shoulder with her eyes closed, Matthew realized that he had been staring at her wife and watching her sleep. As soon as he lay down and held her, Erica turned over and wrapped her arms around him. He smiled, lowered his head to kiss her, and embraced her tightly in his arms. While he leaned his face on hers, he smelled her familiar fragrance. Matthew knew that he could finally have a good sleep. The next afternoon, Erica received an announcement from the Photography Association of Y City that there would be a photography activity happening the next day. A was better at photography than him. Erica turned to look at the photos he was showing her. One photo was of a pear tree with white blossoms standing beautifully by the red palace wall. Under the tree, a woman in a light purple dress was taking pictures of the dancing white flowers. The other one was a close-up of Erica's side face when she turned around. Her smiling pretty face was all over the screen, and everything else in the photo was blurred. She gave him a thumbs up and said proudly, "This is awesome. You made me look so pretty here. If you hadn't snapped a picture of me, I wouldn't have known I'm this beautiful." Hyatt laughed. "Hey, don't say that. You actually look much more beautiful in person than in these pictures." It seemed that the clearest and most beautiful pictures would always be what people could see with their own eyes. Erica couldn't stop smiling. "All right then. I'm going to take that as a compliment." She pinched her own cheek, which had become rounder since her pregnancy, and walked to find a new subject to shoot. While she was walking, she quickly edited the pictures Hyatt had taken for her and sent them to Matthew. "Hey, is your wife beautiful?" Erica continued to search for a different view as she waited for his reply. A few minutes later, her phone vibrated. She was excited to check what Matthew had said. "I'll tell you face to face when you're done with the activity." She pouted with frustration and dissatisfaction. Humph! Is he really so mean that he can't even compliment his own wife? After half a day of photography sessions, everyone from the association began to head towards the palace gate. Erica had also felt tired, so she followed them back and browsed through the photos on her camera. Before they reached the front gate of the Blessing Palace, Erica suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure through the locked yard on the left. Erica stopped and looked towards the yard. The two red wooden doors were chained, but there was a gap big enough for a child to pass through. She wasn't sure, but she seemed to see a figure flash by just now. But upon peering at it carefully, she could see nothing. Thinking that she might just be seeing things, she shook her head. After all, it was in the daytime. Although it was a bit gloomy, ghosts would not appear at this time of the day. Hyatt paused and looked at her in perplexity. He was waiting for her to continue walking. A few moments later they continued. After passing through a long corridor, Erica saw a lot of apricot flowers blooming over the wall of another small yard. She said to Hyatt, "Wait a minute. I'll take a few photos here." Hyatt nodded and went to the steps nearby to wait for her. After taking enough photos of the flowers outside the wall, Erica walked into the yard through the threshold. There she discovered a small apricot farm. There were more than 20 apricot trees. Their flowers were already a little sparse because of the new season. Many petals that fell off from the trees covered the ground. She took 2 steps back and waved at Hyatt. "Come here. There are many apricot flowers here too," she called out. Hyatt followed her in. But all of a sudden his face turned pale as he exclaimed, "Oh my gosh!" He caught sight of a figure that scared him and made him freeze. Erica was also frightened by his reaction. She tilted her head and asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Hyatt?" She then followed his gaze and saw a woman in a long white dress standing in front of an old, broken window. The woman was dressed like the way she had dressed when she tried to frighten Matthew in his study the other night but ended up scaring his subordinates instead. She was wearing a pair of white embroidered shoes. Her face looked so pale, and her long black hair fell over her shoulders. Everything about her scared both Erica and Hyatt to death. But despite her fear, Erica plucked up the courage to shout, "Hey, you! Are you a human or a ghost?" The woman didn't answer her but slowly walked towards them. "But unfortunately, she is here again before we can start fixing it." The other 2 security guards pulled the crazy woman up from the ground. One of them kicked her and cursed, "Damn it! It's daytime and yet you are scaring people again. You're such a lunatic." Watkins said to the security guards with a frown, "Do you know who she has scared today? This lady is pregnant. If I hadn't arrived on time, even your boss couldn't afford to take the responsibility." One security guard immediately apologized. "I'm so sorry, sir. Our boss thought that the hole is a historical and memorable thing because the ancient people made it in the past, so he didn't want to cover it at first. But since this crazy woman has sneaked into the palace several times already, he finally ordered some people to cover the hole. We assure you this incident won't ever happen again." "I'm so sorry." Erica suddenly asked, "Does this yard connect to other yards?" The security guard thought for a while, then pointed in a direction. "Yes, ma'am. There is a door behind this yard connected to the yard of the Harmony Hall. I suppose you saw this woman at the gate of the Harmony Hall. She nodded. Now she realized she wasn't just seeing things earlier. The figure she saw was this crazy woman. Again, we are so sorry for what happened. We'll send her out right now. The security guards grabbed the woman, who was still struggling and shouting, and left the yard. Because of what happened, Erica lost interest in taking photos anymore. She immediately decided to leave the Blessing Palace together with Watkins and Hyatt. The other members of the Photography Association also gathered in front of the gate. When Erica was about to get in her car, Watkins stopped her. "Erica," he called out. She turned to look at him, and she saw the tenderness in his eyes as he said, "I'll go ahead. Take care of yourself." Glancing at the group of people who were getting on the minibus, she asked, "Aren't you coming with them?" He shook his head.
No.
"My driver drove me here. By the way, how are you and Mr. Huo doing recently? Did you fight because of me?" "We are fine, but..." She couldn't finish her words as she felt a little embarrassed when she remembered that Matthew was responsible for his serious injuries. Instead, she said, "I'm sorry again for what happened to you. But please don't be angry at him. As long as we don't see each other often, he won't get mad again." With a bitter smile that curved on his mouth, he said, "I know. But we are friends. Why can't we meet anytime we want? Don't you have the right to make friends anymore?" She knew he was right, but she couldn't do anything. What could she do when she had a possessive husband? "Of course we are still friends, Watkins. And you helped me just now. I owe you one. If you need my help in the future, don't hesitate to tell me. It seems that I can only contact you when I am in trouble." "Erica," Hyatt called. When she turned and looked at him confusedly, he added, "Mr. Huo is here." Erica looked around and saw that Matthew got out of his car and walked towards them. He was wearing a dark suit. His eyes were fixed on her, full of coldness and malice. He was giving off a murderous aura, as if he could tear Watkins into pieces at any time. "Oh crap," Erica thought. She knew he was angry again. She suddenly pushed the young man in front of her and said, "Go now, Watkins." Watkins, who was stunned for a moment, didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. "Erica, I'm not afraid of him." "Oh, stop it. Just get in your car and go. You'll have your classes at home. You can choose between the manor and the villa." "No way." She refused in an instant. She couldn't imagine staying at home all day long. Glancing at her long face, he said, "Erica, I have already given you a chance, but you've just wasted it. This time you won't be the one to decide." If she stayed at home all the time, she wouldn't get a chance to meet any men. "No, I won't agree with that. Matthew, I am a human. I want my freedom. After our babies are born, I promise that you will return to your normal life." "But not for now," he thought. Erica's face flushed with anger. "You are going too far. You didn't even apologize to Watkins for hurting him before, and now you hurt him again." At least when she slapped Camille in the hospital the last time, she had never hit her again since then. "Don't blame me for beating him. I warned him, but he didn't listen to me." She raised her voice and argued with him. "We didn't meet in private. It was an activity organized by the Photography Association. Besides, if he hadn't come to help me, your sons might have been killed by that crazy woman." Matthew sneered, straightened his sleeves, and replied with the same words that she had said before. Who knows if it was all an act? It was possible that Watkins planned the whole incident and pretended to save Erica. As an innocent woman, she could easily believe and be more grateful to him. Fury coursed through Erica, and she glared at her husband. "You've gone too far." The security guard at the Blessing Palace said that the crazy woman had escaped from the mental hospital several times. She'd snuck into the palace through the hole to scare people. How can Watkins be involved? Is it possible to lure a person with a mental health condition out of a hospital? Anything is possible. Matthew snapped. He wondered if Camille and Watkins had been acquainted, and whether they had conspired to destroy his and Erica's relationship. If he found out any evidence to support his theory, he swore he wouldn't be forgiving. "Humph! You're judging a gentleman with your evil heart." The man squinted and grabbed the woman's chin. Say it again. How dare you call me evil? Are you courting death? He thought as resentment surged through him. You want me to repeat it? Fine. Do you think that I'm afraid of you? Erica adjusted her position so that her bulging belly was in Matthew's sight. Then she spoke. I said you are judging a gentleman with your evil heart. She wasn't afraid of provoking him as she didn't believe that he would hit a pregnant woman. And she was right. Matthew just couldn't be angry with her. His anger toward Watkins also disappeared the moment his eyes fell on her belly. He couldn't punish her, but he knew something else that he could do to unsettle her. The man suddenly lowered his head and kissed her red lips hard. When they had lunch at noon, Erica listened as Matthew spoke on the phone. He was busy interviewing teachers for her. Having lost her appetite, she poked the rice in her bowl with her chopsticks. Finally, she picked up all the food that the man had served her and put it back into his bowl. This was her way of silently protesting his decision. Eventually, Matthew put down his phone and cast a sharp glance at the pregnant woman. Unwilling to invite his wrath, she reluctantly began to eat the rice. Meanwhile, she silently cursed him for being overbearing, unreasonable, and brutal. Matthew had always been a man of action. This situation was no different. He found a private teacher for Erica that day itself. Now she wouldn't need to go to school again just like he had ordered. Her first theory class was later that afternoon. The teacher was very knowledgeable. She explained to Erica all the concepts she had found challenging to understand earlier. Sighed. She felt so betrayed. Such anguish surged through her that it felt as if a knife were piercing her heart. No way. I need to see this myself. Where is Phoebe now? She asked. Several agonizing moments passed before Caitlin replied with a voice message. She isn't at the Sue family residence. So, perhaps she is in her apartment. She seemed to be whispering in the voice message. It lent credibility to her claim that she was indeed secretly giving this information to Erica. Do you know the address of her apartment? Yes. I will send it to you. It was not until Erica changed her clothes that she remembered that Matthew had asked several people to keep an eye on her. How would she leave the villa? Perhaps they would not stop her if she claimed to be going to the Huo family's manor. Erica breathed a sigh of relief. When she opened the door of the villa, she saw several bodyguards standing outside. As soon as they noticed her, they became vigilant. Mrs. Huo. Everyone knew that this pregnant woman could climb over the wall and window. So 2 bodyguards were guarding the windowsill too. Erica announced calmly, I'm going to the manor. Ask the driver to take me there. Mrs. Huo, why do you go to the manor so late? One of the bodyguards was bold enough to question her. She glanced at him coldly. Do you have a problem with my visiting my parents-in-law? Didn't Matthew say that I could go to the manor? Her tone was harsh, and her explanation was reasonable. The bodyguard was also frightened when she mentioned Matthew. Yes, Mrs. Huo. I'll arrange for the car right away. The car arrived immediately. Without any doubt on Erica, the bodyguard opened the door for her. After she had seated in the back seat, he sat in the passenger seat. While they were driving out of the community, she suddenly said, I'm hungry. I remember there is a restaurant selling fried chicken not far away from here. I want to eat there. Well, the bodyguard was obviously hesitant. To hide her guilt, she said coldly, What's wrong? Am I not allowed to eat fried chicken? If you starve Matthew's babies, make sure that you can take responsibility. Her threat worked because the bodyguard immediately apologized. I'm sorry, Mrs. Huo. Where is that restaurant? Please give the driver directions so we can take you there. What is wrong with Mrs. Huo tonight? According to my colleagues, she is a nice and easygoing woman. She's not like other rich women who are bossy and arrogant. Why does she seem strict and demanding now? The bodyguard thought inwardly. Erica told the driver the address and he followed her instructions. She also borrowed the bodyguard's phone, so he couldn't have the chance to inform Matthew. She just pretended that her phone ran out of battery. The car stopped in front of the entrance of a high-end community. The driver looked back in confusion and asked, Mrs. Huo, There is no restaurant that sells fried chicken here. Oh, Matthew just texted me that he is here. Just take me in. We will buy fried chicken together, she answered calmly. The driver and the bodyguard were rendered speechless. They could sense that something was wrong, but they couldn't afford to ask more questions since she was going to see Matthew inside. The driver said something to the security guard, and the car went inside the community smoothly. The bodyguard accompanied Erica to the elevator, and they stopped on the 19th floor. She was about to ring the doorbell, but her hand froze in midair when she thought of what might happen next. After taking a step back, she asked the bodyguard to ring the doorbell instead while she waited at the side. The bodyguard pressed the doorbell many times before someone asked from the inside, "Who is it?" Although she couldn't see the person behind the door, Erica could tell that it was Phoebe's voice. Knowing that Phoebe would peer through the peephole, she didn't say anything but stood in front of the door.
Ugh.
You won't wear clothes that others wear. She knew what a neat freak Matthew was. He wouldn't even wear his best friend's clothes. Yes, you're right. But this one I'm wearing is new. Phoebe bought the shirt for Nathan before, but he didn't get the chance to use it. That was why he agreed to wear it. Matthew thought of the whole scenario in his mind. Phoebe decided to sell the apartment and found the box while she was cleaning up. She then asked Matthew to get it. But when he was there, the pipe suddenly broke. His clothes got wet when he tried to fix it. She then offered Nathan's new shirt, and he changed right in time that Erica arrived. Obviously, things were pre-planned. It was a trap. He would definitely make Phoebe pay for this. But for now, he needed to focus on appeasing Erica. He couldn't do anything unless she forgave him. It seems that I am really a fool in your eyes, Erica murmured. She hated herself for being so stupid to fall in love with a man who loved no one but Phoebe. When the elevator reached the ground floor, she pushed him away and walked out. As soon as she got in the car, she dialed Gifford's number, ignoring Matthew, who sat beside her. Every time she sent a message to Gifford, it would always take a long time before he replied. But when she called him, he would answer immediately. She knew that Gifford was always busy. After all, when Rhea called him for help last time, she had to call him more than 20 times before he finally answered. As soon as he answered the phone, she immediately sobbed and said, "Gifford, I'm serious this time." Gifford grew more fearful when Erica's crying intensified. Concern laced his voice as he asked, "What's wrong? Tell me what has happened. Don't cry. I never want to see Phoebe again. I want her to disappear from Y City. Gifford, can you do that for me?" she asked between sobs. She couldn't count on Matthew anymore. "Yes, I can. I can do whatever you need me to do," Gifford answered decisively and without hesitation. He would do anything if it calmed his dear sister. Matthew placed a hand over her phone, and with the other, he gently cupped her chin and turned her face toward him. "Look at me," he murmured, but Erica closed her eyes tightly and shook her head. Tears streamed down her face, and he wiped them with a gentle swipe of his thumb. When she finally met his gaze, he said, "Let me do it." "I don't need you anymore, Matthew Huo," came her hoarse reply. "I know that you still love Phoebe. You don't love me. You never loved me. You had no choice but to marry me. Even though we have been together for so long and are going to have babies, you still don't love me." Erica was so heartbroken that she shouted at Matthew. She didn't even care that Gifford could hear every word she said. "He used to be gentle with me, but it was all fake. He just wanted me to get pregnant," she thought as anger surged within her. Her crying and questioning made Matthew's heart ache. "Honey, it's not what you think. Let me explain. He did really love her very much. Don't lie to me anymore. Matthew Huo, I have 2 babies in my belly. After they are born, one is yours and the other is mine. Let's go our separate ways." Erica yelled as fresh tears stained her cheeks. Gifford's furious voice came through the phone. "Matthew Huo, what did you do to hurt my sister? Believe it or not, I'll bring people to Y City to teach you a lesson." Gifford had never heard his sister speak this way before. Matthew must have done something to truly hurt her. He felt so sorry for her that he wished he could beat his brother-in-law. Matthew took the phone from the weeping Erica and told Gifford, I did nothing wrong. Rika misunderstood me. I'm trying to explain myself to her, and you are not helping. Don't add fuel to the fire. You broke my sister's heart, and you dare to retort? Matthew Huo, you think I would not dare do anything to you? Gifford threatened. Matthew responded coldly, Try it. As you wish. Gifford cursed. Wait for me. I'm coming to Y City right now. No one could bully his sister, not even Matthew. After the call ended, Matthew. Why, Caitlin told me. Matthew knew who Caitlin was. After all, he had called the headmaster and asked him to expel Caitlin and Luther from school. This woman is Fanya's niece. She told you that I was in Phoebe's apartment. Then you came and saw Phoebe and me. She was trying to sow dissension between us, wasn't she? He rationalized. At this moment, Erica began to doubt everything in her life. Tessie Watkins, Caitlin. What kind of friends did she have? Matthew's heart ached for Erica. His simple, sweet Rika had been hurt by so many people. He wrapped her in his arms and said, Rika, don't overthink. I'll deal with those people, okay? A moment later, Erica shook her head. She looked into his eyes and said firmly, Let me deal with them myself. After what had happened tonight, she finally understood what Matthew had said before, the weaker branch would break first. If she hadn't asked Phoebe to pay the $10 million in compensation but had sent her to the slum, instead, tonight's incident would never have happened. Erica now realized that sometimes her soft-heartedness set her up for much grief. Okay. You handle this however you like. I won't interfere. He would do whatever she said as long as she was not sad. When she saw the tenderness in his eyes, Erica couldn't help but ask, Matthew, you like me, don't you? What do you think? He felt it was evident that he loved her deeply, but she still asked, Couldn't she see it? What do I think? Can't he just answer my question? She rolled her eyes and didn't bother to ask again. Erica was silly, and Matthew never expressed his feelings for her straightforwardly. So she still didn't know that he loved her deeply. Matthew lowered his head and kissed his wife's red lips. Are you still sad? She shook her head and answered firmly, I'm not sad. I'm just angry because Phoebe provoked me. Okay. Then why did you hit me? Matthew was under the impression that Erica had slapped him because she was feeling envious. However, he just found out that she was just angry with Phoebe. He was a bit disappointed as he felt like he had been slapped for nothing. You made me think you two were having an affair. What would you have done in my place? To tell you the truth, I felt sorry for you two. After all, you're a handsome man. How about I just slap myself next time? She suggested. Slap yourself? Why? Matthew couldn't find meaning in her words. When she caught his confused expression, Erica explained to him, I have such a handsome and rich husband that even when we fight, I don't have the heart to hit you. I suppose I could only slap myself instead. What? Then I'd prefer you to hit me instead, he thought. When the car arrived at their villa, Erica was still in a bad mood. She didn't talk much on the way, but she rested her head against Matthew's chest, deep in thought. Matthew carried the woman to the villa and said to the bodyguards at the gate, You can go home now. Yes, Mr. Huo. Thanks to Matthew, Erica's mood was better in no time. At Lee family's house in a country, Gifford appeared at home out of the blue. While no one was noticing, he went back to his bedroom, took something and walked out just as quickly as he had come in. As he closed the door behind him, he glanced at the innermost room in the corridor. He hesitated for a moment and walked over. When he was about to knock on the door, he heard a faint noise coming from the door of Wesley's room. Suddenly, Wesley pushed the door open from the inside. Gifford turned around and strode over, just in time to meet his father. Wesley frowned in confusion as he wasn't expecting to see his son. Why did you come back at this hour? Isn't he glad I am back home in the first place? Gifford thought to himself and rolled his eyes. I came back to fetch something before heading out to Y City, he answered honestly. Why are you going to Y City? Wesley asked. I'm going to see Matthew. Gifford mumbled as he was about to leave. Come back here. Wesley called out to his son, realizing that something was not right. Gifford stopped in his tracks, turned around and looked at his father. "What?" he asked impatiently. "What are you going to do in Y City in the middle of the night? To your mind?" Wesley strongly believed that Matthew would never do anything to hurt Erica. Besides, she wasn't complaining when he was on the phone with Matthew just now, which implied that there was nothing serious to be worried about. Indeed, if it were a big deal, she would have already run away from Matthew by now. Erica wouldn't have waited for Gifford to come to her rescue if that were really the case. It seems as though Rika was right all along. Dad loves Matthew as if he were his own son. Rika, Yvette and I must have been picked up from the street or something. With this thought in mind, Gifford spoke in the same tone as Erica's. "Dad, did you really pick me up from the trash bin when I was a baby?" "Yes," Wesley said and walked towards the bedroom door. "Good to know."
Fine.
"I'll cut all ties with you," Gifford declared. Wesley paused and turned around to face his son with a deadpan expression. "Really?" Gifford had an illusion that as long as he dared to nod, Wesley would really sever their father-son relationship. "I know you don't want to do that, so forget it. Don't flatter yourself. How about this? Since you want to break off ties with the Lee family, you can cut your flesh and bones and return them to your father and mother asterisk. Asterisk Tian. This is from the story of Neza. In order to break off relations with his family, Neza cut his flesh and bones and returned them to his parents." Gifford felt a little embarrassed. "Why is Dad being so cruel to me? Dad, I'd better cut your flesh and bones and return them to Mom." He ran as fast as he could once the words left his mouth. Without another word, Wesley picked up his slipper from the floor and threw it at his fleeing son. Although he didn't look back, Gifford was able to dodge Wesley's slipper, so it flew straight to the landing of the staircase. "Get it back for me," Wesley growled from behind. Gifford walked up to the slipper but didn't pick it up. Instead, he turned to Wesley, gave him a wicked grin, and kicked his slipper down to the ground floor. "You bastard!" Wesley immediately picked up his remaining slipper and ran after his son. Seeing him coming, Gifford dashed downstairs as fast as he could. So when Wesley reached the landing, he was already at the door of the living room. Before opening the door, he turned to Wesley and said, "Dad, you can't do it anymore. You are already very old. You can't even catch up with me now." Squinting his eyes, Wesley ignored his mockery and said, "Gifford, I remember there is something important we haven't told you yet." The last time that Gifford came home, Wesley and Blair only urged him to take Chantel and get their marriage licenses. No one had mentioned to him that Chantel was pregnant. "What is it?" Gifford asked confusedly. With a mysterious smile on his face, Wesley just said, "Never mind. I'm going to bed now." Since he entered the military, Gifford had always been earnest and never went back on his word before his soldiers. But when Wesley refused to answer, he decisively returned to the living room and said with a cheeky smile, "Dad, I'll take your slipper upstairs." What Wesley wanted to tell him must be something important, so he was eager to know it. "Never mind. I don't need my slipper anymore. Dad, I'll buy you a new pair of slippers. I'll buy you a pair of slippers worth 99 cents, he thought to himself. But Wesley didn't even bother to answer him this time. Feeling disappointed, he looked at the slipper and thought for a while, before he turned around and left. As soon as he went out, he took his phone and sent a message to Erica, asking, "Rika, how are you now?" It only took a short while when he received her response. "I'm doing fine. Since she is fine, I won't go to Y City anymore," he thought. Inside their bedroom in the villa, Matthew took Erica's phone and put it on the bedside table. Sun Wang was the host when they arrived. "Don't worry. I'm sure that man won't set me up. We will be fine here," Camille answered. The man she was referring to was the one who invited them here. Instead of backing out, she just comforted herself and Phoebe. Everyone knew that Carlson Wang was a BDSM maniac. Some women had died in his bed, but he had been using his money to cover up his crimes. He had been taking a fancy to the beautiful Camille since the first time he saw her. He had actually tried to pursue her a couple of times, but she never took him seriously. This time, Camille couldn't help feeling uneasy as she quietly took a sip of champagne, while listening to Carlos Huo swanking in front of everyone. Phoebe and Camille only felt relieved when the dinner had ended, and they walked out of the private room. Carlos Huo was so horrible that even having dinner with him in the same room sent a chill down their spines. But as they entered the elevator, several bodyguards came out of nowhere and blocked them. One of them pressed the button to the 26th floor. Phoebe immediately yelled in panic, "We are going down!" But no one responded, and the elevator had begun to rise. If they remembered it correctly, on the 26th floor were the presidential suites of this hotel. All of a sudden, the sisters had a feeling that something was not right. They quietly looked at each other as panic flashed across their eyes. Quietly, Camille reached her phone and tried to ask for help without anyone noticing. However, a bodyguard beside her soon realized what she was trying to do. Taking out his dagger, he quickly pressed it against her neck as he snatched the cell phone from the hysterical woman. In the meantime, another bodyguard grabbed Phoebe's purse and unzipped it to make sure that her phone was still in it. By the time the elevator stopped on the 26th floor, the two women were forced to get out. Waiting for them, about a dozen bodyguards stood in 2 rows in front of a presidential suite. Instantaneously, it became clear that the whole floor had been booked by whoever was behind this. The next moment, the sisters were led to the much-guarded suite, where they found a man and a woman in a pleasant conversation with one another. From time to time, the woman would even laugh joyfully at the man's words. The instant Camille recognized the woman, she unconsciously turned around to run towards the door. But before she could go very far, she felt the cold steel of the dagger against her neck once more. Then the bodyguard warned her fiercely, "Don't move." Phoebe, on the other hand, froze in shock to see who that woman was chatting with the man. Recomposing herself, she asked, "Erica Lee, what do you want?" Erica calmly drank from her glass of water, and then smiled as she looked at the Su sisters. "Mr. Wang is a regular customer of ZL Group. As the CEO's wife, I want to give him a big gift." "A big gift?" Camille began to worry and warned her coldly, "Erica Lee, if anything happens to me today, the Su family won't let you get away with it." Erica stood up, showing off her big belly as she walked around the room. With a faint smile on her lips, she asked, "Didn't anyone tell you that if anything happened to me, both the Huo and the Lee families wouldn't let you get away with it either? To tell you the truth, I arranged today's dinner." Phoebe struggled violently in response but was forced to calm down when she felt the blade accidentally slipping through her neck. As blood started to ooze out from her wound, she said, "I've already paid you $10 million. What else do you want?" "What else do I want?" Touching the bracelet given by her husband on her wrist, Erica stared coldly at the Su sisters. "Don't you like to go after the same man? I want to help you get what you want. This is Mr. Wang. He's a big shot in the Finnan." Erica looked dead serious as she ordered the rest of the bodyguards, "Keep an eye on everyone in these rooms. They can't come out until tomorrow morning." "Yes, Mrs. Huo." Downstairs, an Emperor car had been waiting for a long time at the hotel's entrance. The moment the pregnant woman came out, the man in the back seat got out of the car to welcome her in person. "Are you done?" he asked in a soft voice and held her hands as if he didn't know what was going on inside the hotel. The woman nodded and yawned. "Now I want to go home and get some sleep." "Okay." The man led her inside the car before he told the driver that they were ready to leave the hotel. On the way back, the two didn't talk. Erica just leaned against Matthew's chest with her eyes closed. Knowing that she wasn't asleep, Matthew suddenly spoke when they were about to arrive at their place. "The slum is ready. The Su sisters can be sent there at any time. How about we send them the day after tomorrow?" "The day after tomorrow?" Erica thought for a while and said, "I'll see them tomorrow before making the decision." First, she wanted to enjoy her victory. "Okay." That night, Erica slept soundly as usual, but for the 3 members of the Su family, that had been the worst night of their entire lives. The next day, Erica got up before dawn and took her phone with her to the bathroom. There, she dialed a number and asked the reporters to wait on the 26th floor. After hanging up, she used the toilet and took her phone back to the bedroom. Matthew was already awake when he saw the pregnant woman walking towards him. Erica crawled into bed as if nothing happened. She put her phone aside, closed her eyes, and curled up in Matthew's arms. She was asleep almost as soon as her head hit the pillow. Looking at the quiet woman, Matthew kissed her hair. Her silence worried him. She was usually venting her anger rather loudly. She had done something that could destroy the lives of 2 women, possibly all the Sioux family, but she was calm as could be. This made Matthew feel really sorry for her. His wife seemed to have changed overnight. At the first rays of dawn, Erica yawned and stretched. She was still very quiet, less talkative than usual. After a while, the man whispered in her ear in a voice thick with lust, "Honey, how about we play a game called Find the Sausage?" Erica didn't refuse. She wrapped her arms around the man's neck and said, "I'm in a good mood. This could be your lucky day." When he heard that, he was thrilled. Around noon, Erica sat at the table and looked at her phone. News of the Sioux family's indiscretions had gone viral on the internet. A reporter had broken the story, along with a damning photo. Rumor had it that both sisters were dating the same guy, a big shot in the financial world. There was no way they were going to print the prominent person's name, so they focused on the Sioux sisters instead. The 3 of them stayed in a hotel room all night and were photographed by reporters when they left. As soon as the VIP left the hotel room, the 2 sisters helped each other leave the room. Of course, the man's face was pixelated. The reporters in the corridor immediately surrounded the 2 of them, and they kept firing off questions and snapping pics. The Sioux sisters were ambushed by the paparazzi. They couldn't have anticipated how many reporters there were, and their cameras captured their disheveled appearance. There were a lot of curses on the internet, especially leveled at the second daughter of the Sioux family, Phoebe. She was not a good woman, stealing art to pass off as her own, and she even violated Matthew's likeness rights. Everyone knew that. But apparently she and her sister had slept with the same guy on the same night. Never mind that the man was married. The comment areas were like a shark tank. The netizens were out for blood. They unleashed epithets like whore, slut, and bitch. And this, of course, affected their public standing. So much that people hurled insults if they saw them across the street.
Des Camille.
Phoebe staggered to her feet and started cursing Erica. "Camille, take that back. She's not a bitch, she's a fucking cunt." "Wow, what a foul mouth you have." Erica's expression didn't change, but her tone became cold. "Slap her." "Yes, Mrs. Huo." One of the bodyguards held Phoebe's hands, and another came over and gave her a heavy slap. "Ah!" Phoebe screamed in pain, her face red and swollen. Blood pooled on her lips.
Pac.
Another slap made Phoebe cry and beg for mercy. I'll stop. Please. Erica, don't do this." She was stunned and her head was buzzing. She kept begging for mercy. "I won't say anything bad about you again." Camille hated Phoebe being so cowardly. She glared at the woman who had the upper hand and cursed, "Erica Lee, you are nothing but an idiot." Erica looked at her and said nothing. Camille was pretty sure Matthew had known everything they had done. Otherwise, Neville wouldn't have sent Watkins out of the country, and she and Phoebe wouldn't have been sent to Carlson as gifts. Matthew was so rich and powerful. He could kill a man in broad daylight and the authorities wouldn't touch him. Erica, being his wife, was also shielded from repercussions. That was why she was able to subject Camille and her sister to Carlson's less than tender mercies. Camille understood well that even if the Sioux family tried their best to sue Erica, that would fail too. If Matthew wanted to protect her, Erica would be safe and sound for the rest of her life. Therefore, she could only enjoy fantasies of revenge on this stupid woman. "You know what? Watkins and Caitlin have been working for us." Ah. Watkins fell in love with Camille when he was 18. However, she didn't like him because he was not her type. But Watkins' family had a strong background, and Champion Group was more influential and powerful than Sioux Group in Y City. Because of this, she wanted him to stay in love with her and wouldn't fall for another woman. So although she had never agreed to be his girlfriend, she hung out with him from time to time. Phoebe, on the other hand, had always wanted to become Matthew's wife. She tried her best to get closer to him. But since Erica came to his life, her chance of becoming his wife had become slimmer and slimmer. For the sake of the Sue family, Camille decided to take over her sister in becoming Mrs. Huo. For Camille's plans, she needed to use Watkins, so she agreed to sleep with him. After that, he pretended to be injured and to be saved by Erica. That was how the story started. Everything was Camille's idea. From the first time that Erica saved Watkins to the phone call before he went abroad, she knew every detail. She was also the one who told Watkins to send roses to Erica and pretend that he liked her so much. He even dared to go against Matthew to convince Erica that his feelings were real. The shooting incident was also her plot. She hired some gangsters to shoot Matthew, and she took the bullets for him to make it appear that she saved his life. In short, she and Watkins had been working together to destroy Erica and Matthew's relationship. Erica looked at Camille in shock after hearing the whole story. She couldn't help trembling in rage as she asked, "So it was really you who planned Matthew's attack?" Camille's mouth curved into a wild smile. This time she didn't look aloof anymore. "Yes. I arranged everything. But unfortunately, you didn't feel anything fishy because you are stupid. Actually, if Matthew's men had not caught the two criminals who escaped, she wouldn't have admitted everything to Erica. Is she crazy?" Erica wondered inwardly. "You risked your life by taking those bullets just to ruin our marriage. Are you out of your mind? What if the criminals made a mistake and failed to aim the bullets at her arm? If they hit her heart, she might not be able to survive." This thought gave Erica some goosebumps. The smile on Camille's face vanished. She stared at her and said, "See, to sue you, but I'm afraid that you will also cause trouble like Phoebe, so I changed my mind. You are always cold and aloof in front of everyone. Your arrogance makes you feel like no one else can be better than you. I know a small village in M country. I think that place is quite suitable for you. After all, you can have a peaceful life there. If you want to visit the town, it will take you a day by carriage." She then ordered her other bodyguards, "Take her away." "Yes, Mrs. Huo."
Erika Lee.
Camille screamed, "How dare you send me away? You're crazy." The bodyguards covered her mouth and dragged her into the car. "Pinch." She continued to struggle. Since the Sue sisters were now taken away, Erica allowed the driver of the Sue family to leave. She was left with the 4 bodyguards guarding her. She just sat there quietly, looking at the garden across the road, with confusion in her eyes. The Sue sisters had indeed succeeded in making her realize how stupid she was. She failed to find out that they all made a fool out of her. She even kept on fighting with Matthew because of them. As she thought of Matthew, a bitter smile appeared on her face. Her heart ached. It was not easy to fall in love with a person, but she was far from worthy of him. At this moment she finally understood how Chantal felt. She was in love with Gifford but always said that she didn't deserve him. She even scolded Chantal before because for her, as long as she loved a person, she deserved him. Now she realized she was wrong. She didn't deserve Matthew at all. Matthew is a man who excels in everything. How could a fool like me deserve him? Only those elegant women or those who are outstanding in business like Terilyn or Evelyn suit him. Erica thought to herself. Perhaps other people would call her silly and crazy. She felt like she was different from other women. For example, most women would run away in fright when they saw snakes. On the contrary, she was happy to see those animals. She would even hold them and play with them. When she came back to her senses, she dialed Gifford's number. However, no one answered, even after she tried to call many times. It was only on her 15th attempt that he finally answered. He asked in a low voice, "Rika, is there any problem?" He was on a mission, but when he saw Erica's persistent calls, he had no other choice but to find a place to answer his phone secretly. "Gifford, I need to tell you something." "Is that really urgent?" he asked. "Yes." "Okay, tell me," he said with a sigh. "Long time ago, I saved a man and took him home to treat his wounds. At that time, Matthew happened to come back home from a business trip. When he saw the man, he got so angry. She paused as Matthew's enraged face flashed in her mind. She couldn't help sobbing as she thought, did Matthew already like me at that time? If he didn't, why did he get furious when he found out that I brought a man back home? Rika, what is happening to you? Why are you crying a lot recently? This time, Gifford regretted not coming to Y City a few days ago to confront Matthew.
Infine.
I just discovered something that shocked me. I just found out that Matthew really loves me, she replied while wiping the tears on her face. Gifford was rendered speechless. He was surprised that she found out about it just now. Erica continued. Since then, that man has started to appear in my life more often. And every time we were together, Matthew would always appear and get furious. One day, Matthew beat him black and blue. When I went to the hospital to visit him, he confided to me that he liked me, and he was the one who sent me the roses. Although intermittently, she had finally told Gifford about Watkins. She had always considered Watkins as a friend, a kind of friend that she was willing to fight for with her husband. After listening to her narration that lasted for more than 10 minutes. Next meeting. I want their company to disappear in Y City in half a month. Yes, Mr. Huo. Caitlin was sent to the cave where Lenora had once stayed. According to the rumors, Lenora went to see a psychiatrist after coming back from that cave. Many people in Y City knew about it. So when she found out that she would be sent to that cave too, Caitlin was so scared that she almost went crazy. But no matter how much she tried to struggle, she was still taken away. This time Matthew was really furious. He didn't pass up anyone related to the Sue family who plotted against Erica. After giving all his orders to Owen, he carried Erica into the car and went back to Pearl Villa district. Knowing that she was in a depressed mood, he didn't work that night and stayed in bed with her. She was awake but remained silent the whole night until 3 o'clock in the morning. When Matthew was about to fall asleep, Erica suddenly spoke up. Matthew, I want to go somewhere to have some peace of mind. Matthew suddenly opened his eyes in the darkness and asked uncertainly, What? I want to go on a trip. When it finally dawned on him, he hugged her and said, Okay, I'll go with you. But to his surprise, she shook her head. I want to go alone. If you are worried about me and the babies, you can send more bodyguards to protect me. As long as Matthew wasn't there, getting rid of even 10 bodyguards would be easy for her. Matthew fell silent. He couldn't immediately agree to her because he was worried about her safety if he wasn't there to protect her personally. Matthew didn't speak. Unlike before, Erica neither naughtily urged him nor coquettishly forced him to answer immediately. After half an hour he finally agreed. Okay. The corners of her mouth lifted in a brilliant smile. She kissed the man's face with tear-filled eyes and said softly, Thank you, Matthew. You are the man I love most. I love you, Matthew, she confessed in her mind. Matthew acted quickly. First, he confirmed a destination for Erica's trip. A country named Cass. The country was in the opposite direction of the slum. Then he arranged for 6 bodyguards to follow her. 2 of them, a man and a woman, were assigned to follow her closely, while the remaining 4 bodyguards would protect her in secret. He also ensured that bodyguards were available for every scenic spot she visited. While his arrangements were extreme, they helped reassure Matthew of Erica's and their 2 children's safety. As soon as Debbie learned that Erica would be traveling, she offered to accompany her daughter-in-law. Erica, however, refused. Although she always listened to her elders, this time, she expressed her desire to be alone. Debbie tried to persuade her, but the pregnant woman's decision remained unshakable. Eventually, Debbie gave up. Her concerns only settled when she learned from Matthew the steps he'd taken to ensure Erica's safety. After all 3 sisters of the Sue family had been sent away, Fania tried her best to sue Matthew and Erica, but no lawyer dared to take her case. Finally, a small-time lawyer offered to accept the case for the money. However, he disappeared inexplicably when he went to meet Fania. Before leaving for Cass, Erica visited the Lee family house in a country. In the evening, Blair drove Wesley out of their room as she wanted a heart-to-heart talk with her daughter. Rika, I feel as though you are in a bad mood after returning this time. Tell me what's wrong. Maybe I can help. The smile on Erica's face didn't lessen. On the contrary, her tone was as cheerful and naughty as always.
Infine.
I just wanted to see you and Dad before I leave for my trip. Blair wasn't convinced. Although I want you and Matthew to get along, if you have been wronged, you have to tell me. You know that I won't forgive him if he's done something awful, right? Blair liked Matthew as her son-in-law, but on the condition that he was kind to her daughter, and that he would. Waited for this day for a long time, let alone Matthew. Wesley felt sorry for Matthew. The young man must have hoped and prayed for this day ever since their marriage. Even though he believed that Erica had given birth to another man's child at that time, he still tried to get close to her and make her accept him little by little. Didn't this patience mean true love? That was one of the reasons why Wesley always sided with Matthew. It was understandable that Matthew would do so based on his personality. Many people did the same. They first lured their prey, and then captured its heart. Gradually, they made it belong to them willingly. Erica was confused. Did Matthew fall in love with me after he fell out of love with his goddess Phoebe? Or could it be possible that I've been the goddess in his heart all this while? This realization sent a shiver through Erica. If it were true, didn't it mean that Matthew had hidden his feelings too well? He was indeed good at acting. She didn't know that he can't do anything until today. No wonder he hadn't allowed her to touch his phone. He was afraid that she would find out his Weibo username. Erica's mood should have lifted after this revelation. However, complex emotions surged through her as she believed that she knew very little about the man she had married. Matthew was a mysterious figure shrouded in mist, who had waited for her to see him clearly. That night Erica and Chantel shared a room. The two pregnant women touched each other's belly and smiled. How happy they were. It was late night when they finally fell asleep. Erica only stayed in the Lee family's house for 2 days. She then set off from a country to Cass. Matthew had already calculated her arrival time. So, as soon as she got off the plane, she received a call from him. After telling him that she arrived safely, she hung up and went straight to the hotel. At Orchid Private Club. In the dim VIP room, Matthew was seated silently, staring at the wine in his glass. With a dissatisfied expression on his face, Sheffield sat down opposite him and said, "Just because you don't have a wife to sleep with tonight, we have to put aside our work and leave our wives to go out with you." Joshua chuckled. "Don't provoke him, man. Be careful. He might have a life and death battle with you later." Everyone could tell that Matthew was not in a good mood. "Then let's fight it out. Who says I'm afraid of him?" Sheffield poured wine into his glass leisurely. Harmon echoed his joke and said, "Why not? Matthew has a lot of money anyway. Even if we smash his private room right now, he can have it decorated more luxuriously." They all knew that Matthew had a brawl with Watkins in this room last time. After the fight, he had it renovated and it looked more luxurious than before. Matthew shifted his gaze from his glass to Sheffield. His brother-in-law used to be a ladies' man, and he should understand women better, so he asked him, "Why Rika doesn't want me to accompany her?" He felt like Erica had changed a lot recently. He couldn't even guess what she was thinking. Sheffield grinned mysteriously and replied, "Look at your poker face. Why don't you learn from me? You should smile more." "Fuck off," he cursed ruthlessly. Sheffield just crossed his legs casually and said, "If I leave now, who can you ask for advice? Joshua? Harmon? Do you think these two can help you analyze Erica?" Unfortunately, Matthew had to admit that Sheffield was right. He took a sip of his wine. The burning sensation when the liquid passed through his throat was too stimulating. Joshua and Harmon refuted their so-called ladies' man friend discontentedly. After all, they had been in love and married. They knew how women think too. But Sheffield just ignored their interruption and said to Matthew, "Tell me what happened recently." "I have nothing to tell." Too many things had happened recently, and he wasn't in the mood to narrate everything to him. Sheffield shook his head helplessly and drank the wine from his glass. He thought of annoying Ma. Own him forever. But if she loved him too, He would be the happiest man in this world. It was a beautiful night in Cass. Afraid that it might not be safe to go outside, Erica brought her camera on the balcony of the hotel and took pictures of the night sky. After a while, the female bodyguard came to her and said, "Mrs. Huo, it's time for your midnight snack." Okay. She washed her hands and sat at the table. There was a bowl of bird's nest and some desserts. Although she was in a different country, everything she had been eating was exquisite. When the female bodyguard was about to leave, Erica suddenly stopped her. "Wait a minute." The female bodyguard turned around and looked at her in confusion. "Yes, Mrs. Huo? I'm going to take photos in the Reed Mountain tomorrow. Please go downtown and buy me some rubber bands, a hairpin and a new backpack outside. I spilled water on my backpack just now, so I need a new one. Don't worry about me. I'll be just fine with the other bodyguard here." Her tone was natural and casual. The female bodyguard hesitated for a moment, but after thinking that it would be awkward for the male bodyguard to buy what she needed, she nodded and said, "Okay, Mrs. Huo." However, not long after the female bodyguard went out, Erica was gone too. She went missing. The male bodyguard reported to Matthew, and he immediately sent a lot of people to look for her even in the Reed Mountain. Unfortunately, they failed to find her. Matthew had already transferred all his work in the next few days to Evelyn. He had planned to go to Cass to look for Erica and accompany her for the rest of her travel. Although Matthew had already booked a plane ticket for himself, he didn't expect to receive a call from the bodyguard informing that Erica was missing. Immediately, he changed his flight to the earliest one and flew to Cass. When he got to the hotel room that Erica was supposed to be staying, he sat down and quietly listened to the bodyguard's report about his wife's disappearance. Mrs. Huo ordered the female bodyguard to get her some ladies' supplies from downtown. In the meantime, another bodyguard and I stayed and did the protection for Mrs. Huo. When she complained about having a stomachache, we accompanied her to the bathroom and waited nearly half an hour outside the door. But then we realized that something was wrong. We called her several times, but there was no response. After we broke in, we found out that she had climbed over the wall and left. The bathroom in the mountain area wasn't as luxurious as the one in the city. It was only a simple toilet built of bricks. Behind it, there was a small forest. So when the bodyguards checked the surveillance footage at the entrance, they saw Erica leaving through the woods in a hurry. They managed to track her from the screen until she reached a blind spot and disappeared without a trace. After the bodyguard told him everything, Matthew closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. He could still smell her scent in the room. For a long time he didn't say anything, nor did he make a move. He was so calm that it didn't seem as he had just lost his beloved wife. The bodyguards were in cold sweats, beginning to wonder if the man had fallen asleep. But slowly he opened his eyes again. Matthew then stood up and walked around the room as if he was looking for something. Finally, he spotted a letter and a box above Erica's suitcase. Sitting on the head of the bed, he casually opened the letter. It didn't seem very long. The girl's handwriting was neat, unlike her naughty character, and in the very first word, Matthew noticed that the letter was indeed for him. "Matthew, first of all, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Yes, I'm leaving. After what happened recently, I've realized how much of a problem I am. Turns out that I am a big fool. For so many times, I've allowed those messed up people to get between us that I would often misunderstand you because of it. I was so blind. Asleep? What was this?" In his opinion, dumping her husband didn't qualify as the behavior of the good woman she said she wanted to be at all. To make matters worse, did she say she wanted to struggle while she was pregnant? Was there something wrong with her brain? Although Matthew thought his head was about to explode in the end, he agreed to let her go. After checking her luggage, he made sure that she didn't bring any of the bank cards he had given her. He couldn't wait to see how the pregnant woman planned to survive out there. Bearing this in mind, Matthew didn't feel anxious anymore. Afterward, he took his men and left the country as soon as possible. By the time he returned to Y City, he ordered his men to keep an open eye on any movement in Erica's bank accounts. Raising children required a lot of money, so he believed that she would surely need to withdraw some cash sooner or later. Meanwhile, in a country, Chantel was taking the day off at Lee family's house. It was rare for her to take some time to rest. But at that moment, she was playing the game of Go with Wesley, while Blair was knitting a sweater for her grandchild. The family was having a good time together when Wesley's phone unexpectedly rang. With his mind focused on the game, he didn't feel like answering it. However, Chantel warned him, "Dad, it's Uncle Carlos calling." Nodding, Wesley put down his stone piece and picked up the phone. "Hey, old man." At the other end of the line, Carlos was smoking in his study when he said gloomily, "Wesley, Rika is missing." "What? Are you shitting me? She ran away again?" Wesley asked in disbelief. "No, I'm afraid this piece of news is poo-free. Rika dumped her bodyguards and went AWOL when she was on holiday in Cass." Carlos answered. Wesley stood up abruptly and asked, "How'd that happen? Did she run away by herself?" It had only been a month since Carlos told him the good news that Erica was pregnant with twins. Why did she run away? No one knows. She did leave a letter to Matthew, asking us not to look for her. As an elder, Carlos felt guilty after Erica took off. Matthew must have done something again. When Blair heard someone ran away, it didn't take her long to figure out it was Erica. It was always Erica. She immediately dropped what she was working on and approached her husband. She asked anxiously, "What's going on, Wesley?" Wesley didn't answer her. He was still listening to Carlos on the phone. On the other hand, Chantel lowered her head and clenched her clothes nervously. She did it. Rika got away from her bodyguards. My daughter is impossible. Wesley was so pissed off his blood pressure skyrocketed. He paced back and forth in the living room like a tiger in its cage. I really don't think it's Matthew this time. I know what kind of person my daughter is. Can't be his fault. She's gone too far this time. She didn't even think about her 2 babies at all. A moment later, he told Carlos, "Blair and I are heading your way now. We need to put our heads together and bring Erica back. Bring yourself and your ideas." Then Wesley hung up the phone and urged Blair to pack her things before leaving for Y City. Chantel stood up from the chair and asked, "Dad, where's Rika? Is something wrong?" Wesley took a deep breath and answered gently, "She ran away again. I'm off to Y City with your mom. You hold down the fort here. I'll get Yvette to come and take care of you for a couple days." "No need for that, Dad. That's what maids are for. Don't bother Yvette. Besides, I'll be at school all day. Don't worry about me." Chantel didn't dare to look into Wesley's eyes because she felt guilty. Her eyes darted from place to place. Wesley was so pissed off he didn't pay much attention to her. Otherwise, he would have figured out she was involved. "I wish Rika was an awesome girl like you. She is such a drama queen. It seems she'll if that." On the 4th day, the man lay in the bed, his wife's scent lingering in the sheets. He began seriously thinking about a question. "When did you become such a heartless woman, Rika? You left without saying goodbye, leaving me only a lock of hair and a letter. Why didn't you take me with you?" On the 5th day, it rained heavily in Y City. Matthew was holding the strand of hair in his hand. "I hate you, Rika. I hate you for abandoning me and leaving with our sons." The 6th day, he thought to himself, "Rika, I love you." Matthew had been waiting for a month, but he still couldn't figure out what kind of money she was living on. There were countless dollars on her bank card, but she hadn't used a penny since she disappeared. The man threw the cup against the wall. It shattered, the pieces falling to the floor, and a dark stain cascaded down the wall. "Does money mean anything to you, my one and only? You saved so much money, why didn't you use it?" In fact, it would be better if she did use her money. She wouldn't need to live a hard life with the money he gave her. He really didn't want her doing hard work. She had money to live on, but she didn't use any money from her bank account. He didn't know how she could make it. No money pregnant, he just couldn't figure it out. And the longer he thought about it, the worse it made him feel. Besides, she had won the 1st and 2nd places in the photography contest. The photo that got 1st place was a group photo of the 2 of them, which named 1 + 1 = 3. The second one was his portrait,